It is still not visible, right?
No, sir.
To do. Please tell me now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is it visible now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. So both the things like voice and video both are there, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Chalo. So everyone, as you know that we have already completed 700 series and our chapter called Audit Report. Now today we are going to understand with one new chapter called Audit Sampling, and at the same point of time, if it will be over today, then we'll be starting with another chapter called Analytical Procedure. But I don't think so that sampling will get over today. It will take more than one class for the sampling itself only. So everybody, let us understand what do you mean by sampling first. What do you understand by sampling? Let us understand the chapter. Very important chapter. The name of the chapter is known as Audit Sampling. Is it fine? Everything is synchronized?
Yes, sir.
Yes or no? Yes. So audit sampling, what is the standard number everyone? SA 530. Now this was one of the standard which we left in the 500 series because it was not a part of your evidence and documentation chapter, right? So that chapter, that particular topic we are going to cover now. First of all, try to understand what do you mean by audit sampling and what do you mean by test checking. Most of the times we understand that ki audit sampling and test checking, they both are same concepts. Am I correct or not? Audit sampling and test checking, they both are what? Same concepts. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of difference between these two topics. Audit sampling is completely different from the test checking. Test checking means what, everyone? Suppose there is a population of transactions. Suppose there's a population of transactions. Say, for example, these are sales invoices. These are which invoices? Sales invoices. So many sales invoices are there. Are you getting the point? Due to the lack of availability of the time, basically the auditor is unable to verify each and every sales invoice or not. Yes. So suppose all these sales invoices are at the rate of 5% GST rate. It means all the invoices are at the rate of 5% GST rate. What will I do? I will select a sample of the invoices. I will select the sample of the invoices. This is called sample. And I will put this sample into an examination in depth. I will put this sample into an examination in depth. Remember one thing, when you are doing the sampling, whatever the sample you are selecting, when you are doing the test checking, whatever the sample you are selecting, you are not allowed to do the sampling out of sampling. Are you getting the point? Whatever the samples you have selected, you have to carry out examination in depth. Say for example, if this is 1000 invoices and my sample is 50 invoices. So tell me, what is my sample size, everyone? 5%. My sample size is 5%. So these 50 invoices, what you are chosen as a sample, they should be done examination in depth. After the examination in depth, if the sample is giving you true and fair result, if the sample is giving you true and fair result, then you can say that the whole population, you can say that the whole population is also what? True and fair. Whole population is also what? True and fair. This is called test checking, everyone. This is called what? Test checking. But remember one thing, when I told you that I was selecting a sample, was I selecting a sample from a different kind of population, or I was selecting a sample from a homogeneous population?
Homogeneous.
Homogeneous. All the invoices are at the rate of what? 5%
5%.
GST. So 5% GST means what? All these 1000 sales invoices, all the invoices are at 5% GST. Whether I will check one invoice or 10 invoice or all 1000, it doesn't make any difference. So that's what I did. I selected some of the samples and put those samples into examination in depth. If the samples are giving me true and fair result, it means my whole population is also what? True and
True.
fair. This is called which checking, everyone? This is called
Samples.
test checking. This is called which checking? Test checking. Yes, sample checking is also fine. This is called test checking. Acha, in the test checking, what are the two major things I applied? Everyone, please try to understand. What are the two major things the auditor needs to apply in the test checking? One is called random sampling. One is called random selection. And one is called professional judgment. Try to understand this concept, everyone. What are the two things the auditor is using? One is a random selection, one is the professional judgment. Now tell me, out of these 1,000 sales invoices, when I selected the 50 invoices to be verified as a sample, did I use any mathematical technique or I did
Yes.
the random selection?
Random selection.
Yeah, I did the random selection. Whatever the 50K, now imagine that there is a box. In that box, 1,000 invoices are there. Like a lottery system, what I did, I shuffled the invoices and I put my hand inside that box. Whatever the samples came to my hand, that is called which selection, everyone? Random
Random.
selection. Yes or no? After that random selection, I put that sample into examination in depth. And if the sample is giving true and fair result, it means the whole population is also what? True and fair. But remember, the biggest disadvantage of the test checking is it is only useful in which population?
Homogeneous.
Homogeneous population. Yes. If you are having a homogeneous population of transactions where you want to apply sampling, then only test checking is the best method. But sir, what we will do in case it is a heterogeneous population? What do you mean by heterogeneous population, everyone? Where the transactions are of same
Different,
nature or different kinds?
different.
Now, let's take an example. There is a box, right or not? In this box, again, sales invoices are there. I'm taking the same example. Sales invoices are there. Some are at 5% GST, some are at 10% GST, some are at 12.5% GST, some are at 15% GST, some are at 18% GST, and some are at 25% GST. Say for example. So you can see that in these all the sales invoices, some are at 5%, 10%, 12.5%, 18%, 15%, and different. Yeah, different, Komal. Correct only. So different uh, invoices are there. Now what should I do? In this case, if you'll do the random selection, is it going to be the best method or the worst method?
Most.
Worst method. What we'll do in this kind of situation, there is one technique in the audit sampling chapter we are going to understand, that is called stratification, everyone. What is the name of the technique? What is the name of the technique, everyone? Stratification. The name of the technique is stratification. Sir, what do you mean by stratification? Stratification means classification. Sir, what do you mean by classification? It means the big population, dividing the big population into what?
Small
Into
group.
small subpopulations, subpopulations, and subpopulation, each subpopulation is going to be known as stratum. What do we call them? Stratum. And what is another name? We call them as stratas. Sometimes we call them as clusters. Sometimes we call them as blocks. Did you get the point or not? So what I will do, so I divided the whole box into 6 boxes now. Right or not? 5% GST invoice I kept separate, 10% separately, 12.5% separately, 15% separately, 18% separately, and what? The 20% separately. Now, what I did, the difference between this box, above box and lower box, what did you find, everyone? Did I sorted the things or not? Yes. So I sorted the things. I divided the big population of heterogeneous population into the small subpopulations, and each subpopulation is known as what? Let me and each
Homogeneous.
yes each subpopulation is known as what? It is known as
Homogeneous.
strata. No, no, no. It is known as strata. Yes, very nice, very correctly said. Now what I did, I converted the heterogeneous population into which population? Homogeneous. Now I have 6 populations which are homogeneous in nature. I will do the random selection from here, random selection from here, random selection from here, random selection from here. Please mute yourself. And random selection from here and random selection from here. So everyone please tell me now where the better results will come, in the case number 1 or in the case number 2?
Case number 2.
Case number 2. So this is what do you mean by the benefit of doing the stratification. Did you get the point or not? So this is known as audit sampling now. This is known as what? Audit sampling. Now what we did, we divided the big population into what? Small populations and each subpopulation. Vishnu, please mute yourself. I think there's a voice coming from your end. Now, this is what do you mean by audit sampling. So tell me, what was not possible in the test checking? In the test checking, the heterogeneous population was not possible. But what made it possible in the audit sampling? Audit sampling is possible in both heterogeneous population as well as a homogeneous population. That's the reason audit sampling is a broader concept, which includes the concept of what? Test checking, everyone. Crystal clear? All of you? Did you understand the concept of the beginning of this chapter? Introduction?
Yes, sir.
Yes or no? And remember one thing, it is highly being used in our auditing profession. Very much used in our auditing profession. Clear, everyone? That's the reason audit sampling is one of the most important standards of our series, right? 500 series. So let us start it from the material which I distributed to you, and let us understand audit sampling from here. Yeah. So this is what our chapter is all about, audit sampling. Anjali, what happened to you? Again, you are getting disconnected and coming back again. Any problem with your internet? Anjali, is there any problem with your internet? Major difference is that only, Komal. Yes. Major difference is that only. The audit sampling is useful for both heterogeneous and homogeneous, whereas the test checking is mostly useful for the homogeneous only. Anjali, are you fine now? Is there any problem now in your? Okay, right. Because you were getting disconnected again and again, so thought of asking you. Okay, everyone, let us understand what do you mean by sampling. Now, no conscious effort in human society is divested of the economic consideration, and auditing is not an exception. Just an introduction of the chapter, just ignore it if you are not, do not want to do it. There is a growing realization that traditional approach to do the audit is economically wasteful because all the efforts directed to check all the transactions without what? Exception. Now, you all know that in 1991, if I'm not wrong, in your CPT foundation, you might have read about LPG was the new industrial policy was brought down by that time our finance minister, Mr. Manmohan Singh. In your economics, you might have read that in your foundation. In 1991, the new industrial policy at that point of time came called LPG, liberalization, privatization, and globalization. Clear or not?
No. Yes, sir.
At that point of time, it was a huge turning up point in our auditing profession. Sir, how? Because we started doing the audit in a more different way after the 1991. Sir, what happened there? As the Indian economy was made open to the world economy, lot of foreign direct investments, foreign investments, and lot of foreign companies started coming to India and establishing their business in India. Due to that, the opportunities for chartered accountant increased at a largest scale. But at the same point of time, the time period got reduced. Earlier, we used to do the full checking, exhaustive checking, complete checking. But either now today, auditor has realized that doing the full checking is of use or no use. Tell me one thing. what is our major purpose of doing the audit? Is our major purpose to give the guarantee or to express an opinion, everyone?
Expression.
Then why to waste the time in doing the full checking? Am I correct or not? Right or not? So that's the reason today's auditor is saying that instead of full checking, let's move our focus toward the sampling checking. Clearly or not? So what is the point number 3? This invariably leads to more emphasis on routine checking, which often is not necessary in the view of time and the cost involved. In the full checking, there will be a lot of time involved, and in the full checking, there will be a lot of cost involved. But today's chartered accountant can do the full checking or cannot do the full checking.
Cannot do the
Due
full
to
check.
what? More availability of the time or less availability?
Less available.
Less availability of the time. Clear, everyone? Yes. Now, with the shift in the favor of formal internal controls in the management of affairs of the organization, the possibilities of routine errors and frauds have greatly diminished, and auditors often find extensive routine checking as nothing more than a ritual because it seldom reveals anything material. Now tell me, nowadays companies are having so many controls in their organization or not? Yes, every company is having surveillance system, every company is having biometric system, every company is having efficient employees, every company is having routine checking, every company is having nowadays internal audit systems. Due to that, the workload of external auditor increased or decreased? Tell me. All these things have happened in the company nowadays. Due to that, decreased or increased?
Both decreased.
Yeah, it increased in terms of checking, but at the same point of time, in terms of detecting the frauds and error, my workload has been what? Reduced, because those frauds and errors which I was supposed to look after, now 90% of the cases mein those frauds and errors are directly eliminated and detected and prevented by the company itself only during the financial year. Am I correct or not? Yes. So doing the full checking nowadays is not of any use. That's the reason we are now slowly shifting our focus from the full checking to the which checking, everyone? Sampling checking, right? Now, the approach to do the audit and the extent of checking are undergoing a progressive change in the favor of more attention towards the questions of principles and controls with the curtailment of non-consequential routine checking. It means we are shifting our focus from routine checking to the sampling checking. By routine checking, we traditionally think of extensive checking and vouching of all the entries. Because at the end of the day, today is not a guarantee. Today, our opinion, our audit is not about the guarantee. Today, our audit is only about EOO. What is EOO, everyone? Expression of opinion. Are you getting the point? So when we don't have to give the guarantee, there is no point of doing what? Routine checking. That's why our focus from the routine checking has been shifted to which checking? Test checking, or you can say audit sampling. Clear, everyone? Any doubt in the page number 1, everyone? Or no doubt?
No, sir.
No doubt. Okay. Now, the extent of checking to be undertaken is primarily a matter of what? Judgment of an auditor. Just now I told you two things. There are two things the auditor always uses when he is doing the audit sampling. What are the two things I told you, everyone? Random selection plus which judgment? Professional judgment, everyone. Tell me one thing. I will ask you a very simple question. You please tell me, are you going to do the full checking or you are going to do the test checking? Checking the sales and purchases of the client. Tell me, everyone. Checking the sales and purchases of the client. Give me the answer in your comment box. If you are checking the sales and purchases of the client, is it the test checking or full checking? It is a test checking. Okay. But if you are verifying the GST returns of the client, are you going to do the test checking in the GST returns or you are going to do the full checking in the GST returns? You are definitely going to go for the full checking in the GST returns because sales and purchase is a non-statutory thing. But GST is a statutory item or not? Everyone, do you agree with me? Yes. And being a statutory item, can you take a chance or can you take a risk of going for a test checking in that case? Give me in the comment box. No. So remember one thing, where to use the test checking, where not to use the test checking is completely the professional judgment of whom, everyone? It is completely the professional judgment of whom? It is a professional judgment of an auditor, everyone. I hope all of you understood what I'm trying to tell. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. So that brings an end to our page number 1 discussion. Now, let's understand next thing. To ensure a good and reasonable standard of work, he should adopt standards and techniques that can lead him to informed professional opinion. On a consideration of this fact, it can be said that it is in the interest of auditor that if he decides to form his opinion on the basis of part checking, he should adopt standards and techniques which are widely followed and which have recognized basis. Since statistical theory of sampling is based on scientific law, it can be relied upon to greater extent than any arbitrary technique which lacks basis and acceptability. See, you all have to understand one fact that there are two types of sampling which the auditor follows. One is called statistical sampling and one is called non-statistical sampling. Obviously, when I'm using the word called non-statistical sampling, it means auditor's professional judgment is involved in that. I will ask you a very simple thing. Suppose there is one situation. There is one situation. There are two solutions to that situation. Everyone try to understand this question. There are two solutions to that situation. Solution number one, you can give the solution to that situation by using your professional judgment. By using your which judgment? Professional judgment. Are you getting the point? And there is another solution which you can give to that situation by using statistical approach, or you can say that scientific approach. Tell me everyone, which one is more reliable and which one is more result oriented in nature? Tell me everyone. Is it the professional judgment which is going to give you the better result, or is it the scientific approach which is going to give you the better result? Tell me everyone. Which one is a more better thing?
Scientific approach.
Scientific approach. That is what they are trying to tell you in this paragraph, everyone. Remember one thing. You can be you can be an expert of so many things. You can be a highly professional chartered accountant. But remember one thing, science, maths, the statistical techniques are always going to give you the better result as compared to your professional judgment. Your professional judgment can be biased also. Just give me 1 second. So everyone, now try to understand. Professional judgment means even if you are the highest expertise, but remember one thing, you are a human, you can make some errors. But maths, stats, and science may the scope of error is not there. Did you get the point? So statistical sampling is always more professional and more acceptable than the which sampling? Non-statistical sampling. Did you all understand the concept which I told you just now? Everyone, please tell me.
Yes, sir.
Even if you will cross the age of 50, even if you will cross the age of 60, you will still do some human errors. You all agree with me? But stats, science, and maths will never let you do the errors. That is the reason, even though you know that your answer is going to be correct, but I will suggest that always try to use the statistical sampling, always more preferable than non-statistical sampling. Clear everyone? Now we are going to understand what is the meaning of the word called audit sampling, everyone. इसको ध्यान से सुनना. Read this meaning very carefully. You will get a lot of hidden things inside this meaning. What do you mean by audit sampling? Audit sampling refers to application of, can you tell me what is the word I am using? What is the word I am underlining? Audit sampling refers to the application of, what is the word I have circled? Audit procedure. Okay, tell me one thing everyone. What is the first thing comes to your mind when I circle this word? Audit procedure. Have you heard of this word somewhere? Yes. Do you remember FAP, RAP, everything? Yes. So can you please tell me what do you mean by audit procedures, everyone? Audit procedure refers to that chart which is there inside your head. Tell me, what is that chart which is there inside your head? First, what do we do when we enter the client's place? FAP or RAP? RAP. RAP gives us an idea about what? ROMUM. On the basis of ROMUM, we apply what, everyone?
Additional procedure.
FAP. Yes, we apply the FAP. In the FAP, we have the TOC and substantive procedure. Am I correct or not? Yes. In the substantive procedure, we have TOD plus analytical procedures. In the TOD, we have TOT and TOB, everyone. Vouching and verification. Do you remember all that? Are you able to recall? Yes. So when we apply the audit procedures to less than what? What is written, everyone? To less than 100% of the items within a population of audit relevance, such that all the sampling units have a chance of selection in order to provide auditor with a reasonable basis on which to draw the conclusions about the entire population. The objective of auditor when using the audit sampling is to provide a reasonable basis for the auditor to draw a conclusion about the population from which the sample is selected. I will ask you a very simple thing, everyone. There are 2 lakh sales invoices. There are 2 lakh sales invoices in front of me. I verified 1,99,999 sales invoices. Did I do the full checking or I did the audit sampling?
Sampling.
Yes. How you can say that it is audit sampling? Yes, I did not check the one. I did not check the one transaction. Am I correct or not? Is it 100% or less than 100%? Yes, less than 100%. So remember one thing, sample. So can I say that sample size may vary from 0 to 99.99%? Yes, it all depends upon the whose judgment? Professional judgment of an auditor, in which area more sample size is required and in which area less sample size is required. I hope all of you agree with me, whatever I have told you so far. Yes or no? Yes. So remember one thing, this is a definition of audit sampling, everyone. Read this definition. Audit sampling refers to application of audit procedures to less than 100% of the items within a population of audit relevance, such that all the sampling units have a chance of selection in order to provide. Remember one thing, this line, sampling units having a chance of selection. So this line, I'm underlining this. Remember, what is the meaning of this line, everyone? What is the meaning of this line? This line means every item in the population should have an equal chance of being selected. It means lawmaker is trying to tell you here the meaning of which selection, everyone? It is known as which selection? Random selection. It is known as which selection, everyone? Random selection. Are you getting the point? Every item in the population is having an equivalent chance of being selected. That is what do you mean by random selection. Now tell me, why we are selecting the samples and why I'm analyzing the samples, so that I can express my reasonable assurance on the entire population or not? Yes or no? Now tell me, do we give the absolute assurance or do we give the reasonable assurance, everyone? So when I have to give the reasonable assurance, do I have to verify the whole population? No, I will verify some part of the population. If that some part of the population is giving me true and fair result, did I do any biasness or I did the random selection? It means if anything which I picked up is giving me the true and fair result, it means the whole population is also what? True and fair. Did you all understand 100%? Write in the comment box, everyone. Did you all understand? Write CC if you all understood. Crystal clear. So that I can move to the next topic. Yes, okay. Okay, great. Fine. Okay. So this is called the meaning of audit sampling, right? Next one. Achha, when we talk about the audit sampling, you all know that population matters a lot. Am I correct or not? Population really matters a lot because it is the population only from where we select the sample. And that sample is representing only that sample or it is representing the whole population? Tell me. When we do the examination of that sample, sample is only representing the result of that sample, or it is representing the result of that whole population?
Whole population.
Whole population. This is what you, yes, this is what you mean by population. And tell me, in the whole population, whether each and every item is having an equal opportunity of being selected or not. Yes, that is what is written in this paragraph, everyone. Make a reading of 1 minute and tell me, sir, I understood, so that I can move to the next page. Population refers to the entire set of data from which a sample is selected by an auditor, about which auditor wishes to draw a conclusion. Auditor should select the sample items in such a way that sample can be expected to be representative of the whole population. This requires that all the items in the population have an equal opportunity of being what? Selected. Any doubt in the whole paragraph or no doubt? Everyone, doubt or no doubt? No doubt. I think we can move to the next page. Clear, everyone? I hope the reading, I hope the things are looking easier now. Very easy standard, little bit lengthy, but very easy concepts are there. Next one. What are the characteristics of a sample? एक sample के क्या characteristics होने चाहिए? Remember one thing, sample should have 3 characteristics, everyone. How many characteristics? 3 characteristics. Sample should be appropriate in nature. Sample should be complete in nature, and sample should be reliable in nature. Did you get the point or not? What are the 3 characteristics of the sample, everyone? It should be appropriate sample, it should be complete sample, and it should be reliable sample, everyone. Did you get the point or not? Now listen to this very, very, very carefully. Now, okay. Now, everyone, please tell me. I was verifying the debtors. I was verifying the debtors of my client. Should I verify purchases for that? Or should I verify sales for that? Sales for that. So which one is more appropriate thing for the things? Yes, sales. So appropriateness means, now read it, everyone. Read it, something which is written in the bold letter. The auditor will need to determine that the population from which the sample is drawn is appropriate for the specific audit objective. What is my audit objective, everyone? To verify debtors or to verify creditors? To verify debtors. And to verify the debtors, what kind of population I should verify? Should I verify the population of purchases or should I verify the population of sales? Sales. So appropriateness means the sample from the population which I'm selecting should be appropriate according to my objective. Crystal clear, everyone? Yes or no? Yes. And tell me, if I'm verifying the GST, tell me, everyone, if I'm verifying the GST, should I verify their salaries and wages for that? Or should I verify their sales and purchase for that? Sales and purchase for that. Am I correct or not? So everything is having its own objective, and for whatever the objective you want to achieve, make sure that the population from where you are selecting a sample should be appropriate as per your objective. Did you understand the point? All the examples which I just now have told you are written in front of you. Clear or not? Right. The individual items that make a population are known as sampling units. The population can be divided into sampling units in variety of ways. Example, if the auditor's objective, now let's look at this example, everyone. If the auditor's objective were to test the validity of the accounts receivable, the sampling unit could be defined as a customer balances and individual customer invoices. The auditor defines sampling unit in order to obtain efficient and effective sample to achieve the particular objective. Now, I will ask you a very simple thing, guys. Validity. Okay. Everyone, please tell me, what do you mean? I hope all of you have done the one chapter called ratio analysis chapter.
Yes, sir.
Have you done the ratio analysis? Yes. Okay, very nice. Can you please tell me what is the formula of this thing, debtor turnover ratio? Yeah. Tell me, listening. Anybody who can help me with the debtor turnover ratio? Yeah. Be louder, no issues. Even if you are wrong, it's okay. No issues. We are not in the examination hall. We are in the live class only. Tell me.
Yes, even though
Sales divided by debtors into 100. Sure.
I have a 10,000.
Credit sales divided by average debtors. Okay. Acha, chalo, leave the formula. Let me ask you one thing. What do you come to know from the debtors turnover ratio? Anybody can tell me? Just unmute yourself and tell me. What do you come to
To
know
find
from? Yeah. Tell me.
to find whether debtors are repaying.
So can I say that from the debtor turnover ratio, we come to know that within how much time period we are recovering the money from debtors?
Yes. Yes.
Yes or no? If coming, suppose the answer is coming 30 days. If the answer, first of all, the debtors turnover ratio ka answer always comes in days or not? Yes. If it is coming in 30 days, what do you understand by 30 days of debtor turnover ratio? It means most of the times you recover your money from the debtors within how many days?
30 days.
It means your blocking of your money time period is only 30 days. Am I correct or not? So tell me
Yes.
one thing, to calculate those 30 days, what are the things I checked? I checked my sales and I checked my debtors. Am I correct or not? That is called appropriateness. My objective was to check the credit policy given by the company to their debtors. So I calculate debtor turnover ratio. To calculate the debtor turnover ratio, what are the two things I will check? I will check the sales, I will check the debtors. As simple as that. So that is what do you understand by appropriateness, everyone. Acha, tell me everyone, what is the formula of current ratio? Current assets divided by what? Current liability. What do we come to know from that? What do we come to know from current ratio? Do we come to know about the profitability of my client or liquidity of my client? Okay, now I want to make one comment in my audit report on the liquidity. Tell me which one is appropriate sample for me? Is my appropriate sample is to check their term loans, is to check their capital or current assets and current liabilities? Current assets. And if the current assets minus current liability is coming negative, it means working capital of the company is positive or negative? Negative. It means the company is having more current liabilities than their what? Current assets. Are you getting the point? So reliability, appropriateness is very important when you are selecting the sample. So what is the first characteristic of a sample we understood? Of a population we understood? The population from where you are selecting a sample should be inappropriate population or appropriate population? Appropriate population. What is the second characteristic? We should always select the sample from a complete population. From a which population? Complete population. Acha, tell me everyone, which financial year is going to end by tomorrow? 2021 financial year is going to end. Am I correct or not? Suppose my client traveled on 2nd April and he spent almost 2 lakh rupees on traveling to and fro to US. He did. He added this 2 lakhs rupees in 2021 financial year. Will you allow? Is it a part of our financial year 2021 or this expenditure is a part of 21-22? Somebody who's having a noise at the back, please make sure that you're muting yourself. Okay. So tell me, is it a part of 2021 or 21-22? 21-22. Why it is a part of 21-22? Yeah, expenditure is incurred. Yes, expenditure is incurred in the next financial year. That is why it is a part of 21-22. So now tell me, or say for example, on 30th March, you have spent some 20,000 rupees on traveling and they recorded it in the month of April. Now tell me, is it a part of 2021 financial year or 21-22 financial year? 2021. Now tell me one thing. If you are not recording 20,000 rupees of this traveling expenditure in March month, is it a complete population or incomplete population?
Incomplete.
Incomplete. So second feature what we learned just now, the population must always be what in nature? Complete in nature. Now see, the
Sir,
yes,
sir, one doubt, sir.
yeah, tell
If
me.
the tickets are booked on March or before March, will this 2 lakh come in the financial year of 2021?
Sorry, I did. Acha, you are saying that tickets were booked on a March and traveling took place on
2nd of April.
2nd of April. Then what do you think that what are our three fundamental assumptions of accounting? Tell me. What are the three fundamental assumptions of our accounting? One is consistency. Am I correct or not? One is going concern. One is going concern. What is the third one? Accrual. In
Accurate.
what do you mean by accrual basis? Tell me everyone. What do you understand by accrual basis? Array? That is something which we have.
Transaction irrespective of valuation.
If it is incomes and if it is gains, it should be recognized on accrual basis. But if it is expenditures and losses, they are required to be recorded on the accrual basis or immediately. Immediate. Expenditures and losses immediately. Incomes and gains on which basis? Accrual basis. So now you are saying that ki traveling expenditure is incurred on 30th March, whereas the travel is taking place on what? 2nd March. It is an expenditure of which financial year?
2021.
Yes. Did you get your answer?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. Now, everyone, what is our third feature? What is our third feature of a population? It should be reliable in nature. What do you mean by reliable population? Everyone, please tell me, please tell me, please tell me, what is a reliable population? Let's take an example. I was checking the sales and I have two options. I should check the sales from the sales ledger or sales book which the company is ready to provide me. Second thing, I can check the sales from the sales what they have declared while filing the GST returns. Which one is more reliable source?
Sales register.
Sales register or the GST declared sales? Think logically before answering. See,
Yes,
I was,
Sales.
yes. I was verifying the sales. I have two options. I can verify the sales. I want to check the amount of sales. I can verify the sales from the sales register. That is option number one. Option number two, they have filed the annual return of the GST or not. In the GST return, whatever the sales they have declared, that is also available with me. Which one is a better option of population? Is it the sales register is a better option or is the GST returns is the best option?
The GST return.
Now, why? What made you think that GST return is more reliable than sales register?
Total sales were placed.
And that too, it is filed with whom?
Government of India.
Yes. So will you do any kind of nonsense in that?
No, sir.
No. So that is highly reliable or lesser reliable?
Highly reliable.
So did you get your answer, Komal? Yes or no? Write in the comment box. Did you understand, Komal? No. Acha, Komal, please tell me. See, in the sales register, can you manipulate the sales or not? Overvaluation or undervaluation? Yes, but can you do the same in the GST returns? No, because that will be cross-verified and reconciled with the person from where you have obtained the GST also. You all know that GST reconciliation statement is there on a GSTR 9C. Yes, so that is what I'm trying to tell you, Komal. So more reliable population is which one? More reliable population is the GST returned sales which are available with me. Did you get your point? Yes or no? Okay. So everyone, please tell me what are the three features of the population we have done? It should be appropriate, it should be complete, and it should be what? Reliable. Clear, everyone? Yes. Any doubt in this page or no doubt? If there is no doubt, we can move to the next page. Okay. Assuming no doubt, so I'm moving to the next page. Now, approaches to the sampling. What are the types of approaches to the sampling? Now, Audit sampling enables the auditor to obtain and evaluate audit evidence about some characteristics of the item selected in order to assist him in forming a conclusion for which the sample is drawn. Audit sampling can be applied using either non-statistical or statistical. But my question is, everyone, which sampling is more better? Statistical or non-statistical? Statistical.
Statistical.
Yes or no? Statistical sampling is an approach of sampling that has a random selection of sample items, use of probability theory, and measurement of sampling risk. A sampling approach that does not have above characteristics is considered as what? Non-sampling. So my question is very simple. What is in the statistical sampling? Statistical. What is in the statistical sampling which makes it different from non-statistical sampling? Tell me. What are the three things which makes it different from the non-statistical sampling? It's very simple question. It is already written in front of you. Point number one, random selection. What is the point number one? Random selection. Point number two, probability theory. Probability theory. What do you mean by probability theory, everyone? What do you mean by
Equal
probability theory? Some things may be selected
opportunity.
and some things may not be selected. Am I correct or not? Yes. And third one, sampling risk, everyone. Remember one thing. These are the major three characteristics which makes the statistical sampling different from what? Non-statistical sampling. So always remember this question. This question may come as one of the MCQ question. Are you getting the point? It may come as one of the MCQ question. So everyone, please tell me what makes the statistical sampling different from a non-statistical sampling. Tell me. Three things. First one, random selection. Second thing, probability theory, and third thing is what? Sampling risk. You might not be understanding these concepts right now. Just give me another 10-15 minutes. We are going to understand the whole concept. But just remember, these are the three differences between statistical sampling and non-statistical sampling. That's what I'm telling you, Komal. Just give some time. You will understand it. Okay? Okay. Now, decision whether to use the statistical sampling or a non-statistical sampling is a matter of whose judgment, everyone? Auditor's judgment. However, sample size is not the valid criterion to distinguish between statistical and non-statistical sampling. Now, they are simply saying one thing very clearly in front of you, everyone. You remember one thing, whether to use the statistical sampling or to not use the statistical sampling, it is all purely dependent upon whose judgment? Auditor. And you all know that, audit is all about what? Which judgment? Professional judgment. And professional judgment means what? Assumptions and estimates. Can I say that? Professional judgment means what? Auditor will make some assumptions and auditor will make some estimates. On what basis he makes some assumptions? On the basis of his knowledge, on the basis of his expertise, and on the basis of his what? Training. Now, I will ask you a very simple question, everyone. What is the difference between a freshly qualified chartered accountant and a chartered accountant who is in practice since last 30 years? What is the major difference between these two chartered accountants? Experience. Tell me, everyone, the sample size which will be selected by a freshly qualified chartered accountant and the sample size which will be selected by a 30-year-old practicing chartered accountant, whose sample size will be more appropriate? Experienced one or non-experienced one? Experienced one. What is your name right now? The one who said experienced one? Huh? Teja?
Yes, sir.
Acha, Teja, what made you think that the experienced one sample size is more better than the non-experienced one?
Sir, because he has gone through, I mean, he has done a lot of audits. in his career, and so he
He
knows
has acquired a lot of
how much.
expertise
Yes, sir.
and so gone through so many trainings. Are you getting the point? Acha,
Yes, sir.
tell me, Teja, right now what you are giving me the answer is also based upon your assumption or not?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Did you get the point? Remember one thing, the whole audit is based on professional judgment only. So that is what the things are being trying to sort out here. Where to apply statistical sampling and where not to apply is all based upon whose judgment? Auditor's judgment. Auditor का judgment decide करेगा कि मेरे को यहाँ पे statistical करना है और वहां पे non-statistical करना है. Are you getting the point? It's not the sample size which will decide. It's the auditor's judgment which will decide. So tell me, what matters the most while taking a decision? Everyone, what matters the most while taking the decision? Is it the professional judgment of auditor which matters? Or is it the sample size which matters?
Oh.
No. Professional judgment matters. Sample size does not matter. Now I'll prove you right now. Tell me one thing. The one who said no, please tell me your name. Manoharan. Now listen to this case. Manoharan, there are total 1,000 items in front of me, in front of you. How many items you can verify? What is your sample size right now? 1,000 items are there in front of you. You have to tell me your sample size.
Random selection.
What is your sample size? I'm asking. How many items you can verify? What is your experience says that? And you have only 1 hour to verify. 1,000 sales invoices are there. You have 1 hour. What to verify? How many you will verify?
50 to 60.
50 to 60. Okay. So 50 to 60. Can I say that 5 to 6% sample size?
Yes.
Yes or no? Okay. So same question to you again. There are 1 crore sales invoices. Can you apply 5 to 6% here? No. Why? Did you get my answer? What I'm trying to tell? Yes. Sample size doesn't matter. Now tell me, will you do 1,000 maximum in case of 1 crore invoices also or not? Will you do 1,000 only or not? So can I say that your sample size is 0.01% now? Yes or no? Now tell me one thing, Manoharan, tell me one thing. What made you change your sample size? When the population was small, your professional judgment said that, okay, I can do 50 to 60. Am I correct or not? But when the sample size, when the population was 1 crore, what your professional judgment said? Can you do 5 to 6% now? No, what your professional judgment said? I can do only 0.01%. Am I correct or not? So what helped you in making the decision? Is it the sample size which helped you in making the decision, or it is your professional judgment? That is what I was trying to tell. I hope you're 100% clear now. Okay, everyone, anybody needs a practical example? I hope you all are satisfied with the explanations which I'm giving to you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Perfectly done. Yes. Yes. Tell me. Any doubt or no doubt?
No doubt.
Okay, perfectly done. Okay. So what matters the most, everyone? Where to use, where not to use is purely dependent upon what? Is it the sample size or it is a professional judgment? Professional. Clear, everyone? Now, whatever may be the approach, non-statistical or the statistical sampling, the sample must be what? Representative. This means that it must be closely similar to the whole population, although not necessarily exactly the same. The sample must be large enough to provide the statistical meaning of the results. So let me give you one example, everyone. Suppose this is a population. Now there are 5% GST, 10% GST, 12% GST, 15% GST, 18% GST, 20% GST things. And it is all mixed in one box. All the different types of sales invoices are mixed in one box. And there is this thing where 5% is separate, 10% is separate, 12% is separate, 15% is separate, 18% is separate, and 20%. Tell me, what did I do? I did stratification. Did you all understand in the beginning of the class? I told you one concept of stratification. Yes or no? Did I divide the whole population into subpopulations or not?
Yes.
Now, if I'll do the random selection from this population, and if I'll do the random selection from here, 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 and here. Where I will get the better idea? Where I will get the better results? In the first case or in the second case, everyone? Second case. Why second case? Because in the second case, at least I have touched some of the samples of 5%, 10%, 12%, 15%, 18%, 20% or not? Yes. Did I test each and every type of population? Everyone write in the comment box. In the second case, did I test each and every type of population or not? Yes. But in the case number 1, if I'll put the hand inside this box and I shuffle that and I picked up some invoices. Now tell me, is there any chance that not even a single 20% GST invoice came in my hand or not? Tell me everyone. Is there fair chance of that or not? Yes. So which one is giving me the better results? First one or second one? Second one is giving me the better results. Yes sir or? So this is what do you mean by sample must be representative. Did you all understand what I'm saying? I hope you all are understanding the concept of audit sampling in a very depth manner. Yes? Yeah. Now, what is written over here is statistical sampling is more scientific. Statistical sampling is more what? Scientific. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Statistical sampling is more scientific. Why the lawmaker is saying that statistical sampling is more scientific? The reason is very simple, everyone. Because in the statistical sampling, there is a use of mathematical functions. There is a use of what? Mathematical functions. What do you mean by mathematical functions? Now, listen to this very, very, very carefully. Ab sunna dhyan se. I would like to give you one example to make you understand. Okay, now there is a sales of whole financial year. There is a sales of whole financial year. In the whole financial year, everyone, how many months are there? 12 months? Yes or no? Yes. Yes. So I divided the whole financial year sales into how many months? 12 months. Are you getting the point? So suppose this is April month and this is March month. April 20 and March 21. Everyone able to see what I am writing? Yes or no? Yes. Now, yes. I want to check every 5th day of sales. Again repeating, I want to check every 5th day of sales. Tell me one thing. In the April, which days I am going to check? 5th day sales. Every 5th day sales. Tell me everyone. In the April month, which April? 5th April? Is it 10th April? 15th April? 20th April? 25th April? And 30th April. Am I correct or not? Clear everyone? Now whether the same thing will apply in the month of March also? Same thing will apply in the month of June also? So tell me one thing. Am I using a class interval of 5 days everywhere or not? Tell me everyone. What is the difference between 5th and 10th? 5 days, 5 days, 5 days, 5 days, 5 days. This is called statistical sampling, everyone. It is more scientific in nature. Did you get the point? You can check. See, decision you made randomly, but when you applied your decision, it became scientific. Are you understanding my point? Now tell me, what made me think that every 5th day sales I'm going to check? That it was a random decision. Just like that, I got an idea. Okay, let's check the 5th of every day, 5th of every sale. Now, but after deciding that, whether in every sales or every checking may same class interval of 5 days is coming or not, everyone? So tell me everyone, how I made the decision? How I made the decision? I made the decision randomly. But how I implemented it? When I implemented my decision, was it still random or it became scientific? Tell me, it became scientific. It became mathematical. Are you getting the point? So this is what do you mean by statistical sampling is more scientific in nature. You'll get a more clarity when we'll read this formula. Now see, when we'll read this paragraph. Audit testing done through this approach is more scientific than the test based entirely on the auditor's own judgment, because it involves the use of mathematical laws of probability in determining the appropriate sample size in varying the circumstance. Statistical sampling has reasonably wide application, whereas the population to be tested consists of large number of similar items, and more in case of transactions involving compliance testing, trade receivables confirmation, payroll checking, vouching of invoices, and petty cash vouchers. What do you mean by that? They are saying that basically this particular statistical sampling, what are the areas where the statistical sampling is more widely used? Tell me everyone. Where the
Sales.
what? No. I'm saying this one. Read this point. Everyone read this point. What is the area where the statistical sampling is more applicable?
Large number of
Large number of which items? Similar
similar
items.
items.
So can I say that? Can I say that they are saying that the population is very high? Population is very high, and but at the same point of time, it is what? Heterogeneous or homogeneous?
Homogeneous.
Homogeneous population. Clear or not? And what? More in case of transaction involving compliance testing. What do you mean by compliance testing, everyone? Tell me, everyone, what is the date of GST return every month if somebody is going through the articleship?
Then at least your
11th of every day, 11th of every month or not?
yes, sir.
Okay. Now, if I want to check the GST returns, do I have to check on daily basis or 11th of every month?
7th of November.
So can I say that I'm doing the compliance testing? Compliance
Yes.
is nothing but rules and regulations or not?
Yes.
Yes. So tell me one thing. If I want to take the confirmation letters from the debtors, should I verify all the debtors or should I verify the debtors on the basis of volume? Tell me everyone. On the basis of volume,
Volume.
on the basis of relationship, on the basis of materiality. Do you remember that? We have done that in SA 505. Yes, 3 tests we done. So statistical sampling is that sampling where more mathematics is used and less professional judgment is used. Are you getting the point or not? Now tell me, in the GST returns, I have to check on 11th and 20th only. I have to check on 11th and 20th only. Can I say that no, I will check on 16th of every month? Can you use your professional judgment? No.
No.
You have to use something which is written in the law only. Law says that 11th of every month the GST return of previous month should be filed. So it means what is your cutoff date? 11th only. Are you getting the point? So here, am I using my more professional judgment or am I using my more mathematical laws? So that is what do you mean by this? What is this sentence written, everyone? Read the sentence. Statistical sampling is more what? Scientific in nature. I hope all of you understood the point or not.
Yes, sir.
Yes, everyone. Okay. Now, this is what do you mean by statistical sampling. Now, what do you mean by non-statistical sampling? It is vice versa of the statistical. Now, tell me, in the statistical sampling, was I using more mathematics or more professional judgment?
More mathematics.
And less what?
Professional.
It is vice versa in non-statistical. Tell me, what do you mean by that? More judgment, more experience, more knowledge, and less what? Mathematical formula. Did you understand the point or not? चलो मैं तुमसे एक क्वेश्चन पूछता हूं. Try to give me the answer. I am a interim auditor. I am a which auditor, everyone? Interim auditor. Do you know what do you mean by interim auditor? Interim auditor is the one who does the quarterly audit. Who does the which audit? Quarterly audit. Basically, it is applicable for the listed entities. If you remember in the chapter number 1 we have done. Are you getting the point? It is done for. Sorry? Yeah, on the basis. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah. On the basis of time. So I am the interim auditor. Everyone, please. Yes, very nice. Between the two financial year. Everyone, please tell me. Interim auditor means quarter one. What do you mean by quarter one? April to June. Quarter two means what? July to September. Quarter three means what? October to December. And quarter four means what? Jan to March. Clear or not? Now, when I'm going to do the audit of quarter one, tell me one thing. When I'm going to enter at the client's place, in the quarter or after the end of the quarter? So can I see that approximately in the first week of July? Yes or no?
Yes.
But tell me one thing. I know that I'm going to enter in the first week of July. Whether my client also knows the same? Yes. He also knows the same that Rohit Grover is going to enter when? First week of July only. Don't you think that he's getting 3 months to do a fraud and rectify it when the quarter will be over? Let's say, for example, the company was having 6 crores of idle cash. What he will do? He will take the cash and deposit. The MD of the company did what? He took the cash and deposited in his personal savings bank account. And in the last week of June, he withdrew it from the personal savings bank account and brought it in the company again. Now tell me, when I am entering, now tell me, did I see the cash same as it is or not?
Yes.
But tell me, for the 3 months, did he use the cash of the company or did he misuse the cash? Now tell me, how I'll come to know? अब मेरे को ये fraud को detect करना है. What should I do? In this kind of cases, I will not use the statistical sampling. Now tell me, don't you think that it is very much required that I should do one surprise check?
Right.
Yes or no? Should I do at least one surprise check or not?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So if I'll do the surprise check means what? With intimation or without intimation? Now tell me, don't you think that he is always having that thing in mind? The auditor may come at any point of time. If on that day the money will not be in the cash balance of the company, I will be found guilty and my job will be in danger. Am I correct or not? So whether he will do or will not do?
He will not
Not do. So tell me, which sampling I'm talking about right now? Non-statistical sampling. Now tell me, did I use here a mathematical formula or professional judgment? My knowledge, my experience tell me if what should I do at what point of time. Did you get the point or not? Yes. So this is what do you mean by non-statistical sampling, everyone. Just make a reading of this thing and let me know if you didn't understand even a single word or there is any single word which you didn't understand. So under this approach, everyone, the sample size and its composition are determined on the basis of what and what? Personal experience and knowledge of the auditor. This approach has been in common application for many years because of its simplicity in operation. Traditionally, the auditor on the basis of his personal experience will determine the size of the sample and express it in the terms of number of pages of personal accounts in purchases or sales ledgers to be checked. So what they are saying that gone were the days when we used to have a personal experience to be checked in the case of sales and purchase. But nowadays, even if you want to apply your personal judgment, today some things are so much strict in nature, you can't even think of doing the test checking out of that. Let me ask you one thing. Let's talk about TDS. Let's talk about TDS. Can you check the TDS deducted by the company on one employee and not to be checked on another employee, or you have to check it on every employee? Every employee we have to check. Now tell me, can you do the sampling in this case? Even if 40,000 employees are there, can you do the sampling?
No.
No.
Total salary into how many percent?
Simple. You have to check it on each and every employee or not. Whether the TDS is deducted, whether the TDS is paid, whether the TDS return is being filed, whether that employee's name, his form 26AS has been updated or not. Yes. So my question is, oftenly nowadays we use with sampling more than with sampling. Tell me, everyone. Nowadays we are using with sampling more than with sampling. Nowadays we are using statistical sampling more than what? Non-stat. Clear everyone? I'm not saying that which one is right and which one is wrong. Again, it all depends upon which judgment. Profession. Where to use, where not to use. That is purely dependent upon the auditor's professional judgment. Did you get the point or not? Any doubt or no doubt?
No doubt, sir.
No doubt. So, okay, great. Now, next thing what we have to understand, the non-statistical sampling is criticized. What do you mean by criticized? Means people think that it is disadvantageous in nature. On which grounds? It is criticized that neither it is objective and nor it is what? Scientific. Now let me tell you one thing, nor it is scientific, so you understood. What do you mean by the word called neither it is objective? Can anybody tell me what do you mean by objectivity of an auditor? Being impartial and being what? Unbiased. Being impartial and being unbiased means objective or not? Yes, but tell me one thing. 45-degree temperature is there. Imagine the situation, try to understand. 45-degree to 46-degree temperature is going on in Chennai right now. And there is a factory which is in the outskirts of Chennai. And you have to go there and spend 2 days in verifying their stock, which is lying on the ground without any shed. At that point of time, would you like to do the verification of each and every stock, or you would like to do the sampling in that case? Sampling. What made you say sampling, my friend? Only 2000 items are there. Still you are saying sampling. What is the reason? Because your little bit of biasness has come here. Conditions. The hot summer is there. Very due to coastal area, so much of humidity is there. You can't stand out. So you will become partial little bit. You will become biased little bit. Am I correct or not? You will become naive. So that's the reason that sometimes auditor uses the non-statistical sampling to give himself a shelter. Am I correct or not? Even though it was statistical sampling required, but he used non-statistical sampling because he is trying to become biased in this situation. He is thinking of himself. He is not thinking upon the item or the population which is verifying. Am I correct, everyone? Did you understand? This is what do you mean by a non-statistical sampling is criticized on the grounds that it is neither objective nor what? Scientific. Second thing, the expected degree of objectivity cannot be assured in the non-statistical sampling because the risk of personal bias, this is what I was talking about, in the selection of sample items cannot be eliminated. Tell me now, hot summer is there, 2000 items are there, you have 2 days, you easily can count it and verify each and every item, but you did check only 100 items only. What made you do so? Is it your biasness came in front of you or not? Array, that much of summer is there, let's do the sampling and let's get away with that. I will go to my home, sit in my office and tell to my sir, okay sir, stock is verified. Whether this kind of thing will come to your mind or not? Yes. That is why the people criticize that in non-statistical sampling is always more biased, more naive, more partial as compared to statistical sampling. Third thing, the closeness. The closeness of qualities projected by the sample results with that of whole population cannot be measured because the sample has not been selected in accordance with the mathematically based statistical techniques. Do you all understand this point or not?
Yes.
They are saying that sample is not quality oriented because you did not select the sample on the basis of nature of population. You selected the sample on your biasness. You selected the sample on your partialityness. You did not use any kind of mathematical formula. Tell me one thing. Is it correct or not? That is the
Yes, sir.
third reason why it is getting what? Criticized. Fourth reason, however, it may be stated that auditor with his experience and knowledge of the client's business can evaluate accurately enough the sample findings to make audit decision, and mathematical proof of accuracy in some cases may be luxury which the auditor cannot afford. What they are saying that, see, every coin is having two sides. At the same point of time, if you want to criticize the statistical sampling, but on the other side, you have to understand the advantage also of the statistical sampling. Tell me one thing, statistical sampling is purely based upon what and what, everyone? Personal experience and personal knowledge, professional knowledge. Am I correct or not? Am I correct or not? Professional judgment. Tell me one thing, don't you think that it will be a finger raised on the professionalism of a chartered accountant if we will force always him to do the statistical sampling?
No.
Tell me one thing, is it a finger on his professionalism or not if we'll always keep on forcing him to do the statistical sampling?
Yes, sir.
Yes, it will be a finger on his professionalism. Reason? Then to in that case, I will tell in every, then to in that case, I became mechanical. Tell me one thing. Then to in that case, I became mechanical. Mechanical means I'm a machine. You are giving me the instructions and I'm following that. Then what about my knowledge? What about the professional knowledge? Then it is of any use or no use then? No use then. So that is why they are saying that, okay, we will give a little bit of soft corner to the auditor. In most of the cases, he should use what? Statistical sampling. But wherever his professional experience, his professional judgment, his professional knowledge is telling him that yes, good results can also be found out by doing the what? Non-statistical sampling, then you should do it. Are you getting the point or not? Yes, very nice, Teja, very nicely correct. The audit techniques become predictable to the client, sir. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Some things are required to be hidden from your client. If your client will also come to know about your total planning, if client will also come to know about your total program, then to he'll be more alert now. Yes, so
Yes,
that's
sir.
the reason a mix of statistical sampling and a non-statistical sampling, both are required for the auditor to do his audit perfectly. Everyone crystal clear or not?
Yes, sir.
Yes or no? So any doubt so far or no doubt? No doubt. Acha. Tell me everyone, it's a very simple question. I will ask you, what made you decide? What made you decide that you should follow the test checking or you should follow the audit sampling? Tell me one thing. What are the factors which you will keep it in mind when you will decide, okay, I will not go for the full checking, I will go for the test checking? Tell me one thing. Is it the availability of time or not?
Yes.
Tell me one thing. When you have a lot of time, would you like to go for a full checking or would you like to go for a audit sampling? Lot of time is there.
I'm not test checking.
Lot of time is there.
Out of time, test checking.
I'm not asking you the difference between these two, my friends. I'm asking you, these two are same right now. I'm asking you very simple thing. You have a lot of availability of the time. Will you do the full checking or you will do the sampling?
Full checking.
Yes. So can I say that the first factor is availability of time or not? Yes. Okay. Can I say that second factor is internal control system of client?
Yes.
If the internal control system of the client is very poor, everyone, will you do the full checking or will you do the test checking?
Full checking, sir.
And if it is very good,
Checking.
test checking you may do. Yeah, sampling you may do. Point number 3, nature of population. Nature of population, everyone. Third. Fourth, size of population, everyone. Size of population, everyone. Fifth, reliability over the bookkeeping system. Reliability over bookkeeping system. Point number 6, you can say that competence of the management. Point number 8, don't worry, I will tell you each and every point. Statutory requirement. Point number 8, materiality. My question is very simple, everyone. What if the size of the population is huge? Full checking or test checking?
Test checking.
Test checking. What if you have no reliability? What you have if you have no confidence over the bookkeeping system of the client?
Full checking.
Full checking. What if the management is so competent and so efficient?
Sampling.
Sampling. What if the statutory requirements are there?
Full checking.
Full checking. Very nice. What if the item is immaterial?
Sampling.
What if the yeah, test checking. And what if the item is very material?
Full checking.
Full checking. So can I say that these are some of the few factors which helps the auditor in deciding the extent of checking? Either he has to go for a test checking or audit sampling, or he should go for a what? Full checking. Did you all understand the point which I'm trying to prove here? Yes or no? So
Yes,
these
sir.
are known as the factors. So you can see that factors: size of the organization under the audit, state of the internal control systems, adequacy and reliability of books of account, tolerable error range, and degree of desired confidence. Or BA. So these are the various factors which the auditor should keep it in mind before deciding ki either I should go for a full checking or I should go for a what? Selective checking. Did you get the point or not? Did you understand? Yes. Now, in most of the circumstances, the evidence available is not conclusive. Do you all agree with that? Our audit is purely based upon conclusive evidences or persuasive evidences. Wait, Komal. Right time will come. I have to tell you the sampling risk also. I will tell you all those things. But let me just complete off the main part. Then these are the residual topics we can do at the end also, right? Okay. Now, the evidence available is not conclusive. Auditor always takes a calculated risk in giving his opinion. Even by undertaking 100% checking of the transaction, auditor does not derive absolute satisfaction. This state of uneasiness led pragmatic auditors to adopt the statistical theory of sampling to derive the necessary satisfaction about the state of affairs by checking only part of the total population of entries. So what they are simply saying that we know that today's audit is purely based upon persuasive evidences. Am I correct or not? Even if you will check the 100% items, can you give a guarantee that it is 100% true and correct?
No.
No. Then in that case, why we should waste our time in doing the 100%? That's the reason today's auditor has adopted the statistical theory of sampling to derive the same satisfaction which he may get by doing the 100% checking. Auditors realize that they can derive the good satisfaction by undertaking much lesser checking by adoption of this technique in the audit process. It is mathematical truth that the sample, if picked purely on the random basis, would reveal feature and characteristic of the population. Simply, they are saying in one word that you don't be biased while selecting a sample. Try to select a sample by doing a which selection? Random selection. What do you mean by random selection? Where every item in population, where every item in the population is having what? Equal opportunity. Clear or not? Equal opportunity of being selected. If you will follow this rule in your sampling, you will never get a wrong answer. Are you getting the point or not? But you can say that, sir, what about those 90% of the samples which we have not selected? And what if the frauds and errors are there in those samples? That too, I already told you at the beginning of the chapter, beginning of our classes also. Auditing profession is full of advantages as well as what? Disadvantages. Some of the frauds and errors are there which will definitely remain what? Undetected. Did you get the point or not? I hope all of you agree with me. Yes. Now, by adopting the sampling technique, the auditor only checks a part of the whole mass of the transaction. The satisfaction he used to derive earlier by checking all the transaction can also be derived by checking the small checking, provided he can put a reliance on the internal controls and checks within the client's organization because they provide reliability of the records. What should be the extent of desirable checking in any particular matter for the auditor is to judge on the basis of his opinion. Again, they are trying to tell you that how much should be your sample size. That all depends upon your which judgment, everyone? Professional. It's not the sample size which affects the sampling. It's the professional judgment which affects the sampling. Now, it's a very simple line written here. Acha, tell me everyone and try to understand this part and let me know whether you understood this or not. Now, I will underline something and tell me. If control is satisfactory in its design and implementation, what do you mean by that? If the entity's internal control system are satisfactory in design and implementation, more sample size or less sample size?
Sample size.
A much smaller sample can give the auditor a necessary reliability of result he obtains or not? Yes. On the other hand, if in certain areas controls are slack or not properly implemented, what will be a sample size? Larger. The auditor may have to take a much larger. Do you all agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, simple. And another truth about the sampling technique should be noted. It can never bring complete reliability. That you always have to agree with me. You can never say that sample is all about complete reliability. You will get the satisfaction. But can I say that you will get the 100% satisfaction?
Yes.
No. It cannot give precisely the accurate results. It is a process of estimation. It may have some error. What error is tolerable? Now, Komal, here the point will come. What error is tolerable for a particular matter under the examination is a matter of individual judgment in that particular. Clear or not? This is what do you mean by things. Now, appropriateness of sampling approaches is there. Advantages are there. Sample design selection is there. And satisfaction factors, example patterns, size. And what do you mean by data analytics, sample selection methods? This I will tell you. And blocks, forming audit procedures, effective misstatements. Yes. So maybe it will take tomorrow's class also make you understand. But yes, it's this chapter is very simple. Now I'm going to make you understand two concepts, everyone. Very important concepts. After that, I think most of our things will be over. Then we just have to read it out and we have to clear it out. Okay, everyone. Now understand this concept. See, just now we have done whatever we wanted to read from the material, but now we are going to do what generally they ask in the examination. Now see, we are going to do one topic called sample size. We are going to do one topic called what? Sample size. Sir, what do you mean by sample size? Now try to understand this topic, everyone. Very important topic from the examination point of view. What do you mean by sample size? Remember one thing, there are 4 factors you always have to keep it in mind when you are talking about what? Sample size. There are 4 factors you always have to keep it in mind. So what are the 4 factors? Factor number 1, sampling risk. You will get both of your answers here only, Komal. Okay. Non-sampling risk. What do you mean by sampling risk? What do you mean by non-sampling risk? Tolerable error range. What do you mean by tolerable error range? These were the 2 things you were asking, right? First one and third one. Yes. And last one is called expected errors. Remember one thing, guys. These are the 4 factors. If you will understand the practical examples which I'm going to tell you now, you will never fail. You will never fail in selecting your sample size when you will become a practicing CA. So it's a very practical concept. Try to understand. Sir, what do you mean by sampling risk? What do you understand by sampling risk? I will give you the 2 situations. Everyone try to give me the answer. What do you mean by sampling risk? There is one company A and there is one company B. You are the auditor of both the companies. You are the auditor of both the companies. Now, in the company A, you have followed test checking. And in the company B, you have followed full checking. In both the companies, are you giving a guarantee or in both the companies you are giving opinion? Opinion. But tell me one thing, my question is, where your results will be better. I'm not saying best. I'm using better word. Where your results will be better in the test checking company or in the full checking company?
Full checking.
Full checking company. Okay, your results will be better obviously in what? B. But my another question is why? I don't need an answer ki sir I did the full checking over there, that's why. That I also know. Tell me the reason why.
Because there is no risk involved.
There is no risk involved. Then though I could have wrote the word called best, Teja, but I use the word called better. Can you give a okay, Teja? Can you give a guarantee while doing the full checking also?
No, sir.
No. So that's the reason. Did I use a word called best or did I use the word called better?
Better.
Reasonable.
Yeah,
More
reasonable.
reliable.
Yeah, we always give the reasonable assurance. We never give the absolute assurance. Am I correct or not? But my question is why? The reason is very simple. Where did I do the sampling? Where I did not do the sampling? In A, what I did, everyone? A, may I did sampling. In the B, did I do sampling or no sampling? No sampling. So my question is very simple, everyone. Did I take a risk here or not?
Yes.
Yes, but did I take a risk or no risk?
No risk.
No risk I took. So tell me what this word is. Sampling risk. So see, sampling risk means what? अब सुनना इसका ध्यान से meaning. I hope you understood the whole example, Komal. Right or no? What do you mean by sampling risk? Sampling risk means a risk that results or conclusions will definitely differ. Results and conclusions will definitely differ between test checking and full checking because of sample involved, sampling involved in former technique. What do you mean by former technique? This one. Former means first technique and later means second technique. Did you get the point or not? So remember one thing. What do you mean by sampling risk? A sampling risk is a risk that the results and conclusions will definitely differ between test checking and full checking because of sampling involved in the which technique? Former technique. Because you took a risk of involving a sample in the test checking. That's why the results will less better as compared to, or results would be less better as compared to the full checking. It's all known as which risk, everyone? Sampling risk. This is known as which risk? Sampling risk. So you have to decide, your professional judgment has to decide, can you take sampling risk or not? Acha, my question is, can you take the sampling risk while checking the GST returns?
No, sir.
No. But can you take the sampling risk while checking the sales and purchases?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So where sampling risk is involved, where not involved? Sales and purchases may involved and not involved in case of what? GST return. Did you get the point? That is what do you mean by sampling. Now, second concept which you have to understand is known as non-sampling risk. Everyone, please tell me, audit procedures, audit evidences, and audit techniques. Listen to this very carefully. Basically, it is known as PET. What do you mean by PET? Procedures, evidences, and techniques. Tell me, everyone, audit procedures, audit evidences, and audit techniques are always chosen by whom? Auditor. And in choosing that, what helps the auditor? His personal experience, his knowledge, and his which judgment? Professional judgment. Can I say that? But tell me one thing. Can sometimes the auditor may go wrong also? Yes or no? Say for example, I should have done TOD. What is TOD, everyone?
Yes.
Testing of details. But by mistake, I relied upon TOC. So tell me, it is whose fault? I should have done this one. Now, let me write it in this way. Should have and actual. So I should have done TOD, but I did TOC. Whose fault? Auditor's fault. I should have obtained external evidence, but I relied upon which evidence? Internal. Again, whose fault? Auditor's fault. I should have gone for inspection of inventory, but I went for what? MRL. What is MRL? What is MRL or WRL, everyone? Written representation letter for the inventory. Again, it is whose fault? Auditor's fault. So tell me one thing. Can auditor also makes sometimes the poor judgments or inappropriate judgments or not? Yes, in selecting his pet. What is pet? Procedures, evidences, and techniques. That risk is known as which risk, everyone? Non-sampling risk. So what do you mean by non-sampling risk? It is a risk that auditor may make, I'm using may make, not always, may make poor or inappropriate judgment in what? In selecting his procedures, in selecting his what? Evidences, and in selecting his what? Techniques. This is known as PET. Clear or not? So जब कोई भी auditor, whenever an auditor makes the wrong judgment in doing any of these three things, that is called a which risk? Non-sampling risk. I hope you all understood the difference between sampling risk and non-sampling risk. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Sir.
Now, what is the third concept, everyone? Tolerable error range. अब इसको ध्यान से सुनना, everyone. There is an inverse relationship. There is a inverse relationship between tolerable error range and sample size. This is known as tolerable error, and this is known as what? Sample size. Now, which relationship I wrote, everyone? Inverse relationship. Means what? Can I say that the lower is the tolerable error range, higher should be the sample size? Or if higher is the tolerable error range, lower should be your sample size. This is what do you mean by inverse relationship or not? Yes or no? But the question is how? Sir, you told us that there is an inverse relationship. We listened to you, but we didn't understand how. अब इसका example सुनना ध्यान से, everyone. Suppose this is 1,000 items in front of you. Anyone, please tell me what is your normal sample size going to be? Can I say that 10%? Yes. So 10% means you selected how many items out of it? 100 items. So 100 is your sample size or not? Everyone, please tell me, 100 is your sample size or not?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. Now, I'm a very, strong auditor. I'm a very professionally ethical auditor. My tolerable error range is 2%. Can anybody explain me what do you mean by tolerable error range? Tolerable error range means what? Out of whatever I am examining, I can tolerate 2% errors. How many errors I can tolerate? 2%. Up to 2%, if the errors are coming, I will not do anything to my sample size. It means that many errors I can tolerate, because I also know that the internal control system of my client is also made up of human resource or not. And human resource, if I can do some error, whether they can also do some errors. So little bit of soft corner you should have about their internal control system or not? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So tolerable error range is 2%. What do you mean by that? Ki out of 100%, what is my expectations of positive? 98. And what is,
98%.
yeah, what is 98? And what is my expectation of negative? 2.
2%.
Am I correct or not? It means 2 samples. If they are giving me some error or fraud. Arey Komal, I'm just telling you it is an assumption. Professional judgment, na? I can expect only 2%. I can expect only 2% of tolerable error. That you will come to know over a period of experience when you will become a chartered accountant, Komal. Am I correct or not? Over a period of your practice, you will automatically gain a confidence ki how many errors. And looking at the company, you can also understand how many errors you can accept. So obviously, if the company's internal control system is super strong, how many errors you will expect, Komal? More or less? Less. And if it is completely useless internal control system? More. So can I say that this is one of the biggest factor by which you decide your tolerable error range or not? Yes or no? Yes. So say for example, my tolerable error range is what? 2%. But when I actually did the examination, what is my actual result of 100? Now look at that. My actual result of 100 is, it came 80 positive and it came 20 negative. Tell me everyone, is it within my tolerable error range expectation, or is it has violated my tolerable error range? Violated. And highly violated or not?
Highly.
What should I do to my sample size? Tell me.
Please sample, sir.
I will increase my samples. Am I correct or not? Did you understand? Now listen. You will not understand completely now. Wait. Suppose second company mein, this is the example number 1. In the second company, suppose my tolerable error range is 10%. What do you mean by tolerable error range? Can you tell me what are my expectations? Out of 100, 90 should be what? Positive, and 10 should be what? Negative. Am I correct or not? But when I actually did the examination of 100 items, I got 95% positive and 5% only negative. Tell me, according to my expectation in the case number 2, actuals are within my tolerable error range or more than my tolerable error range?
More than.
Within. What is my expectation? 10 negative. 10% is tolerable error range, na?
Oh,
So tell me, is it within or more?
within.
Within. What should I do to my sample size? I will decrease my sample size. Are you getting the point? I will decrease my sample size. So everyone, please tell me, please tell me, what was my tolerable error range in the case number 1? 2%. And what I did to my sample size at that point of time? Increased it. Am I correct or not? But in the case number 2, what I did to my tolerable error range, did I increase or decrease it? From 2% to 10%. What happened to my sample size? Decreased. So did you understand the relationship? When I decreased, when I'm decreasing my tolerable error range, what is happening to my sample size? Increasing. And when I'm increasing my tolerable error range, what is happening to my sample size? Decreasing. So there is a which relationship between the tolerable error range and sample size, everyone? Inverse relationship. Crystal clear, everyone? Please write in the comment box. If you will understand these concepts very well till the time of examination, I can guarantee you, you will never fail in the examination. How many of you understood? Please, waiting for your comment, please. Understood, everyone? Okay, Sharmila, Shakti. You all are there. I hope everyone is justified. Yes. Now, what is the last error we have to understand, everyone? Expected error. Acha. Now, here, there is a direct relationship There is a which relationship? There is a direct relationship between whom and whom? Between
Full size.
expected errors and what? Sample size. So what does that mean, everyone? This is called expected error. And this is called what? Sample size. So what do you mean by that, everyone? Higher is your expected error. Higher will be your what? Sample size. Lower is your expected error. Lower will be your sample size. Am I correct or not? That is what do you mean by direct relationship, everyone? Yes. Acha sir, how? अब सुनना ध्यान से. Here also I will tell you the example. Case number 1 में, suppose I am the auditor for the past 4 years of ABC Limited. Now, do I have a good experience in doing the audit of ABC Limited or not? Yes. My experience says that their internal control system is very poor and management is very incompetent. Tell me, everyone, their internal control system is very poor and management is very incompetent. Do you think that last year's frauds and error they have eliminated this year? No. So what is your expectation of errors and frauds to be present next year? Expectation of frauds and errors will be higher or lower? What will you do? What will be your sample size? Increase the sample size. And tell me if it is a vice versa situation then. If suppose internal control system is highly competent, very strong, and the management is highly competent, tell me, do you think that next year they will allow those frauds and errors to come back again? No. What will be your expectation of frauds and errors next year, everyone?
Less.
Less. And what should you do to your sample size?
Reduce.
So tell me, what is the relationship you got?
Direct.
Yes. Positive or direct relationship between whom and whom? Expected error and sample size. Everyone, did you all understand these 4 concepts very well or not? This is what do you mean by sampling risk, non-sampling risk, tolerable error range, and expected errors, everyone. All of you understood? Crystal clear? Any doubt or no doubt? No doubt at all. So we are only left with the methods of audit sampling, everyone. And methods of audit sampling we will do tomorrow. And acha, everyone, tomorrow do you have a class in the morning? Somebody please confirm. Do you have class in the morning tomorrow?
No, sir.
No class in the morning. Uh, uh,
Yes,
please.
sir.
I'm not asking you Teja or I'm not asking Komal. Please tell me others. Do you have any class or no? So we have test on advanced accounting. Okay. At what time? At what? 7 to 9. So you don't have class tomorrow, you have a test.
Yes, sir.
Okay, just give me 1 second, everyone. Just give me 1 second.
Someone else can wait or call again later. வேறு ஒருவருடன் பேசிக் கொண்டிருக்கிறார். காத்திருக்கலாம் அல்லது பின்னர் மீண்டும் அழைக்கலாம். आपने जिस व्यक्ति को कॉल किया है वो अन्य कॉल पर व्यस्त है. कृपया प्रतीक्षा करें या कुछ समय पश्चात प्रयास करें. Person you have called is speaking to someone else. You can wait or call again.
మీరు కాల్ చేస్తున్న వ్యక్తి
Okay, guys, I think Raja sir is little bit busy right now. So I was calling him to take the morning session. So I'll talk to him and he will update you on the WhatsApp group whether tomorrow morning we have a class or not. But evening, as usual, 7 to 9 we have. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Is it fine? So I will update you if there is any tomorrow morning session. It will be updated to you on your group. And Komal Teja and what do you say? Arshad, I will update you on my own. Okay. Chalo. Bye bye everyone. Take care. Good night to all of you. Bye everyone. Thank you. Thank you so much. Bye
Thank
everyone.
you.
See you guys tomorrow. Everyone, please confirm, is the screen and audio, video, everything is visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. So good morning to all of you. Let us start today's session. And I hope you all have understood the remaining topic what we have done yesterday, right or not? So regarding the sample size and the factors affecting the selection of sample size, all these topics we have done yesterday. And today we are going to understand, just wait. Today we are going to understand what? We are going to understand the methods of audit sampling, right? And once the methods of audit sampling will be over, then we'll see what are the other remaining topics left in audit sampling. So in this session, we'll try our level best to complete the topic called audit sampling. And the evening may we are going to start with the topic called analytical procedure, our another standard called SA 520, right? So let us start with the next topic. What is the name of the topic? The name of the topic is methods of audit sampling. Methods of audit sampling. Now, what are the different methods of audit sampling which are available in our portion that we have to understand? Now, see, when we talk about the methods of audit sampling, they are broadly classified. Okay. Yeah, they are broadly classified into two types of methods. What are the two types of methods? One are known as random selection methods. Random selection methods. And one are known as class interval methods. One are known as random selection methods and another one are known as class interval methods. Sir, what do you mean by random selection methods? Under the random selection methods, there are two methods. Simple random selection method. And the next one is stratified random selection method. One is known as simple random selection method and the second one is known as stratified random selection method. Under the class interval methods also there are two methods. One is known as block sampling and one is known as cluster sampling. Block sampling and with sampling, cluster sampling. Clear everyone? Now, you have to understand one fact that what is the common thing in the first two methods you have found? What is the common thing in the first two methods? In the first two methods, the common thing is we are doing the random selection. Am I correct or not? We are doing the which selection? Random selection, right? So first common method is we are doing the random selection. And in the next two methods, what is the common thing? The next two methods where the common thing is you will find that there is one class interval including in those methods, right or not? So there will be one class interval. Now try to understand this thing very, very carefully. Try to understand this thing very, very carefully. What do you mean by simple random selection method? Now I'm going to give you the example of each and every method so that you can understand. And after doing all these four methods, I will ask you one simple question and you have to give me the answer of that question. That is nothing but going to be the conclusion of our methods of audit sampling topic. Simple random selection method may give me the answer. Say for example, there is a huge population of purchase invoices. There's a huge population of which invoices? Purchase invoices. And this is a homogeneous population. It's a which population? Homogeneous population. So there is a homogeneous population of all the purchase invoices. And when you're going to select a sample, on the random basis, on the which basis? When you're going to select a sample on the random basis out of whole population, where each item is having equal chance of being selected, is known as simple random selection method. Are you getting the point or not? It's a very simple definition and very easy definition. So in case there is a homogeneous population of the items and you select a sample on a which basis? Random basis out of the whole population, where each item in the population is having an equal chance of being selected, is known as what? Simple random selection method. That is what we mean by simple random selection method. Clear everyone? That is what we mean by simple random selection method. But there are some disadvantages of this method. What is the disadvantage of this method? Disadvantage number one, it is only restricted to which population? Tell me everyone.
Homogeneous.
Yes, it is only restricted to homogeneous population. It is only restricted to homogeneous population. Second one, least used, least result oriented, least used, least result oriented, and least efficient method. Least efficient method. Less favorable when it comes to auditor's choice. When it comes to whose choice? Auditor's choice. It is very much less favorable method. This is what do you mean by simple random selection method. So there is a homogeneous population. You are selecting the items from the population randomly, where each and every item in the population is having an equal chance of being selected. There are disadvantages of this method. It is only restricted to homogeneous population, least use method, least result oriented method, least efficient method, and less favorable when it comes to the auditor's choice. So most of the times auditors do not use this method. Why? Because the chances of non-detection of frauds and errors will be higher. And at the same point of time, being a heterogeneous population, it is not at all a useful method in that case, right? Then the limitations of the method number one got improvised in the method number two. So what is method number two? Method number two is known as stratified random selection method. Sir, what do you mean by stratified random selection method? So here the example is, suppose there's a heterogeneous population now. There's a which geneous? Heterogeneous population, and same. purchase invoices are there. There's a heterogeneous population and same what? Purchase invoices are there. So what we are going to do? We are going to simply divide the big population into what?
Small
Subpopulation, and each small subpopulation is known as what? Stratas, right or not? Yes. So what we are going to do, 10% one side, 5% one side, 18% one side, 12% one side, 15% one side, and 20% on one side. So what we did, the same population we divided into subpopulation. So here each subpopulation is known as what? Stratum. Each subpopulation is known as stratum. So this is called stratification. So point number one, it is a heterogeneous population. It is a heterogeneous population. Point number two, first, the auditor shall do stratification. First, the auditor shall do the stratification, which means dividing the whole population into small subpopulations, and where each subpopulation is known as stratum. And remember one thing, you can call it as stratum also, and you can call it as strata also. There are two names of the population. You can call it as stratum and you can call it as strata also. Later on, now tell me everyone, now we are going to do the random selection from each and every stratum, or we are going to do the random selection out of stratums?
Each
and every stratum. Yes. Later on, random selection will be done. Random selection will be done from each and every stratum. Right or not? What is the advantage? Can be useful in both situations. Either it is homogeneous or it is heterogeneous population. Advantage number two, highly efficient, favorable, and result-oriented method. Result-oriented method. So this is what do you mean by the method number two, called what? Stratified random selection method. Clear? Now what is the third method, everyone? The third method name is known as block sampling. Now what do you mean by block sampling? Now listen to this thing. Now block sampling and cluster sampling are going to come under the class interval methods. In the block sampling, there are so many similarities like stratified random selection method, but little bit difference you will find in the method here. What is the difference? Try to understand this situation. Example, suppose there are yearly sales. We are verifying what? Yearly sales. Now, what do you mean by yearly sales? I will divide the yearly sales into 12 blocks. What do you mean by 12 blocks? From April to March. So every month sales are there. So I divided the sales into 12 blocks from April to March. Now, after dividing, now tell me, did I do the stratification again or not? Tell me everyone. The total yearly sales of population, I divided it into 12 blocks from April to March. Now, did I do the stratification again? Yes, I did the stratification again. I divided the big population into what? Small subpopulation. But what I'm going to do is, tell me any 5 random selection dates. Tell me any 3 or 4 random dates of every month. Just tell me the random dates of April month. Any 3 random dates which are coming to your mind. Okay, the first 4 or 3 random dates which are coming to my mind is, say for example, 7th April or 21st April or 17 April or 29th April. Are you getting the point? Say for example, these are the, yes, you are also correct, Komal. So my random dates which came in my mind are 7th, 21st, 17th and 29th. Now what did I do? In the first block, I selected 4 dates randomly. In the first block, I selected 4 dates randomly, and the remaining blocks mein, in the remaining blocks, same criteria of block of transactions will be followed. What do you mean by that? Say for example, in the April, I chose 7th April, 17th April, 21st April, 29th April. Are you getting the point or not? I chose these 4 random dates. I'm not saying I used any kind of systematic or mathematical formula. Just these are the 4 random dates I chose. Now the first block of transactions I chose randomly. Now remember one thing, the remaining blocks may, the criteria will be same which I have chosen in the first block. It means when I will verify the sales of May month, so 7th May, 21st May, 17th May, 29th May. The same thing when I'll do it in the June month, 7th June, 21st June, 17th June, 29th June. Same thing when I'll do it in the March month, 7th March, 21st March, 17th March and 29th March. My question is very simple to all of you. Am I doing the random selection again and again in every block, or I did it only in the first block of transaction? In the no, I did it only in the first block of transaction, whereas the remaining blocks are automatically following the first block consistently or not? Yes or no? I chose only the 4 random dates in the April block of transaction. In the May block, same 4 random dates. In the June block, same 4 random dates. July to March, same random 4 dates. Are you getting the point? Now, what is the relevance of class interval in this method? Tell me, what is the gap between 7th April to 7th May? 1 month. What is the gap between 29th April to 29th May? 1 month. So remember one thing, class interval of 1 month is coming from one block to the another block. That is why it is known as class interval method. Here the class interval is same, and that is the reason it is known as block sampling. So again, let me tell you what you mean by block sampling. Little bit of concentration is required and the whole block sampling will go inside your head. Block sampling is a method in which the auditor again will use the stratification method. Now tell me, did I divide the whole yearly sales into the 12 blocks of 12 months or not? Yes. Where each subpopulation is not going to be called as strata now. Are you getting now? We are going to call it as a blocks. Are you getting now? Instead of strata, we are going to call it as a blocks. Point number 1. In this method, the auditor will select the first block of transactions on random basis. In this, the auditor will select the first block of transactions on random basis. Tell me the first 4 random dates I chose. 7th April, 21st April, 17th April, 29th April. Now, in the remaining blocks, same dates will be followed consistently. So it means the remaining blocks are automatically following the first block of transaction. So random selection is done in each and every block, or random selection was done only in the first block of transaction?
First block.
Yeah. So what is the major difference between second method and third method you found? In the second method, did we do the random selection from each and every stratum or not? Yes, we did the random selection in each and every stratum. Here we did the random selection only on first block, only on the first block, and remaining block automatically followed the first block. That is what the major difference between stratified random selection method and the block sampling method. So let me write what is block sampling method. Here also auditor does stratification. That is a point number one. Here also auditor does stratification. Each subpopulation, here it is known as stratum or here it is known as block?
Block.
Yes, each subpopulation here it is known as what? Block. Next, only the first block of transactions, only the first block of transactions will be selected on which basis?
Random basis.
On random basis. Only the first block of transaction will be selected on a random basis, whereas remaining blocks shall follow the criteria of selection of first block automatically, whereas the remaining block shall follow the criteria of selection of the first block automatically. It means either it is the month of June, July, August, September, May, October, November, December, whatever the month, we are not going to do any random selection. We are going to follow the same dates which we first selected in the month of April. So in the random selection method, under the stratified method, we did the random selection in each and every stratum. But here we are only doing the random selection in the first block of transaction, and the remaining blocks are automatically following the first block, right or not? That is what the major difference between this method number 2 and 3. Now, what is the fourth method? Fourth method is known as cluster sampling, everyone. I will ask you a very important conclusion at the end. Please be ready for that conclusion. Fourth method mein what we'll do? Example. Same example I'm going to take so that you can have a comparison between the last three methods. Here also I'm verifying the purchase invoices. Here also I'm verifying the purchase invoices. Now, here also I divided the population into 6 populations. 10% purchase invoices, 5%, 18%, 12%, 15%, and say for example 25%, 20% GST. Now, listen to this very carefully, everyone. In the method number 2, I did the random selection from each and every stratum. Now, first of all, tell me, here also did I follow the stratification or not? Yes, here also I followed the stratification. In the method number 2, each subpopulation is known as what? Stratum. In the method number 3, each and every subpopulation is known as what? Block. But in this method, each and every subpopulation is going to be known as what? Cluster. What we are going to call it as? Cluster. So here it is known as cluster. It is not a stratum. Here it is stratum. Here it is cluster. After that, what we did in the method number 2? In the method number 2, we did the random selection from each and every stratum. Am I correct or not? But here, we are going to do the random selection among the clusters. What is the difference you found? What is the difference you found? Now, I'm not doing the random selection from each and every cluster. I'm doing the random selection among the clusters. It means I may choose some transactions from 10%. I may not choose it from 15%. I may choose it from 5%. May not choose it from 18%. May choose it from 12%. May not choose it from 20%. Are you getting the point or not? Again repeating. In the stratified random selection method, you were doing the random selection from each and every stratum. But here I'm doing the random selection among the clusters. It means, let me use another color. I may choose this, I may not choose that. I may choose this, I may not choose that. I may choose this, I may not choose that. Now tell me, did I do random selection from each and every cluster or random selection among the clusters?
Among the clusters.
Among the clusters. So that method, that is the only thin line of difference between the last cluster sampling and the stratified random selection method. Right or not? So let me write it. After that, I'll ask you the difference. Here also, auditor does stratification. Here also, the auditor does stratification. And each subpopulation here is known as clusters.
Cluster.
Yes, each subpopulation here is known as cluster. But the auditor, instead of doing random selection from each and every cluster, instead of doing random selection from each and every cluster, he is doing random selection among the clusters. He is doing random selection where? Among the clusters, which makes it different from stratified random selection method. Did you get the point or not? Which makes it different from stratified random selection method. Instead of doing the random selection from each and every stratum, here the auditor did the random selection among the clusters. Are you getting the point? So my question is very simple, everyone. Conclusion. Please give me the conclusion. Which one is the best method among all the 5 methods we have done? Among all the 4 methods we have done. Which one is the best method where you will get the best out of best results?
Stratified. Stratified.
Yes, method number 2. Stratified random selection method is the 99.99% choice of the auditors. Not only 99.99, you can say that 100% choice of the auditors. Are you getting the point? No more nowadays block sampling is used. No more nowadays a cluster sampling is used. No more nowadays a simple random selection method is used. So which one is our best method? The best method is stratified random selection method. Can I ask you the question why? Why it is the best method? Chances of non-detection of frauds and errors are highest here or the lowest here?
Yeah.
Low, huh? Highest, huh?
Lowest.
Lowest, yes. So chances of non-detection of frauds and errors or ROMM are lowest here, right or not? That is the only reason is stratified random selection method is now favorable when it comes to the audit sampling. So this one used to be there in the olden days. This one very rare case where it will be used. I don't have used it. I have not used it so far in my own thing. This one also I didn't use. Definitely I will go for that method because first of all though we will be in a position to do the random selection from each and every stratum, and at the same point of time I can say to myself, okay, at least 1 or 2 invoices from each and every stratum I have verified. So yes, chances are there, but less chances of frauds and errors are there. So that brings an end to the another topic called methods of audit sampling. So let us understand it from our material, whether we are left with some other things or not in our material. Right? Give me 1 second. Anyone is having any kind of doubt? Okay. So, appropriateness of sampling approaches. So, the topics which are extra to be covered by us in the audit sampling topic is what are the advantages of statistical sampling? Now, first of all, tell me, do you understand yesterday what is the major difference between statistical and non-statistical sampling?
Sir,
Now, tell me what is the major difference?
mathematical.
Huh? Where the
Scientific method,
yes, which one is a scientific and mathematical method?
statistical method.
Statistical. And which one is completely based upon the personal experience, professional judgment of an auditor? Non-statistical. Which one is required to be used highly? Statistical
Statistical method.
sampling is always more preferable because sometimes the judgment of an auditor may get biased or may get what? Partial. That's the reason it has been told that it's better to use the which method?
Statistical.
Statistical method. Now, advantages of statistical method, everyone. It is there in front of you. The amount of testing does not increase in proportion to the increase in size of the population. What do you mean by that? See, mathematical formula is same. Mathematical formula is same. The sample size does not increase in proportion to the increase in the area tested. Now, say for example, there is one formula which is saying that yes, this much of sample size only should be selected irrespective of the size of population. So here, the biggest thing which you will come to know that here sample size does not change by the change of size of the population. Point number 2. The sample selection is more objective and more defensible. So I will tell you the best method to how to retain that. If you know the criticism of a non-statistical sampling which you have done yesterday, if you'll do the positivity of that negative points, it will become the positive points of what? Statistical sampling. Are you getting the point or not? So it is neither, you can see that non-statistical sampling, what is given? It is neither objective nor scientific. I'll come back to you, Komal, on that. Don't worry. Okay. So it is neither objective nor scientific. Now, if you will write it in a positive way, what will be the statistical method advantage?
It is objective and
Objective or
scientific.
scientific. So I think that is the best method by which you can retain it. But let us read it for 1 or 2 minutes. Like what is the advantages of that? Sample selection is more objective and therefore more defensible. Right or not? What do you mean by defensible? If somebody will come to me and will say that on what basis you selected this sample, I'll say that I used or I selected this sample on the basis of some mathematical formula. Now tell me, my judgment somebody can question, there is no doubt, but can somebody question the statistics? No, somebody cannot question the statistics. So I may defend myself in a more better manner if I'm using the statistical method. This method provides a means of estimating the minimum sample size associated with a specified risk and precision. Yes, it is very precise method. And yes, please mute yourself. Right or not? Now see, what is the meaning of this method? This method provides you the minimum sample size associated with the specified risk and precise method. So very clear and very precise method. There is a non-calculated risk when it comes to the non-statistical method because there my personal experience, my professional knowledge and my professional judgment is playing the role. But here we are using everything mathematically. We are using everything systematically. We are doing the pros and cons. We are applying the permutations and combination. Therefore, calculated risk is there when it comes to what? Statistical sampling. So, uncalculated risk in case of non-statistical sampling, calculated risk in case of what? Statistical sampling. Right? Next one. It may provide a better description of large mass of data than a complete examination of a data since non-sampling errors are such as processing and clerical mistakes are not at large. Yes, very simple point they are saying that. Acha, tell me one thing. in the statistical and in the non-statistical, where the chances of more human error are there?
Statistics.
In the statistical and non-statistical, where the chances of more human error are there? Definitely in the non-statistical. Are you getting the point? Because you are using your professional judgment. Even if you are a 40 years old practicing CA or you are a 40 days old practicing CA, both of them will do some mistakes. Are you getting the point? Because human is a statue of error. You cannot say that I'm now 60 years old, I will never do the mistake in my life. No, mistakes, errors are the part of your life, and at every stage of life you do definitely do some mistakes, right or not? So basically I will suggest you that if you know the meaning of, or if you know the disadvantages of non-statistical sampling, it's better to convert those disadvantages into what? Advantages. So if I have to tell you the keywords to be remembered, so what is the first keyword I can suggest you to remember here is, listen, the keyword number one, size of the population, size of sample does not increase or decrease with size of what? Population. Point number one. Like that, you can remember that in a simple way. More objective. Oh, sorry. Less objective. More defensive. Less objective. More defensive. Next one. Minimum sample size involved. Point number four. Calculated risk involved. Point number five. Less human error, or you can say that clerical mistakes. Just remember these as the keywords to retain for a longer period of time. Did you get the point or not? So this is what how you have to do. Or in the fourth method, minimum sample size involved, clear and precise. So what are the 5 advantages of a statistical sampling, everyone? Tell me, what are the 5 advantages? Let's do the revision. What are the 5 advantages? Advantage number 1, size of sample varies or does not vary? Does not vary. With what? Size of population. Second, calculated risk is always there. Third one, everyone, precise and clear method. And which sample is involved? Minimum sample. Precise and clear method. Minimum sample is involved. Point number 5. Point number 4.
Objective, more defensive.
Yes. Objective, less, and defensive, more. Point number 5 में less involvement of human or clerical errors.
It should be more objective, right?
More objective? No, it should be less objective. Why more?
No.
What do you mean? What do you mean by objectivity?
Unbiased. Yes.
Wait.
In the notes also it is
Less. Wait. Yes. एक second. I'm thinking objectivity in the more. Yes. Very nice. Thank you so much. I was thinking about objectivity being partial and unbiased. I was in the non-statistical era when I was thinking about that. So it is more. Very nice. So it is more objective and more defensive, everyone. Did you all understand why it is more? More
Yes.
objective means,
Yes.
yeah, less impartial and less unbiased. Because if it is a non-statistical sampling, we may increase or decrease the sample size as per my suitability or as per my requirement. So I may become partial, I may become biased. So in that case, I'll be less objective. Yes. So if we'll write the opposite of that, can I say that same is going to be what?
Disadvantage of non-statistical.
Statistical sampling, right? So either you do the disadvantages of the non-statistical and convert them into advantage, or you can do one thing, you know the advantage of statistical and convert them into disadvantage of a non-statistical, one of the same thing only, right? Now let us understand the three things. What are the three things we have to understand? Sample size, size of the sample, sample design, size of the sample, and selection of the sample. So three things. How shall we do the designing of the sample? How shall we select the size of the sample? And how shall we do the selection of the sample? So what should be the design of the sample? What should be the size of the sample? And how should we select the sample? That we are going to understand. When designing an audit sample, the auditor shall consider the purpose of the audit procedures and the characteristics of the population from which the sample will be drawn. The auditor shall determine a sample size sufficient to reduce the sampling risk to an acceptable low level. The auditor shall select items for the sample in such a way that each sampling unit in the population has a chance of selection. So basically, the design is based upon what? The design is based upon purpose of audit procedures. It is based upon features of population. Next one, it is based upon random selection. Tell me everyone, am I correct or not? The design of the sample is based upon what kind of audit procedures you are following. Everyone, please tell me what is the difference between TOT and TOB. What is TOT? Testing of transactions. And what is TOB?
Testing of balance.
Testing of balances. So tell me, in both the cases, the assertions will remain same or it will differ? Almost it will remain same, but there are so many assertions which are different also. Tell me one thing, will you check the existence in case of transactions or occurrence in case of transaction? Occurrence. Are you getting the point? But what you will check in case of assets and liabilities? Existence. Am I correct or not? Or if I have to ask you very one thing, if I have to ask you very simple thing, if you are doing TOC and TOD, testing of controls and testing of details, where your sample size will be more and where your sample size will be less?
Testing of control is less.
Yes, and testing of details may it will be
Oh.
more. So point number one is what kind of audit procedure you are going to apply. That will also help you in designing your audit sample. Second thing, features of the population. Features of the population. Tell me one thing, what if it is a homogeneous population and what if it is a heterogeneous population where you are going to follow stratification and where you need not follow the stratification?
If I want to know the total population of the country, I go into sample size.
No. I'm saying that there is a homogeneous population and there is a heterogeneous population. This is the characteristic of the population. Am I correct or not? Where you would like to go for a sampling, where you would like to go for a stratification, and where you would not like to go for a stratification. Yes. Homogeneous, heterogeneous. Where stratification required, where stratification not required.
Heterogeneous means stratification.
Heterogeneous mere stratification. So it means, can I say that a feature of the population will also help us in designing the sample size? Yes. And most important thing, what is the criteria of our selection? It should be biased selection or it should be a random selection? It should be a random selection. And what do you mean by random selection? Where every item in the population will get an equal chance of being selected. Am I correct or not? Yes. So this is what are the three things you have to understand. If whenever we are designing our audit sample, make sure that you should understand what is the purpose of your audit procedure. What are the characteristics of your population, and most importantly, are you going to do the random selection or not? Now see, when designing the audit sample, auditor's consideration includes specific purpose to be achieved and the combination of audit procedure that is likely to best achieve that purpose. Considering the nature of the audit evidence sought and possible deviation, misstatement, condition or other characteristics to the will assist the auditor in defining what constitutes a deviation, misstatement and what population to use for sampling. In fulfilling the requirement of SA 500 audit evidence, when performing the audit sampling, the auditor performs the audit procedure to obtain evidence that the population from which the audit sample is going to be drawn. It's a very simple thing, guys. What do you understand by the term called deviation? Now, do you remember yesterday I told you some tolerable error range concept?
Yes.
Yes. So what do you mean by tolerable errors, everyone? What do you understand by the term called tolerable error? It is, yes, it is that amount of errors which you can't tolerate or which is acceptable to you.
Acceptable.
So say for example, if I'm verifying 100 items and out of that 95 should come positive and 5 should come negative, what is my tolerable error range? 5%. So it means my actual acceptance level is 100 only, but I can still deviate from 100 by how many percentage?
5%.
5%. Are you getting the point? So it means my level of deviation is 5%. But if my level of deviation is going to be violated by the results, should I increase or decrease my sample size accordingly or not?
Yes.
Yes. So that is how you do the sample design, everyone. Did you get the point? The auditor's consideration purpose of the audit procedure includes a clear understanding of what constitutes a deviation or misstatement, so that all and only those conditions that are relevant to the purpose of audit procedure. Now, in the test of details relating to existence of debtors. Now, example is given. Suppose we are doing the TOD in relation to debtors, and we want to check the existence of debtor. It means which assertion we are testing? Existence of debtors we are testing, such as confirmation, payments made by the customer before confirmation date but received shortly after the date by the client are not considered as misstatement. Also, a misposting between customer accounts does not affect the total accounts receivable balance. Can anybody make me understand this example? What the lawmaker is trying to tell you? Read the whole example and let me know what is the meaning of this example. Read the whole example, everyone. I need a clarification. What do you mean by this? What the lawmaker is trying to tell you in this examination?
Purpose.
There are two examples in the same. Uh, if the customer has paid before the confirmation date, but the amount is received after, then there will be timing difference.
Yeah,
This is not
it's a very
considered as
simple thing,
mistake.
guys. It's a very simple thing. Suppose there's a debtor who has given me a check. He has given me the check before the due date only. It means whether his intention is clear to make my payment or not.
Yes.
Yes. I deposited that check in the account, and due to 2-3 bank holidays came, now check got cleared after 5 days. It means due date is over, and after the due date of 5 days more it took to clear my payment. Now, should I blame my debtor in that case?
No.
No. He to made the payment before the due date or not? Yes. So will that be considered as a misstatement, everyone, or will not be considered as a misstatement? Will not be considered as a misstatement. That is what you have to understand. One point. Second point. Misposting between the customer's account does not affect the total accounts receivable balance. Suppose there is one debtor who made the payment, but I credit it to another debtor. Now tell me one thing. Is there any disagreement of the balance sheet in that case?
No.
No. Balance will remain same. Are you getting the point or not? Trial balance will remain same and balance sheet also will agree. So that will also will not be treated as a misstatement. So remember one thing, what to be treated as a misstatement, what not to be treated as a misstatement, that is dependent upon the professional judgment of an auditor. Just because there are little bit delay of the payment credited to your account, or just because of the misposting, you cannot call it as it's a huge deviation. Why this thing has happened? These are known as clerical errors, which are always having a soft corner from the auditor's point of view. Clear or not? Yes or no?
Human error.
Yeah, human error. Yes, you can say that. So that is what this example was given here to make you understand what do you mean by deviation. You can't call it as a, just give me 1 second. Okay. So did you understand the meaning of deviation here? So everything which is deviating or everything which is changing from your expectation will not be shortlisted as a deviation, because deviation can be of two types. It can be intentional, it can be Acha, say for example, if you found out that your debtor has intentionally given you the check in such a way that next 1 week he knows that ki bank holiday is there. That's the reason 1 or 2 days he did the delay and gave you the check by saying some excuse. Then in that case, what is the intention of that debtor? To intentional make the delay or to unintentionally make the delay?
Intentionally make.
Then it is known as deviation. Then in that case, you can say that yes, it is a clear case of misstatement. Did you understand the point or not? Yes. Now, therefore, it may not be appropriate to consider this as a misstatement in evaluating the sample results, even though it may have an important effect on other areas such as assessment of the risk of fraud and adequacy of the allowance for doubtful account. In considering the characteristics of population for the test of controls, the auditor makes assessment of expected rate of deviation based on auditor's understanding of the relevant control. Do you remember yesterday also I told you one concept of expected errors? Everyone, please tell me, what if the internal control system of my client is very poor? What should I do to my sample size? I will increase my sample size. Why I am increasing my sample size? Because expectation of errors is going to be higher or lower in that case? Higher. So tell me one thing, what is the relationship you found between expected error and sample size? Yes, direct relationship. Do you remember that yesterday we have done this concept also? Yes, so that is what same things which we have already done are nothing but written in front of you. And stratification, so you already know. What do you mean by stratification, everyone? When the big population is divided into what? Small populations. And each sub-small population is known as what? Stratum. We do it to increase our sampling risk or we do it to decrease our sampling risk? Decrease our sampling risk, right or not? What do you mean by stratification, everyone? Audit efficiency may be improved if the auditor stratifies a population by dividing it into the discrete subpopulation which have an identifying characteristic. The objective of the stratification is to reduce the variability of items within each stratum and therefore allow sample size to reduce without increasing what? Sampling risk. So that is what we mean by stratification. That I already told you the concept of stratification, but it is given here, so you can do that. Yes. When perform test of details, while performing the test of details, the population is often stratified by monetary value. This allows greater audit effort to be directed to the larger value items as these items may contain the greatest potential of misstatement. Acha, everyone, let me give you one example of that. Suppose there is one box and this box is having sales invoices. Now my client is saying, sir, there are rupees 100 of sales invoices also and there are 100 crores worth of sale invoice also. To tell me everyone, the range is very small or range is very huge? What is the range of invoices? From 100 to 100 crores worth of invoices are there. It means 100 rupees invoices are also there and 100 crores worth of invoices are also there. So some invoices are 500, 600, 700 and some invoices are running into the crores and crores. So range is very huge everyone. So tell me one thing, is it possible to do the simple random selection method in this case or you have to do the stratification in this case?
Stratification.
Stratification. Can you please tell me, can I say that I will do the stratification in this way? I will do 0 to 1 lakh, 1 lakh to 10 lakh, 10 lakhs to 1 crore, 1 crore to 10 crore, 10 crore to 100 crores and more than 100 crores. Am I correct or not? Did I do the stratification? Now tell me everyone, where the chances of high misstatement are going to be there? With the low amount of invoices or high amount of invoices? So tell me where my sample size is going to be highest?
10 lakh to 1 crore, 1 crore to 10 lakh.
In all the last 4 May, in the last 4 May, my sample size is going to be very high. Because am I doing TOD here or not? Now tell me, am I just not verifying some invoices and verifying some invoices, or I'm going to verify each and every type of invoice? I'm going to verify each and every type of invoice. It means I'm doing TOD. But my question is where my sample size will be more? In the upper 2 types of samples or in the last 4 types of samples? Because higher the size of the transaction, higher will be the chances of Romam or not. Yes, that's the reason. That is what is being written here in that. So this population, this whole paragraph is nothing but told you in the form of what? Example here, right or not? Rest already we did. Regarding the sample size, so I already told you what are the 4 factors we did which helps us in selecting a sample size, everyone. Sampling risk, yesterday we have done the last topic. Sampling risk, non-sampling risk, and expected error, and which error? Tolerable error. Everyone please tell me, what do you mean by non-sampling risk and what do you mean by sampling risk? Komal, please tell me. I hope yesterday you understood. What do you understand by sampling and non-sampling risk?
Sampling risk is the one where if we have done
Yes.
audit of the full population,
Mhm.
the conclusion may differ from that.
And obviously the
Kind of.
conclusion will be better in case of full checking instead of what? Test checking.
So
And that is only because of sampling risk involved in the test checking. Am I correct or not?
yes.
Yes. Then what do you mean by non-sampling risk?
Any other risk other than sampling risk, like
Yes, PET, PET. When the auditor makes a good judgment or makes a poor judgment.
poor judgment.
Yeah, poor judgment in selecting his PET. Everyone. What is PET, everyone? Procedures, evidences, and techniques. Instead of going for external evidence, he went for internal. Instead of going for inspection, he went for observation. Or say for example, instead of going for a RAP, he did what? FAP. Or instead of going for TOC, TOD, he went for TOC. So whenever the auditor makes a wrong judgment in selecting his procedures, evidences and techniques, that risk is called as non-sampling risk. So it is purely not based upon on your sampling risk. It is purely based upon the poor judgment of an auditor, right or not? And what is the relationship between expected error and sample size, everyone?
Direct relation.
Direct relationship. And what is the relationship between tolerable error and sample size?
Indirect.
So that methods though we have already done. We have already done this factors influencing the sample size. Clear or not? So examples of factors, these are the examples given. Now, everyone, I want you to read this paragraph and tell me if you don't understand anything. Read this paragraph just for 1 minute in the bold letter. The higher the auditor's assessment of ROMUM, the larger the sample size needs to be. Auditor's assessment of ROMUM is affected by the inherent risk and control risk. Sir, what do you mean by inherent risk and what do you mean by control risk? That we are going to understand in 315. Right or no? For example, if the auditor does not perform the test of controls, the auditor's risk assessment cannot be reduced for the effective operation of internal control with respect to particular assertion. Therefore, in order to reduce the audit risk to an acceptable level, auditor needs a low detection risk and will rely more on substantive procedures. The more audit evidence that is obtained from the test of details, that is lower the detection risk, the larger the sample size will be. Thus, we can say that there will be increase in sample size in case of increase in the auditor's assessment of ROMUM. Everyone, please tell me, very simply, you please tell me, in the audit procedure, what is the first procedure we follow? RAP or FAP? In the audit procedure, what is the first procedure we follow? RAP. RAP gives us what idea? RAP gives us what idea? It gives us an idea about the ROMUM or not? RAP gives us an idea about ROMUM. My question is very simple. If you think that the ROMUM is high, are you going to go for TOC or you are going to go for TOD? And if the ROMUM you think that is low, are you going to go for TOC or you are going to go for TOD? Very simple question. Everyone, please answer. If the ROMUM is very high, I will not go for TOC. I will go for what? TOD. And if I'm going for TOD, what will be my sample size? If I'm going for TOD, everyone, what will be my sample size? Will it be increased or will it be decreased? Increased. And if the ROMUM is less and the TOD I will go for or TOC I will go for? TOC, because I can believe their controls. So I will go for not TOD, I'll go for TOC. What will happen to my sample size? Decrease. So it means if the ROMUM has to establish a relationship with the sample size, what kind of relationship you will establish? Direct relationship. That's what the purpose of this whole paragraph. Clear or not? So there is a direct relationship between the ROMUM and sample size. Higher the ROMUM, higher will be a sample size. Lower the ROMUM, lower will be a sample size. Clear, everyone? Yes or no? So all that which I told you are nothing but 2-3 examples have been given over here so that you can understand it. And there is only one small topic which we are left with, that is called data analytics and methods of sampling. So we have already done now, everyone. Yes, this topic is only left in our whole chapter, that is called what? Data analytics. And this topic, data analytics, we have it again in which chapter? We have it in the audit of automated environment. Simple random selection method we done with, stratified random selection, class interval methods we are done with. We are done with block sampling also. We know the difference between sampling and non-sampling risk also, right or not? And we know what do you mean by deviation and misstatement also. I think yes, we are done left with the one topic only called, that is called data analytics. And data analytics ka topic, guys, I will tell you in the evening session, because Raja sir told me that you all are articleship students and you have to leave by 9 o'clock, right or not? So it is almost 5 to 9. So we'll do one thing. We'll meet for the data analytics in the evening. It will take 5 to 10 minutes to make you understand. And after that, we are going to start with the topic called what? Analytical procedures. Our standard number essay 520. Once the 520 will be over, then in that case, I can say that your whole 500 series will be over. Then we will be doing 315 risk assessment and internal control. That will take another 2 classes. And then we will start with the chapter called audit of different items and audit of different entities. And almost our 90% of the portion will be over by the time those 2 chapters will be over. Then only the patchwork will be left. And regarding the patchwork, we'll be having another 4-5 days. And I think by 15th of this month, maximum, I'm saying maximum, by the 15th of this month, your portion should be over, right, everyone? So thank you so much, everyone. See you guys in the evening. Evening, as usual, 7 to 9, we are going to meet. Okay? Bye, everyone. All the very best for your day. Good day. Good day, all of you. Bye.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, pleasure.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, pleasure. I hope you all are able to see me.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
So everyone, let us start today's session. So yesterday we started with the 700 series, if I'm not wrong, right? So in the 700 series, may which standard? I think only one standard we are done with. Then I got some medical emergency and I had to leave. So we have done the 700, everyone. So in the 700, what we understood, which kind of opinion we understood in 700? Tell me, everyone, which kind of opinion we understood in 700? Did we understand all types of opinion, or we only understood one unmodified opinion? Unmodified opinion only we understood in the 700. And along with the unmodified opinion, what else we understood? We understood the various things. So what various things? We understood things like titles, or like various basic elements of the audit report. Now everyone, please tell me, what is the first element of the audit report? That is title, followed by that addressee. After the addressee, there will be a opinion para. In the opinion, I hope yesterday I made you see the whole thing practically also by showing you the Reliance India Limited's audit report, right? Yes.
sir.
So we did the basis of paragraph. Then going concern paragraph is mandatory or optional? Optional. Then we have the CAM para, then we have the management responsibility para in our audit report, then we have auditor's responsibility para, then EMP, OMP, then other legal and statutory para, date and place. And in the place, everyone, we don't write the full address. In the place, we write the name of the city in which we are while signing the audit report. And finally, we also understood what signature of the auditor. In the signature of the auditor, form's name, form registration number, nature of the name of the partner who is signing, designation of the partner who is signing, his signature, and his membership number. So yesterday we have done it. And yesterday I also gave you the introduction of essay 701, everyone. What is 701? Communicating the key audit matters in the independent auditor's report. Now yesterday I told you that sometimes when the auditor is having some doubts relating to some of the areas, then the auditor would like to clarify those doubts with the TCWG. Am I correct or not? And when we clarify those doubts with the TCWG, when we go there, and if the TCWG is successful in clearing my doubts, then what I'll do, I'll copy paste all those doubts. I'll copy paste all those doubts and all those answers which are given by the TCWG in my auditor's report. Are you getting the point? So I will put all that in my auditor's report as it is only, so that the, what to say, communicative value of my audit report can be increased. Because sometimes when the auditor goes and have a communication with the TCWG, the outside public is having an idea that yes, this person might have compromised his independence, objectivity, and integrity. That's why he's coming out like with a uh, happy face, or with a no tension on his face and all. So that's the reason lawmaker, the ICAI, has made this standard कि whatever the discussions have taken place, as it is, copy paste in your auditor's report. And you will see that yesterday you have also seen that in our auditor's report, which area was the biggest area, everyone? Which area was the biggest area? CAM only was the biggest area. Am I correct or not? CAM only was the biggest area. So key audit matters was the only biggest area. If you remember, it was lasting to 7-8 pages. So on the left side, there was the queries raised by the auditor, and on the right side, there was answers given by the management, everyone. Okay. So now today we are going to start with the CAM. We'll do 705 also. We'll do 706 also, and we'll do 710 also, and then we'll see it from the material. If something else is there, then also we are going to write that. Now everyone, meaning of CAM. What do you mean by meaning of CAM? Remember one thing, there is one definition of CAM you have to understand, and the same definition you have to write in the auditor's report also. Are you getting the point? Sir, why we are writing the definition in the auditor's report? Understand one thing, this is a new standard. Therefore, it is our responsibility to tell the users ki what is this paragraph. Are you getting the point? So, till the time ICAI does not give us any directions to remove the definition from the auditor's report, we are going to write the same meaning and same definition in the auditor's report. Don't worry, I'll make you see also where we have written the definition also. Now, what do you mean by CAM, everyone? First, I'll tell you the non-practical way of understanding the definition. Then I'll tell you how you have to write in the examination. Now, what is the meaning of CAM? When this person called auditor, everyone, I hope all of you are able to see. When this person called auditor discusses some major matters with whom? Remember one thing, you don't have to use the word called management. You have to use the word with TCWG. When the auditor discusses some matters with the TCWG, out of these all matters, in auditor's judgment, out of all these matters what he is discussing, in auditor's judgment, if some matters out of all the matters he had discussed with the TCWG, in auditor's judgment, if some matters are of significant importance, some matters are of significant importance, some matters are of significant, or you can say are of most significant matter, which are affecting current period financial statements, which are affecting what? Current period financial statement. That matters is going to disclose in CAM para, and that matters are known as CAM matters. Now again repeating, everyone, you are not going to copy paste, or you are not going to disclose each and every matter what you have discussed with the TCWG. From all the matters what you have discussed with the TCWG, if your professional judgment of an auditor is saying that, say for example, I discussed the 30 matters with the TCWG. From all the 30 matters, among those 30 matters, if I think that 12 to 15 matters are most significant matters, they are highly important matters, those matters from the total matters which you have discussed with the TCWG are required to be inserted in a CAM paragraph. Everyone, again repeating, not all the matters what you have discussed with the TCWG are going to be the CAM para. Out of all the matters, those matters which are highly important, highly significant, most significant, who thinks that auditor's judgment says that, those matters are going to qualify as a CAM paragraph, everyone. I hope all of you understood. Yes. So what is the definition of CAM? It refers to most significant matters. It refers to most significant matters which in auditor's judgment, which in whose judgment, everyone? Which in auditor's judgment are of huge importance, which in auditor's judgment are of huge importance and also affects the current period financial statements is known as CAM, everyone. So this is the same as it is word to word you have to write. Now on this particular definition only, so many times the MCQ question has come. So what is the MCQ questions? CAM matters are decided from those discussions which takes place with the management, which takes place with the audit committee, which takes place with the TCWG, or none of above. Tell me, what is your answer? Yes,
TCWG.
we select those matters which we have discussed with the TCWG. So remember, CAM is selected from all those matters which we have discussed with the TCWG. Clear, everyone? Yes. So let me show you where the actually we give the definition of CAM also. So you will see that in the auditor's report of Reliance, the auditor has already given the definition of CAM also. So everyone, please see. I hope you all will be able to see the definition of CAM also. All of you are able to see. Now you can see that key audit matters are those matters that in our professional judgment, who is saying that? Auditor, were of most significance in the audit of standalone financial statement for the financial year 31/3/2019. Same matter we are writing. Are you getting the point or not? Same, it is nothing but the definition. Sir, why we are writing the definition in the auditor's report? I already gave you a reason, because this is a new standard. Users may get confused ki what is key audit matters. That's the reason we are telling that ki bhaiya, key audit matters are those matters which in our professional judgment were of most significance in our audit of financial year 31/3/2019. I hope everyone is justified with the explanation. Yes or no? Yes.
Yes, sir.
Chalo. So let us proceed with the next thing. Sir, what are the objectives? What are the objectives? What is the purpose? And what is the advantage of CAM? Very simple question comes in the CAM. What is the objective? What is the purpose? What is the advantage of CAM? Remember, everyone, the objective, purpose and advantage of the CAM is point number 1. It enhances the communicative value of whom? Of auditor's report. It enhances the communicative value of the auditor's report. Now tell me, before CAM, my audit report was small or the larger one? It was the smaller one or the larger one? It was the smaller one. Before CAM, it was the smaller one. It means my audit report was only talking about the opinion basis, management responsibility and auditor's responsibility. But after the CAM standard 701 got introduced in our curriculum, now tell me, what has happened to the auditor's report? Is it less communicative in nature or more communicative in nature now? Yes, so it enhances the communicative value of the auditor's report, everyone. I hope every one of you listening to me is understanding the concept. Yes or no? Yes. So point number two. Point number two. Can I say that it provides more transparency to the users? Yes, it provides more transparency to the users of financial statements, right or not? Now the users also will come to know what are those matters which I went inside the boardroom and discussed with the TCWG. So there is no things to be hidden between the auditor and the users now. So it provides the more transparency. It provides the more transparency to the users of financial statement. Third thing, it gives better understanding. It gives better understanding of entity to the users. Are you getting the point or not? It gives better understanding to the users. What do you mean by that? Now the users will be able to understand their company in a more better manner. Are you getting the point or not? Okay, this is happening in our company. That's the reason auditor has raised this issue and went to the TCWG. So it gives the better understanding to the users. It gives a better transparency to the users, and it enhances the communicative value of the auditor's report. And most importantly, everyone please tell me, what do you mean by management estimates? Please tell me everyone, what do you understand by the term called management estimates? Tell me everyone, provision for doubtful debt and provision for taxation are the actual figures or estimated figures?
Estimated.
Okay. Who creates these estimations? Management. Management. Now we know that bad debt will only come to know at the end of the financial year. Okay, how many debtors have not made the payment? Then only will come to know that yes, it is a bad debt. But company has to start providing the provision for bad debt right from the beginning of the year or not? Yes. Now who is making those estimates, everyone? Auditor or management? Management. So it gives intended users better knowledge about accounting and management estimates made by the entity. Clear or not? By the entity. Made by the entity. So it will, these are nothing but, these are the four different things. These are the four different advantages. These are the four different purpose, and these are the four different objectives of the CAM. So if somebody will ask you what are the objectives of CAM, CAM, and what are the purpose of CAM, CAM, what is the objective of CAM, what is the purpose of CAM, and what is the advantage of CAM, you have to write these four things. Are you getting the point? Now what are the four things? Let me just underline it for you guys. It enhances the communicative value, it gives the more transparency, it gives a better understanding, and it also gives the user a more better knowledge of what accounting and management estimates. So these are the various advantages. Okay, somebody is still waiting outside. Wait. April. I think today you did not require any permission to come into the class. Am I correct or not?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so today I directly enabled that anyone can join the class. So why someone is messaging me? Wait. Okay. So everyone, I hope you all understood the advantages, purposes, and the objectives of the CAM. Now the next thing what they may ask you in the examination is how to determine that a particular matter, how to determine that a particular matter is CAM. हमें कैसे पता चलेगा? How we'll come to know that? How the auditor will decide that yes, a particular matter is a CAM. Now remember one thing, there are three tests what the auditor has to do. How many tests, everyone? Three tests the auditor has to do. So point number one, if the area is very highly risky and risk assessment by auditor is very high, risk assessment by auditor is very high. So remember one thing, how the auditor will come to know that some particular area is a CAM, that I have to report it in my audit report or not required to be reported into the auditor report. How he will decide something is a CAM or something is not a CAM? He will see that if the area is highly risky, if the area is very highly risky, very highly risky. What do you mean by highly risky areas? Tell me everyone. Contingent liabilities are the less risky areas or highly risky areas? Contingent liabilities. Tell me. High, contingent areas less risky, amma. They are highly risky areas because you never know when those contingent liabilities will turn into the actual liabilities. Tell me, inventory is a less risky or highly risky? Highly risky areas. Are you getting the point or not? So auditor's judgment will tell him, okay, this is the highly risky area. This is the highly risky area. Therefore, this particular area in my professional judgment is going to affect the current year financial statement. Therefore, I will treat it as a CAM. That is a test number one. Test number two, if the area or the matter involves, if the area or the matter involves high management or accounting estimates. High management or accounting estimates. Now, it's a very simple thing. Say, for example, up to last 10 years, when I saw my client's financial statements, in the last 10 years, when I saw my client's financial statement, average bad debt was happening 25 to 30 crore rupees. That was the average bad debt. Now, this time, in the current financial year, tell me how much provision for doubtful debt the client should have provided? Tell me, average was 25 to 30. How much at least the client should have provided? At least 25 crores management estimate should come or not?
Yeah.
Yes. But I saw that they have provided only 5. They have provided only 5 crores of bad debts. Now, don't you think that your questioning mind will pop up? Am I correct or not? You will start thinking, कि last 10 years में अभी तक so far 25 to 30 crore it is happening every year. Why suddenly this year they have created a provision of only 5 crores? I went to the TCWG and I asked them, sir, looking at your past performance, 25 to 30 crores of bad debts happen. But why did you in this year provided the less provision for doubtful debt? Now, what the TCWG said, our credit policy has changed. TCWG said, our credit policy has changed. Earlier, we used to give the 90 days of credit. Now, we only give the 10 days of credit. Earlier, we used to do the credit sale to most of the customers, but now we only make the cash sales. So, tell me, everyone, due to these two changes made by the company, chances of bad debts are higher or lower? Lower. Now, tell me whether the TCWG's answers are making me justified or not. Yes, so I will consider that yes, my users should also know that this is the reason the management estimates are lowered or higher this year. Did you get the point? So how auditor determines that something is a CAM or something is not a CAM? Point number one, if it is highly risky area, that is a CAM. Second thing, if the management accounting estimates are involved, that is also a CAM. Now, third one, if the matter, if the matter or item of financial statement is so significant, it's so significant that it affects the current financial statements. Now, everyone, please listen to this very carefully. How I will come to know that something is a CAM? What is the third test the auditor has to do? Give me the answer, everyone. Think logically about my question and give me the answer. Up to 1920 financial year, my client was having 18% paid up share capital in the company called A Limited. My client was holding investment of 18% of the paid up share capital of the company A Limited. Now tell me, was that client a my related party? If it is 18%, is that A Limited my related party or not a related party? In 1920, now let me give you an example. My client, keep your headphone away from your mouth, otherwise your breathing things will also come in the thing. So keep it away from your mouth. So if my client is holding 18% of paid up share capital of A Limited in the which year? In the 1920 financial year. And in the 2021 financial year, he increased it to 36%. Means 18 more percent has been purchased of A Limited's paid up share capital. Now tell me, what is the difference between this year to this year? You found the difference is 18% increased. But my question is, why it was not a CAM last year and why it is a CAM this year? Tell me.
More than 20% having the share capital.
Yes, when you hold the more than 20%, that company becomes your subsidiary or associate. Hey, when do you call someone a subsidiary? If it is more than 50% or more than 20%?
More than 50.
So 18% increased to 36%. So it became subsidiary or associate? Yes, associate. But still, in the associate also you have a significant influence or not? Yes or no? Do you have a significant influence over the decision making of the A Limited? Yes. It means out of the total voting power, 36% of the voting powers are in the hands of my client only.
Yes.
Am I right? So he's a major decision maker. So don't you think that my users deserves to know that? Yes, they deserve to know that. So that is the reason I will declare it as a CAM. Did you get the point? So what are those three things you have to remember by which you will understand that particular thing is a CAM or not? Point number one, if it is highly risky or the risk assessment made by the auditor is very high in particular area, then it is a CAM. Area number two, where the management and accounting estimates are involved, that is also a CAM. Area number three, if there is an item in the financial statement or matter in the financial statement which is significant enough to affect my current year financial statement. Obviously, up to the last year, I was not asking my client to show A Limited as a related party, but this year client has to show A Limited as a related party because up to 18% there was no associate relationship, but now it is 36%. Associate relationship is already being developed. Are you all understanding what I'm saying? Yes or no? Everyone write in the comment box. Did you all understand what I told you so far? This is how we understand that something is a CAM or something is not a CAM. Waiting for your reply, everyone. Did you all understand what is CAM and what is not CAM? Yes, okay. So we understood the advantages of the CAM also. We understood the what is CAM and what is not CAM also. And we understood the meaning of the CAM also. Now there are some extra things you have to understand in this paragraph. And after that our standard will be over. Sir, CAM is not a substitute of. Remember one thing. CAM is not a substitute of. This question so many times I have asked in the examination. Key audit matters paragraph is not a substitute of management responsibility para. It is not a substitute of EMP OMP para. It is not a substitute of basis para. It is not a substitute of going concern para. Sir, what do you mean by that? We did understand. CAM cannot be written, or in the CAM something should not be written which is already being disclosed in the MRP para. What is MRP para, everyone? Management responsibility para. Because if you are talking something about the management responsibility, that should not come in CAM. That should come in the management responsibility paragraph. If there is something on which emphasis is required, or if there is something which qualifies to be reported as per SS 706, are you getting the point, sir? What is 706? EMP and OMP. If something is required to be disclosed as per SS 706, that is not required to be included in the CAM. If your opinion is getting modified and due to which you are giving the reasons of such modified opinion, that should not come in the CAM because that should come in the basis paragraph as per SA 705. Are you getting the point? Modified opinion ke reasons should not come in CAM, it should come in the basis paragraph. Then, if you have something to talk about the going concern, for the going concern, though, we all agree that we have a separate paragraph. Am I correct or not? Do we have a separate paragraph for the going concern or not? Yes. So, for the going concern, it should be written in the going concern paragraph as per SA 570 revised. Clear, everyone? So, do not substitute MRP, EMP, OMP, basis paragraph or going concern paragraph with the CAM, everyone. Did you get the point? So key audit matters should include those matters which are not already included in MRP, already included in EMP, OMP, already included in basis paragraph, already included in going concern paragraph. It should include those matters which in the auditor's professional judgment are not included anywhere else, but still they are so important that users should know. Did you get the point? And it also includes only those discussions which you have taken place with the management or TCWG. Tell me. It includes only those discussions which you had with the TCWG. So CAM is not a substitute of MRP, EMP, OMP, basis paragraph or going concern paragraph. That is a point number 1. Next one. Where is the placement? Where is the placement of this paragraph, everyone? Think about the elements which we have done in SA 700. Tell me, where is the placement of this paragraph? Is this coming after basis paragraph or is this coming after going concern paragraph?
After basis.
Yes, so generally comes after basis para. Generally comes after which para? Basis para. But if there is something on GC assumption, if there is something on which assumption? GC assumption, then in that case, then it will come after which paragraph? After GC paragraph. Yes. Because GC paragraph is not mandatory in everyone. GC paragraph is optional. So if something is there which the auditor should talk about the GC assumption, then it will come after the GC paragraph. Did you all understand? Yes or no? Yes. And there are some other things. Note number 1. CAM does not affect opinion of auditor. Can anybody make me understand? I'm giving you 2 minutes and make me understand what I'm writing in front of you right now. Very important note. Somebody please try to justify me. What does that mean?
Yes, sir. Because it is coming after the basis para.
It is coming
Opinion
after the
para.
basis. Now, yes,
Opinion.
very nice, very nice. Thank you so much. What is your name?
Manoharan, sir.
Manohara. Now, everyone, please try to understand what I wrote in front of you is having a huge meaning inside it. Remember, I wrote CAM does not affect the opinion of the auditor, because if the CAM matters are affecting the opinion of the auditor, it will not become a CAM. It will become a basis paragraph. Am I correct, everyone? What is basis paragraph, everyone? Basis paragraph is a reasons paragraph where you write the reasons due to which your opinion gets affected and changed. So if it is a CAM, it does not affect the auditor's opinion. And remember one thing, we also have to specify this line clearly in our CAM paragraph also. So let me show you practically also. We are also specifying the same thing clearly in our CAM paragraph. So everyone please read this point. Now see, for each matter below, our description of how our report address the matter is provided in the context. Now see, these matters were addressed in the context of our audit of standalone financial statement, and we do not provide. Are you able to see everything? I'm underlining in a darker manner. We do not provide a separate opinion on these matters. Are you getting the point? What do you mean by we do not provide a separate opinion on these matters? It means CAM does not affect the auditor's opinion, everyone. Are you getting the point? It is something which the auditor thought that the users should know. But it doesn't mean that it is negative in nature. It is something which is important in nature. Doesn't mean that it is negative in nature. So CAM does not affect what? Auditor's opinion. Clearly understood, everyone? Okay, if it is affecting the auditor's opinion, it will not come under the CAM. Then it will directly go under what?
Opinion.
Yeah, it will go under the basis paragraph. Clear or not? Yes. So note number 1, everyone is understood. Note number 2, everyone. So what is note number 2? Before inserting CAM para, in auditor's report, remember, you should discuss the wordings of CAM para with the TCWG. Now, some of you might have raised your eyebrows. Sir, why we need to discuss the wordings of my CAM paragraph with the TCWG? What if the TCWG will say that Rohit, don't include the CAM paragraph? Then I will not include it. I'm not saying that. Remember one thing. Auditor is a very important element of Companies Act. Do you all agree that? One single auditor's opinion creates a lot of impact in the market. Company may go up or company may completely go down due to the opinion of an auditor. Do you agree with that? Whenever you are inserting the CAM paragraph, it is just being told in the standard that he try to discuss the wordings of the CAM paragraph with whom? With the TCWG. Go to the TCWG and show them that, okay, sir, this is the CAM paragraph I think I should include in my auditor's report. Please check the wordings. Is there any word which you think that is improper or not good for the company's reputation? If you think that some words are very harsh or improper, please tell me. I will change the wordings. I'm not taking the decision to change whether to include the CAM or not to include the CAM. For that purpose, I'm not going to TCWG. I'm going to TCWG only for one purpose. What is the purpose? Please tell me any changes in the wordings are required or not required. So before inserting the CAM paragraph in the auditor's report, discuss the wordings of the CAM paragraph with whom? TCWG. That is the note number 3. Anybody is having a doubt? Or I hope all of you are understanding it, right or not? Yes. Okay, point number 3, everyone. Most important point. If you are giving the disclaimer opinion, everyone, if you are giving the which opinion? Disclaimer opinion. Anyone can tell me what do you mean by disclaimer opinion? When do we issue the disclaimer opinion?
When there is nothing can't be found.
Yes, when you are unable to obtain
Sufficient
SAAE.
appropriate audit evidence.
Yes, and when you are unable to express an opinion, and when someone is putting the limitation on your scope. Am I correct or not? So these are the 3 areas when you issue the which report, everyone? You issue the disclaimer report. Ab sunna dhyan se. What point I'm trying to tell you is logical. If you are giving the disclaimer opinion, everyone, CAM paragraph will never come. CAM paragraph will never come. Can anybody tell me the reason? Why CAM will not come if you are giving the disclaimer opinion?
Already we are giving disclaimer opinion because due to sufficient appropriate audit evidence and limitations of.
So I will turn around your same answer into the different manner. Can I say that we generally give the CAM only when we have obtained the evidence or not? I went to the TCWG to discuss some matters or not? Yes. So TCWG might have given me the evidence, then only I'm satisfied on those matters or not?
Yes.
Yes. So if the evidence is already obtained, can you give the disclaimer then?
No.
No. So if you are already giving the disclaimer, what does that mean? Evidence obtained or evidence does not obtain?
Does not.
So when there is no evidence, there is no CAM. So simple point. No evidence means what? No cam. Clear everyone? Just give me 1 second, guys. I have some important call to be taken care of. Hello. Good evening, sir. Tell me, sir. Tell me, sir. Yeah, tell me, sir. Uh, okay. You have to buy one connector, sir. Yeah, connector. From wherever you have bought the iPad, there only you will buy the connector. Yeah. You have to buy the original iPad connector only. 4,300, sir. 4,300. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And which iPad you have taken, sir? The older one or the new one? No, no. Is it having a button or is it not having a button in the center? Button is there in the center, sir, below. Okay. Yeah, sure. Okay, sir. Right. Yeah. You can buy, sir. No issues. No. Yeah. If you do not want to buy the connector, then in that case there is that software called Mirroring 360 is 700 rupees only, sir. Yeah, software is not required. If you are having a software, then connector is not required. Right. Because sir, in the software, little bit of lag will be there, like nanosecond lag will be there, but that doesn't affect your recordings at all. Yeah, sir. Okay, sir. Yeah, sir. Actually, my class is going on, sir. So can you please call me after 8? Okay, sir. Where? Yeah, sir. That's what I told you that day also. We have to. Sure, sir. Sure, sir. Right, sir. Right. Okay, everyone. Am I audible now? Please confirm. Yeah. So I hope you all understood the 3 notes which I have told you. Very important notes, everyone. And they are generally asked in the examination in the form of correct and incorrect statement. So what is the note number 1 we have understood? Sir, CAM does not affect the auditor's opinion. Therefore, if something is affecting the auditor's opinion, it should come in basis paragraph, not in CAM paragraph. Justification number 1. Justification number 2. Before inserting, it is the auditor's responsibility to ensure that he should discuss the wordings of the CAM with the TCWG. Some students, object on that, saying that, sir, if we are discussing the wordings with the TCWG, it means we are compromising our independence. I'm not telling you to change your paragraph. I'm not telling you to change your opinion. It is just a basic courtesy from the auditors and that you have to discuss that thing with the TCWG. And let me tell you one thing. If something wrongly written in the TCWG, in something wrongly written in the CAM paragraph, and in the opinion paragraph you have written clean opinion, then in that case, you will look like a fool as an auditor because users are going to read your CAM paragraph also, opinion paragraph. So it's better that discuss the wordings of the CAM paragraph with the TCWG. Third may be understood. If you are giving a disclaimer opinion, then no CAM. If there is a CAM, then definitely it can't be disclaimer. So these two things cannot come together. So that brings an end to our another standard called SA 701, everyone. So what are the standards we are done with, everyone, so far? Please let me recollect. Are we done with the 200, 210, 220, 230, 300, 320? If I'm not wrong, 500, 501, 505, 510, 550, 560, 570, 580, and 700 and 701. Clear, everyone? These are the various standards which we are already done with. So today we are going to wind up 3 more standards so that at least our 700 series also will be over. Clear or not? And Komal and Teja, for you, I will give you the separate recording for SA 720. Okay? One extra recording I have to give you for SA 720, and company audit 2 recordings I'll give it to you. I'll share it with you guys. Okay?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Now, everyone, let us start with the next standard. Sir, what is our next standard? The next standard is going to be SA 705. Very, very, very important standard. So, what is the name of the standard? The name of the standard is modifications in opinion in an independent auditor's report. Modifications in an opinion in an independent auditor's report. So everyone, please tell me, what are the 2 types of reports we know? Modified reports and which reports? Unmodified reports. So if I'm not wrong, about the unmodified reports, we have already discussed where? We have already discussed that in SA 700 revised. Clear or not? Regarding the clean opinion, we have already discussed in SA 700 revised. Now SA 705 revised is going to make us understand the 3 types of opinion. What are the 3 types of opinion? Qualified. It is just a 15-minute standard only, guys. Very small standard, but very informative. And there are so many things which no one will tell you. Right or not? But I will try my level best to explain those things in the maximum possible way. So what are the 3 things? 3 things are qualified, adverse, and disclaimer opinion. Now we are going to understand, what do you understand by qualified opinion? First we'll understand what do you mean by qualified opinion. Everyone try to understand this concept. What do you mean by qualified opinion? Qualified opinion is basically a brother and a sister of adverse as well as the disclaimer. Qualified opinion actually is not a certain kind of opinion. Qualified opinion we can give when we don't want to give adverse opinion. Qualified opinion also we can give when we don't want to give a disclaimer opinion. So qualified opinion basically helps 2 types of opinion. What are the 2 types of opinion it helps? It helps the disclaimer opinion also. And it helps the adverse opinion also. Then sir, what is the exact meaning of the qualified opinion? Now I will give you the 2 situations and you tell me what these situations are. And remember, whatever the wordings I'm going to write, make sure that the whole play is based upon the wordings only which I'm going to write now. Now see, if the auditor has obtained sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. Everyone read the sentence carefully. If the auditor has obtained sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. Everyone please tell me, any place for disclaimer or there is no place for disclaimer?
No place.
It means out of the 3 modified opinions, only 2 are left now. What are the 2? Either it will be qualified or it will be what? Adverse. Now see, if the auditor has obtained SAAE and he is of opinion that there are material misstatements. Everyone please understand what I have written. He is of opinion that there are material misstatements. What do you mean by material misstatements? Due to fraud and what? Errors. There are material misstatement. Matlab, the whole sentence says that the auditor is having an evidence. And on the basis of that evidence, he is of opinion that there are material misstatements either due to the fraud or due to the errors. But such material misstatements are affecting current financial statements. Such material misstatements are affecting what? Current financial statement. It means those frauds and errors are affecting the current financial statements in material. Such misstatements are affecting current financial statements materially, but not pervasively. But not what? Pervasively. Everyone, what do you mean by materially but not pervasively? This is the major thing you have to understand here. Materially but not pervasively का मतलब कि yes, there are some frauds and errors. I have the sufficient and appropriate audit evidence also. And there are some frauds and errors, but such frauds and errors are chiller frauds and errors. Sir, what do you mean by chiller frauds and errors? They are materially affecting the current year financial statement. Sir, what do you mean by materially? They are very much required to be told to the users of financial statement. Yes, I do agree that they are required to be told to the users of financial statement, but they are not pervasively affecting the financial statement. Means what? Not affecting whose opinion? Whose opinion, everyone? Auditor's opinion. Sir, one example for that. Now look at that example, everyone. I got the SAAE. If there is a fraud of rupees 1 lakh. What is a fraud of rupees 1 lakh? Company's turnover to which I am doing the audit is 40,000 crores. What is the turnover of the company? 40,000 crores. And what is the fraud amount, everyone? 1 lakh. Look at the size of the company. 40,000 crores worth of company mein there is a fraud of 1 lakh rupees. So tell me, do you have an evidence for that? Yes, I have an evidence for that. In the cash register, 1 lakh rupees of difference is coming. But my question is, look at the size of the company. Is it something, a fraud, which is required to be told to the users of financial statement? Yes or no? Yes. My users deserves to know that yes, in this company also fraud is happening. That's why I'm not going to give a clean opinion because little bit of fraud and error is there. But my question is, due to this 1 lakh rupees of fraud, is the auditor going to say that the complete financial statements are not true and not fair? No. Is it affecting auditor's opinion? No. So it is material, but not what? Pervasive. Did you get the point or not? In such situations, we issue a which opinion, everyone? Qualified opinion. Did you get the point or not? Now, everyone read the whole sentence carefully and let me know, did you understand the concept or not? Now, see, if the auditor has obtained SAAE and he is of opinion that there are material misstatements, but such material misstatements are affecting the current year financial statements materially, but not pervasively. It means that is required or that deserves to be told to the users of financial statement, but at the same point of time, they are not that much big. It is affecting the auditor's opinion. In that case, we will not give the. So tell me, everyone, here, am I giving the qualified opinion in place of adverse opinion or not? Tell me. Here I am giving the qualified opinion in place of which opinion? Adverse opinion. You can't say that disclaimer. Why? Because we have what? SAAE in our pocket. So here I am giving the qualified opinion in place of what? Adverse opinion. Because if I'll give the adverse opinion, it means something which is not pervasive will become pervasive. Now tell me one thing, everyone. I think now you already got an idea. When I will tell you what is the definition of adverse opinion, can you tell me the whole definition of adverse opinion? Everyone unmute yourself. Just unmute yourself and tell me what is the definition of adverse opinion now. Look at the whole definition which is written in front of you. Tell me where the small change will come. You know what will be the definition? Yes. What will be the definition of adverse opinion? If the auditor has obtained SAAE, he is of the opinion that there are material misstatements, but such material misstatements are affecting the current year, what? Materially as well as what? Pervasively. So it means what makes the qualified opinion different from the adverse opinion? The word pervasive. Yes. This is the something which I wanted to make you understand. The word pervasive differentiates between the qualified and adverse opinion. Did you get the point or not? Right or not? So it means adverse opinion definition, so you already know. Right or not? So this is acha. Now, under what circumstances the qualified opinion again will be issued? If the auditor was unable to obtain SAAE. Now tell me everyone, where slowly we are bending towards? We are inclined towards what? Now, adverse or disclaimer now?
Disclaimer.
Yes, very nice. If the auditor was unable to obtain SAAE and there is possibility. Now everyone please understand why I have chosen to use this word. When you had an evidence in your hand, when you have an evidence in your pocket, are you certain or you are uncertain?
Certain.
Certain. So that is the reason. What is the word we have used, everyone? Is. The word we have used is what? Is of opinion on the left side. But now, do you have SAAE or you don't have SAAE?
Don't have.
So are you certain or you are uncertain now?
Uncertain.
So you can only think of possibility. There may be. Are you getting the point or not? Yes. So this is the reason we are using the word called what? Possibility. So there is a possibility of material misstatements. There is a possibility of material misstatements. Now look at my whole sentence, everyone. There's a possibility of material misstatements and such material misstatements could be affecting. What is the word I used? Could be. Could be means again certain or uncertain? Uncertain. Could be affecting current financial statements. Could be affecting current financial statement. Again, what should I write? Materially, but not
Basic.
very nice. I hope all of you are understanding each and every threaded word inside your head.
Sir.
Yes or no? It could be material, but not what? Pervasive. So in both the situations, we give a which opinion, everyone? Qualified opinion. So tell me, this situation is in place of whom? Disclaimer. So instead of giving the disclaimer opinion, I would love to give a qualified opinion because it is material. It is materially affecting my financial statements, but not that pervasively due to. Acha. Now, let me give you the example for that also so that you will get a better clarity. Suppose the same company which is having the 40,000 crores of turnover, same turnover is 40,000 crores, total sales, 100% of the sales are credit based. And you are an auditor and you ask the TCWG, please show me the cash register. Which register you are asking for? Cash register. They are saying that, sorry sir, there is no cash register. We are not able to give you. There is a cash register. We are not able to provide you. Now tell me, is this cash register highly important for you right now?
Yes.
Think logically. Company's total sales are 100% credit
Not
basis.
important.
Yes. Very nice. Think logically, is cash register highly important for you right now in this situation or least important?
Least important.
Least important. But is the company providing?
Not providing.
Not providing. So don't you think that my users deserves to know that the company is doing this thing with me? Yes, so
Yes,
it is
sir.
material. It is material. That's why I will not give the clean opinion. It is material. But due to this non-availability of the cash register, are you going to give a disclaimer opinion?
No.
No. It is material, but not what? Pervasive. So
Pervasive.
it is not affecting whose opinion? Auditor's opinion. That's why we have chosen to use the word called what? Qualified opinion in that case. Everyone crystal clear with the concept of qualified opinion?
Yes.
Yes. So now what is the next opinion we are going to understand, everyone? The next opinion we are going to understand adverse opinion. Now you all know the meaning of adverse opinion. I need not spend that much of time on you. You all can make the words one by word, inch by inch, each and every word you already know. Tell me. If
the auditor
yes, if the auditor has obtained what, everyone?
AAE.
SAAE, and he is certain that there is material misstatements. There is material misstatements which are affecting
Materially and pervasive.
which are affecting current year financial statements. Current year what? Financial statements materially. What is the next word?
Pervasive.
And pervasively. Materially and what? Pervasively. In such situation, auditor has to express a which opinion?
Adverse.
Adverse opinion. Clear, everyone? Yes or no? So can I say, take the same example? In case the turnover was 40,000 crores, I'm telling you the same example so that you can correlate everything. Turnover was 40,000 crores and now the fraud which you have detected is of 200 crores now. What was the fraud amount in the earlier example only? 1 lakh.
1 lakh.
But now the fraud amount is 200 crores. Now tell me, is it a small fraud due to which your opinion will not change or it will definitely change?
Will definitely
Definitely,
change.
it's not a small thing. It's a huge material misstatement. It's a huge romum which you have found out. So definitely in this case, you are going to give a which opinion? Adverse
Adverse.
opinion. Crystal clear, everyone? Yes or no?
Sir.
Now, one very important thing I'm going to tell you now, which I think there are very rare people on this planet, I would rather say, who will be in a position to tell you. I can guarantee that from whomsoever you have learned the auditing, so far everyone might have told you the same thing only. The disclaimer opinion means non-availability of what? Sufficient and appropriate audit evidence or inability to express an opinion. But let me tell you one thing, disclaimer is having one more situation also where you have an evidence where you can express an opinion also. Then also you will give the disclaimer opinion. Now that is the biggest question mark which nobody tells you when they are teaching you the auditing. But I read the pronouncements of auditing where I found one particular example over there and I would like to share that thing with you and would like to write it here. So in that disclaimer also we have the two situations. Generally first situation though you already know because you already know the qualified one. Tell me everyone, if the auditor fails to obtain, I will not write fails, I will write unable to obtain what? Obtain SAAE and he is of opinion that there is a possibility of material misstatements that affects or that
Could be.
could be affecting the current year financial statements. How and how? Materially
Theory and pervasively.
and pervasive. In such situation, you're going to express disclaimer opinion. Disclaimer of opinion. Clear, everyone? Now, here if I have to take the same example, suppose the turnover is 40,000 crores and the 50% of the sales are now cash sales. Now they are saying that cash register is not available. Ab batao mere ko. Tell me, Komal, everyone, those who are online. In this case now, cash register is not available. Is it materially affecting your opinion? Yes. As well as pervasively? Yes. So it is something which your user should know. At the same point of time, you are unable to express an opinion on the 50% of the sales. So approximately, क्या मैं बोल सकता हूँ कि 20,000 crores of sales is in the cash manner, and you are not able to check that 50% of the sales. That's the reason it is affecting your financial statements materially as well as what? Pervasively. Now, the new thing which has been added in the disclaimer opinion is that if the auditor is having SAAE on certain item of financial statement, but it is so, this is the main word, it is so materiality, it is so, it is not so, sorry, there is so, not it is so, there is so material uncertainty. This is the word. There is so material uncertainty about such SAAE. In that case also, auditor has to issue which opinion? Disclaimer of opinion. Let me tell you one example, everyone. This generally we give in the case of investments, everyone. The major area where this situation of disclaimer comes is the investments. Tell me, everyone, stock market is a what? Volatile market, or it is a certain market?
Volatile.
Volatile. Now, say for example on 31st, the shares in which you have invested have completely went down by 80% from their cost. Now tell me, was it a good decision of investment or poor decision? Poor decision. You have an evidence also in the stock market, the price is going down. But by the time you were about to sign the audit report, that same share price went 200% up. Ab batao. Where you were negative about the investment, now after 1 month of doing the audit, now you are negative or positive? Positive. Now tell me, is that evidence certain or materially uncertain? Very uncertain. The things are going up and down. Volatility is so huge that you are able to express the opinion or unable to? Unable to. Who knows that by the time you will sign, again the share price will go down? Am I correct or not? So those kind of areas where you have a SAAE, but the material uncertainty about that SAAE is so high, it does not allow you to express an opinion. In such situations also, what do? In such situations also, we give the which opinion, everyone? Disclaimer opinion. I hope this is a new thing you all have read. Yes or no?
Yes.
So that brings an end to our standard essay 705. So I would like to ask you one simple chart, and you all are going to give me the yes.
Another example for this, can it be this?
So far, this is the only example came to my mind so that I can tell you about anything which is highly uncertain. Say, for example, you have a stock of something which is very much demanding in the market, but due to the corona effect, suddenly the demand became zero. So you had an evidence that yes, they have a huge amount of stock. but due to the corona effect, that particular item has been stopped in the market. Now, will that be a slow moving stock or dead stock? Dead stock. So it means the NRV of that stock will be what? 0. But by the time you are expressing an opinion, corona ban was lifted up. Now that stock will become slow moving or fast moving?
First,
Now NRV will be very high. So material uncertainty is there or not? Yes. So there can be so many kind of examples you can create on your own as well. Right or not? Hello everyone. Give me the answer for this one. You have to fill in the blanks, okay? What is P everyone? Pervasive. Okay? Material but not pervasive. Material but pervasive. Now you have to tell me the box number 1, 2, 3, 4. Filling the blanks, everyone. Tell me. What will come in the box number 2? Look at the situation. Look at the auditor's professional judgment and let me know. What will come in the box number 2?
box number
2.
Adverse.
Yeah, there is a material misstatement in the financial statement and auditor's professional judgment says that it is material but pervasive. Which one will come? Adverse will come. What will come in 3? 3 means unable to obtain SAAE, and that audit evidence which you were unable to obtain, that was material but not pervasive.
qualified.
Very nice. Qualified. And 1 and 4 everyone?
Qualified.
Acha, 4 also qualified. Huh?
4 disclaimed.
Yes. 4 will be disclaimed. Clear everyone? So can I say that your whole standard is in this chart only? Yes or no? Yes. So with that, your standard number SA 705 is also over. Clear everyone? Yes or no? So do one thing guys, take a 15 minutes of break and come back by 6:45. So we will do the another 2 standards, SA 706, and at the same point of time, we'll do SA 710 also. So right now it is 6:30. Come back by 6:45. Okay? Take 15 minutes of break.
6:45.
Yeah, 6:45. It is 6:27 right now, right? Yeah. Come back by 6:45. 15 minutes of break. Okay? Okay, so everyone, are you able to see me? Please let me know. Yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So with that, our 3 standards in the 700 series is over, everyone. What are the standards we are done with? We are done with 700, 701 and 705. Now, the next standard which we have to understand is known as SA it is known as SA 706 revised. Now, what is 706 revised, everyone? Emphasis of matters para, emphasis of matters para and others matters para, other matters para in an independent auditor's report. So what is the meaning of this standard? Very simple standard. Another, I think maximum 15 to 20 minutes it needs for this standard to understand. Then we'll understand the next standard, that is for SA 710, and then we can say that our audit report chapter will be over. Clear? Very simple standard, emphasis of matters para and others matters paragraph in the independent auditor's report. Sir, what is EMP para and what is OMP para? Now try to understand it very clearly, everyone. Now see, I will give you one situation, you try to understand that what I'm trying to say. See, there is an item of financial statements. So in the financial statement, which are prepared by whom? Tell me, everyone. Financial statements are prepared by whom? Management. So there is an item of financial statement and financial statements are prepared by the management, which is already disclosed by the management, which is already presented by the management, which is already adjusted by the management. Means what? Management is good only. There is one particular item of the financial statement which is already disclosed by the management in the financial statements, presented by the management in the financial statement, and already adjusted by the management in the financial statement. Then, sir, what is the problem? But there is one person called whom? What is this person? Auditor. But auditor feels that the disclosure, the presentment and the adjustment done by the management is not enough for users. He thinks that, see, listen to my language carefully. Did I anywhere say that management is wrong? No. I'm not saying that management is poor. I'm not saying that management is inefficient. I'm just simply saying that if there was an item in the financial statement, those financial statements which are prepared by whom? Management. That item is properly disclosed, properly presented, properly adjusted. It means that makes a good management. But auditor from inside feels that if that disclosure, presentment and adjustment made by the management is not enough for users. So what the auditor thinks that auditor wants to reframe it. Everyone, what is the word I used? Auditor wants to reframe it in his audit report. Auditor wants to reframe it. What do you mean by reframe, everyone? Why the word reframe is used? I could have used the word called frame also, no? Why did I use the word called reframe? Reframe means, are we doing it for the second time?
Rewrite.
Yes, because already the first time is already done by whom? Management. The auditor wants to reframe it in his audit report for the better understanding of whom?
Users.
Yes, for the better understanding of users. Did you get the point? In such kind of situations, when the auditor feels this kind of feeling, in such kind of situations, which paragraph comes, everyone? EMP paragraphs come. So EMP paragraph make question number 1 to all of you. Is it saying something which is negative about the company?
No.
No. Is it saying something which is not disclosed by the company?
No.
No. It is saying something which the auditor feels that the company was not able to fulfill the expectations of the users. I would like to reframe it in a more explanatory manner so that the users can understand in a better way. Am I correct or not?
Yes.
So
Yes.
both EMP and OMP paragraph does not affect what?
Opinion.
Auditor's opinion. Because if something is affecting the auditor's opinion, that will become the part of these paragraphs, or that will come to the basis paragraph. Basis paragraph. Did you all understand? So are you find the similarity between the CAM and EMP OMP now? Yes or no? In the CAM also I told you the same thing, and I made you see also in the CAM paragraph ki he is directly saying in the CAM paragraph that this matter in the CAM paragraph is not affecting my opinion. Now the same thing I will show you in the same audit report where you can understand that. Now you can see that. Let me show you the others matters paragraph. Here one matter. Now are you able to see other matter paragraph, everyone?
Yes. Sir.
Yes. So remember one thing, read the last point. Our opinion is not modified in the respect of what? Above matter. Now tell me, is the auditor clearly saying the same thing or not? Yes. So remember one thing, either it is, now this is which paragraph? EMP which I told you, or OMP?
EMP.
It is OMP, other matter written, na? It is OMP paragraph. So far I did not tell you the meaning of OMP, but this is OMP paragraph. But either you are writing EMP paragraph in the auditor's report, or you are writing the OMP paragraph in the auditor's report. You definitely have to mention one thing. Yes, this is particular, our opinion is not modified in the respect of the above matter. Did you get the point? And the same thing you have to repeat in the CAM paragraph also. In the CAM paragraph also you have to write, because they are not the substitutes of basis paragraph. I hope you all are understanding what I'm trying to tell. Yes, so they are not the substitutes of the basis paragraph. That is the reason we have to clearly mention that our opinion is not modified in this respect. Clear, everyone? Now, so let me take you back to the proceeding. Let me take you back to the. So everyone, did you understand EMP paragraph? So what is the definition of EMP paragraph? There is an item in the financial statements which are prepared by the management which is already disclosed, presented and adjusted by whom? Management. But auditor feels that that particular disclosure, presentation and adjustment done by the management is enough for the users or not enough? Not enough. So auditor wants to reframe the same thing in his auditor report in a more explanatory manner for the better understanding of whom? Users. So in that situation, auditor uses the which paragraph? EMP paragraph. Did you get the point or not, everyone? Yes or no? Now, sir, what do you mean by OMP paragraph? Now, OMP is little bit different from the EMP. OMP includes what, everyone? Now listen. Those matters which are other than disclosed, presented and adjusted by whom? Management. Did you understand the first difference? Now in the EMP, we are talking about those matters which are already disclosed, presented and adjusted by whom? Management. But in the OMP, we are talking about those matters which are other than. What do you mean by other than? Which the management has disclosed or not disclosed?
Not
So those matters which are other than disclosed, presented and adjusted by whom? Management. Management. Which in auditor's opinion, are required, which in auditor's opinion are required to be disclosed in OMP paragraph, in OMP para, so that users attention, whose attention? Users attention can be drawn on his duties, report, on his duty, report and entities understanding. Did you get the point? Are you getting the point? The auditor is using OMP paragraph when. So listen everyone carefully, one for the last time. What is the major difference between EMP and OMP? In the EMP, I'm using those matters which are already disclosed by the management, but I think that that is not enough and that is not sufficient. And I'm reframing the same thing for the better understanding of the users. But in the OMP, you are giving those matters which the other than the matters which are disclosed by the management. It means management has nowhere disclosed that matter in its financial statement. Therefore, it became my prime responsibility to attract the attention of whom? Users. By giving that in my report so that users can appreciate my duty, so that users can appreciate my report, and user can appreciate or understand whom entity very well. Are you getting the point? So this is what the major difference between the EMP and OMP. Did you understand the point? That is a thin line of difference. Now I'm going to show you again practically, and look at the wordings of the OMP paragraph. Please tell me, do you think that it is already being disclosed by the management? Just try to understand the wording and let me know. Okay. Now, this is the OMP paragraph given. One second. Sir. Yes, sir. No, sir, in the class right now. Please tell me, sir. I have muted my class. Yeah.
Sir, I want to purchase the sir. Please help me. Actually, there is a 10.5 inches.
10.5. Sir, just tell me in your iPad whether below one circle button is there or not. So then you have to buy the old connector. Old connector means HDMI converter. Yeah, HDMI. There will be 3 holes. Sir, there will be 2 holes. One is for the charging hole and one is HDMI hole. Yeah, 2 holes will be there. It will be a square connector. Yeah, with 2 to 5 inches of wire will be there, and it will directly go to your charging port. And in that connector, there will be 2 ports where you can put the charging slot as well as the HDMI slot. Yeah, sir.
Sir, please let me know the shop, sir. Where is the shop?
Sir, in Himayat Nagar, you will find one shop, or you can Google one shop called Aptronics. Aptronics, AP, Aptronics. Yeah, they only sell Apple material. Okay, so there you will definitely find.
Okay, sir.
And if you are not able to find it, then I'll send you the photograph after the end of the class, and you can saw it, or on the online also it is available. In the Amazon also it is available.
Please send me the photo, sir.
Yeah, sure, sure, sir, sure.
By what time completion, sir?
Sir, by 7:30 the class will be over.
Okay, sir.
Okay, sir. Right, sir. Okay, everyone. Look at the wording of the others matters paragraph. And please, I'm sorry, guys. I have to mute myself for some period of time. As I told you yesterday, my whole family in the Punjab got corona positive. So I hope you will not mind, because so many times the calls are coming and I have to guide them, because in the month of September I was also COVID positive. So they're asking me like what necessary actions I have taken during my COVID-19 situation. So that's the reason I'm muting you for 5-10 minutes in between. I hope you won't mind, right, everyone? Okay.
Yes,
So everyone, now please read the paragraph called Others Matters paragraph. Now in the Others Matters paragraph, just read the language of this whole paragraph. Read it in front of me, right? The accompanying stand-alone financial statements and other financial information includes the company's proportionate share in the unincorporated joint operation in the respect of total assets of 55 crores, total expenditure of 494 crores, and the elements making up the cash flow statement and related disclosure in respect of unincorporated joint operation, which is based on the statements from the operator and certified by the management. Now look at these words. They are looking very heavy because it is none other than Reliance India Limited's auditor's report. So I will tell you what is the meaning here. The auditor is trying to tell that there is one unincorporated joint operation. It means so far that company is not corporated, where the Reliance has invested. So Reliance is thinking of investing in one company which is not yet incorporated, where the 55 crores of assets the Reliance will buy and 494 crore of investment in the terms of expenditure will take place. Now tell me, is it something which the Reliance has disclosed in the financial statement or not disclosed? Not disclosed. So who is disclosing this now?
Auditor.
To draw the attention of whom?
User.
Users. But tell me one thing, is it anyway affecting your opinion? No, because something which is not yet in existence does not affect your opinion. You are an auditor for the present of the company, not for the future. Future may, if something wrong will happen, that may come in the basis paragraph. But right now, you are just disclosing something to the users which the management failed to disclose, so that you can show your responsibility, you can show your duty, you can show your audit report, and so that the end users also can understand in the better manner what the management is trying to do. That is why the name of the paragraph is what, everyone? Other matters paragraph. Clear or not? So that is the major difference. That is the major difference between what and what. It is the major difference between the EMP and OMP, everyone. I hope both the paragraphs clearly understood by you people. Yes or no?
Yes.
Next. So point number 2. It does not affect what? Auditor's opinion. And can I write the same thing on the other side? Yes. And this also does not affect auditor's opinion. Both the things does not affect the auditor's opinion. Next point. Do we need to discuss the wordings again with the TCWG before entering or before putting this paragraph or not? Yes.
Yes.
Discuss the wordings of EMP and OMP with whom TCWG before making it final. Correct or not? Yes. And next point, EMP and OMP, they are not substitutes of, everyone filling the blanks, like in the CAM paragraph I told you, they are not substitutes of management responsibility para, they are not substitute of GC para, they are not substitute of basis para, and can I rate that they are not substitute of CAM? Yes or no? If the CAM is not the substitute of EMP OMP, then EMP OMP also not the substitute of what? CAM. I hope all of you understood the whole concept. Yes or no? Yes. But there is one extra thing you have to understand. I will give you one situation, everyone. Please try to understand and give me the correct answer. This is the kind of question what the examiner will ask you in the examination. Suppose there is one particular item. Suppose this is a question. There is one particular item which management did not disclose in financial statements because it is prohibited by regulator to disclose. Auditor disclosed the same thing in his report under OMP para. Comment. Everyone, please tell me your answer. This is a question which the examiner is going to ask you like this. Remember, examiner never asks you the direct questions from the standards on auditing. He will create a situation and he would like to know your understanding whether you understood the standard or not. That's the reason standards are never required to be mugged up. They are required to be understood in a very deep manner. So this is a situation. If there was one item which the management did not disclose in the financial statement because it is prohibited by the regulator to disclose. But what the auditor did, auditor thought that it is my responsibility to draw the attention of the users of financial statement. and he disclosed the same thing in his report under the OMP paragraph. Comment. Everyone, what is your answer in this case?
No.
It should not have disclosed because it
There
is
is
In
Law
this
and
case,
regulation not
okay.
permitted to disclose the
Yeah, in
matter.
this case, tell me one thing. Management did not disclose willingly, or management did not disclose because it is prohibited by law?
Prohibited.
Prohibited by law. Now tell me, auditor is bigger than law?
no.
No. So when it is prohibited by law, then in that case, auditor can disclose or cannot disclose?
Cannot disclose.
Cannot disclose. So in this case, the auditor is justified or not justified?
Not justified.
Not justified in doing that. So remember, so what is the conclusion we got? The conclusion we got that ki in case the management does not disclose something, it doesn't mean that management is doing intentionally. Did you understand the point or not?
Yes.
It doesn't mean that it is inefficient management. Correct or not? Because sometimes it may be due to prohibitions. Sometimes it may be due to what? Prohibitions put up by law. So what is the third conclusion? Therefore, auditor shall disclose or shall not disclose?
Shall disclose.
Auditor shall. No.
shall not
Therefore,
disclose.
yeah, auditor shall not put up the same matter in his
Forgive it.
OMP para or auditor's report. Remember one thing, you are not bigger than law. If the law is saying something is not required to be disclosed, that is the reason only management is not disclosing. And obviously the law assumes that ki chartered accountant called auditor is more professional and more knowledgeable than the management or not.
Yes.
Then that is nothing but a disrespect on our profession if we will disclose it, because we have to first understand the reason. Talk to the management, communicate with the management ki bhaiya, why you did not disclose this. If the management is saying that we forgot or we don't want to disclose, but they are not giving you any kind of genuine reason, then you have every right to disclose it in your OMP paragraph. But in case management is directly saying that, sir, regulator is not allowing us to disclose that, that's the reason as an auditor you are nobody to disclose that in your auditor's report. I hope everyone is crystal clear. Yes or no? Yes.
Sir.
So yes, tell me.
Any example, sir?
Sorry.
For example.
Iska example actually, I don't think so that they will ask you in the form of example. But definitely they will give you the situation like this only. Ki there was something which was not mentioned in the financial statement, which was prohibited by the law, and the auditor disclosed the same thing in his audit report, discuss or comment. Like that they may ask you. You can't say particular example for that. For that we have to go into very deep thinking. Ki what are those things that the management is not allowed to disclose? Okay, sorry.
Tenders like that. Government tenders.
Yeah. Correct. Government tenders, they are confidential information, no? Yes. Or say, for example, patent formula of making the COVID-19 medicine.
Yes, sir.
Am I correct or not? Now, making a COVID-19 medicine is a very huge task nowadays, or not? It's a hot piece of cake today, right or not? So due to that, if you will give the formula or if you will give the information that, because whenever you are doing some patent or copyright or trademark, then the Intellectual Properties Right Act says that you should not disclose any kind of confidential information. So like that, you should not disclose it. But if the auditor is disclosing it, I know the patent formula of making a COVID-19 medicine and he wrote everything in the OMP paragraph. Is it justified or unjustified? Unjustified in that case. I hope everyone crystal clear with all the 4 standards. Yes or no? So yes, with that, what is over? With that, our 4 standards today we are done with. We are done with 700, 701, 705, 706. Right or not? Now, let's move towards the last standard, everyone. What is the last standard do we have? Do we have SA 710? Comparative information. Corresponding figures. And what is the another name? Third name? Comparative financial statements. So this is the name of the standard, everyone. Comparative information, corresponding figures, and comparative financial statements. What is the name and what is the meaning of this standard? Actually, there are two things I have to tell you in this standard. The first thing which you have to understand in this standard is, sir, what do you mean by corresponding figures? What is the auditor's responsibility relating to corresponding figures? And what is the auditor's responsibility relating to comparative financial statements? But we will come back to this later on. I will write filling the blanks here and we'll write it later on. First of all, you all have to understand one concept very simply and very clearly. Understand this thing, guys. Tell me one thing. Do we prepare the financial statements as per Schedule 6 or Schedule 3?
Schedule 3.
As per the Schedule 3, there are two parts if I'm not wrong, Part A and Part B. Part A talks about what? Balance sheet, and Part B talks about what? P&L. So nowadays, do we prepare the T-shaped balance sheet or vertical? Vertical. If it's a corporate, if it's a corporate entity, we have to follow the vertical. So vertical, can I say that vertical balance sheet is like this? Particulars will be there, and current year information and last year information. Am I correct or not? Yes. This is how our nowadays balance sheet and P&Ls look like. It's in a vertical manner. Right on. First expenditures will come, then sales will come, then first liabilities will come, and then assets will come. Like that in a vertical way, and balance. This is how the balance sheet and P&L should look like as per the Schedule 3 requirement. Everyone, please tell me whether our financial statements carry the 1 year information or 2 year information.
2 years.
What are the 2 years? Current year and the last year.
Previous.
Yeah, previous year. You can call it as a previous year, but current year as well as the previous year. To 2 year informations. Achha, why the Schedule 3 is telling under the Companies Act you have to mention the 2 year information? What is the reason?
Comparing.
Yes, you can do the comparison, or you can easily understand what is the difference of the financial position and financial result of the company as compared to the last year. Am I correct or not? Say for example, if I will say that the creditors figure is there and the current year it is 780 crores and the last year it was 1080 crores. Now tell me, what is your interpretation? Do you have more creditors or less creditors?
Less credit.
It means company's liquid. It means company's liquidity is good or not?
Yes.
Yes, they are in a position to pay their creditors as soon as possible. So looking at last year, there are 300 crores less creditors. It means company was highly liquid company. Did you get the point? That is where the need arises to understand the name of the standard. Ab dekho, what is the name of the standard? Comparative information. Corresponding figures. What is that? Corresponding figures. And what is the last word? Comparative financial statements. Why comparative? And tell me one thing. Here, if I'm writing the current year creditors here, do I have to write the last year creditors somewhere else? Or opposite to that only?
Opposite to that.
Yes. So उसे बोलते हैं corresponding figures. They are known as which figures? Corresponding to each other. Now, immediately, suppose you are a shareholder and you are watching the creditors, automatically you will get an idea. Okay, this is what the position of the company. Are you getting? Okay, this is now. Suppose cash balance is there. Cash balance is there. It is current year 1100 crores. Last year it was 1800 crores. It means that shows that your cash balance is less this year. So all these interpretations the users can also do. That's the reason we prepare a comparative financial statements. Am I correct or not? Yes. So what is the basic idea behind this standard? Ab suna dhyan se. reason will be very much important here. Try to understand. If you are a auditor of a particular company and you are a sole proprietor auditor, how many years you can serve?
5 years.
5 years. As per section number 139 subsection 2, rotation of the auditors may, you cannot serve more than what? One term of 5 years, right or not? Now, in the 6th year, new auditor will come or not? Yes, but imagine the new auditor is going to do the audit of last year or current year? Current year. But when he is issuing the report, is he issuing the report on financial statements or not?
Yes.
And financial statements are containing 1 year information or 2 years information.
2 years.
It means the current year auditor's workload is increased because in the financial statements, he will be liable for both the years. Are you getting the point?
Yes.
Yes. So tell me the answer for the point number 2. Comparative financial statement mein, what is the auditor's responsibility? For 1 year, for the current year, or for all the years which are presented in the financial statements?
Presented in the financial
For
statement.
all the financial years which are presented in financial statements. Remember one thing, this is one of the MCQ question they may ask you. If for the comparative financial statements, what is the auditor's responsibility? So what you are going to write? Here the auditor's responsibility is for all the financial years which are presented in the financial statement. Now tell me, actually auditor is responsible for both the years or the current year corresponding figures?
Current
Yes.
year.
Yes. So corresponding figures mein what is the auditor's responsibility? Only for current year corresponding figures. So these are the 2 questions they may ask you in the examination. Yes.
What is meant by corresponding figures?
Corresponding figures means these are the 2 figures I have written now. So when it comes to the figures, auditor is only responsible for 780 crores. He is not responsible for 1080 crores because 1080 crores was audited by last year auditor. Am I correct or not?
Yes.
So for the corresponding figures, I am only responsible for the current year. Yes. But when I'm issuing the audit report is issued on financial statements. Am I correct or not?
Yes.
And financial statements include 1 year or 2 years?
2 years.
So it means, can I say that my responsibility has increased, that I have to ensure that the balances which are shown in the balance sheet have been properly carried forward from the last year?
Yes.
Means what? Last year closing balances are the current year opening balances or not?
Yes.
Yes. So when it comes to the comparative financial statements, I am responsible for both the years which are mentioned. But for the corresponding figures, I am only responsible for the current year for which I am doing the audit. Did you understand?
If I am a new,
If you are a new, obviously that is the reason this standard has come. This standard has come for when the change in the auditor is taking place. Clear or not?
Okay.
Don't worry, you will get a more clarification when we'll move ahead. So first of all, everyone, please tell me, did you understand the first part of the standard? Yes or no?
Yes.
So part 1 of the standard is over. Now in the part 2 of the standard, what the standard SA 710 is telling you? SA 710 is telling you 3 situations, everyone. How many situations? 3 situations. अब इसको ध्यान से सुनना सा situations को, and you will find it कि sir, it is very much similar to 510 also. You remember 510? Initial engagements, opening balances. And those who have attended my that session, I already told you at that point of time कि when we'll do 710, I will connect the 710 with the 510. So remember 710 is very much similar to the 510, but we'll get a more clarification in 710 when it comes to the 3 situations. So what are the 3 situations? Now try to understand all these situations and tell me whether the auditor is correct or not. And remember, 710 cannot be done until unless you don't have the knowledge of 706. What is in the 706? We understood, everyone, today? In 706, we understood EMP and
EMP and OMP.
if you don't have the knowledge of EMP and OMP, you can't do these 710. Are you getting the point? I will tell you the reason also. Situation number 1. Now everyone please understand the situation number 1. Last year auditor was different. Means he was another auditor. And last year auditor gave modified opinion. He gave a which opinion? Modified. It means last year auditing financial statements were the modified opinion. So it means he has given some negative opinion. Are you understanding the situation number 1? So last year auditor was different and last year auditor has given the modified opinion. But his modifications are still unresolved. What is the word I am using?
Unresolved.
Unresolved. What do you mean by unresolved? Means those modifications which he has given on the financial statements last year are completely eliminated or they are still present.
Still present.
They are unresolved. Unresolved means still present and affecting my which financial statements? Current year financial statements. Affecting which financial statements? Current year fine. Now everyone just merge this whole sentence and try to understand what the lawmaker is telling you. Lawmaker is saying that ki last year auditor was a different and last year auditor has given a which opinion? Modified opinion. But whatever the modifications he has given last year, they are still unresolved and they are definitely affecting your which year financial statements?
Current year.
Current year financial statement. Now the question is, what current year auditor shall do? Current year auditor इसका क्या करेगा? What the current year auditor shall do? Answer is, current year auditor will also, tell me,
Responsible.
will also issue a which report? Yes, will also issue a modified report. So current year auditor definitely will issue the modified report. Are you getting the point? And in basis paragraph, in which para everyone? Basis paragraph. What is basis paragraph? Reasons paragraph. So in the basis paragraph, you are going to tell the reasons कि current year modifications are there. That's why I have given the modified report. Or last year modifications are present in the current year. That's why I have given the modified report.
Last year.
Yes.
Last year.
So in the basis paragraph, current year auditor will give the reason. The current year auditor shall specify that last year's modifications are what? Still unresolved and affecting what?
Current year.
Yes, current year financial statements. That's why he has issued modified opinion. Crystal clear, everyone? Yes or no?
Yes.
Everyone, did you understand the situation number 1? Yes, but important note. In case last year modifications, it means last year's negatives are not affecting which year? Current year financial statements, then auditor will just issue EMP paragraph. He will just issue the which paragraph? EMP paragraph. What do you mean by EMP paragraph, everyone? Emphasis of matters paragraph. Yes. So it means what the auditor is trying to tell in this paragraph. In this paragraph, auditor will say that I would like to draw the attention of the users of financial statement on these particular modifications which were there in the last year, but they are not affecting the current year opinion. Therefore, this is my duty that I should reframe these issues again for the better understanding of whom? Users of financial state. Did you get the point or not?
Yes.
Yes. Now, situation, yes.
So, but it still continues, sir.
Sorry?
But it still continue for unresolved.
Nee, you are giving the modified opinion only. You are giving the modified opinion only. But if those modifications are not affecting the current year, at least you have to still tell to the users of financial statement that now, are you going to tell to the users of financial statement that management is inefficient or not?
Yes.
Yes. So for that, you would like to draw the attention of users on the same or not?
Yes.
Yes. So that's the reason you are using EMP paragraph along with the modified opinion. Clear or not?
Yes.
Yes. Now, listen to this situation, everyone. Situation number 2. Very similar situation. Acha, tell me one thing. When I'm saying that what the current year auditor will do, you all agreed with me that he will issue a modified opinion. What are the 3 modified opinion, everyone? Qualified, adverse,
Adverse,
or
disclaimer.
disclaimer. Clear or not? Okay. Now, listen to this situation very carefully and try to understand me gives example. This is same. What do you mean by same? Last year auditor was a different person. But last year auditor gave which opinion?
Modified.
Unmodified opinion. So in the situation number 1 में, last year auditor gave the which opinion?
Modified.
Modified opinion. The situation number 1 में, last year auditor gave the modified opinion. In the situation number 2 में, last year auditor gave a which opinion? Unmodified opinion. Clear or not? Now, current year auditor, while doing an audit, finds that or obtains SAAE, which clearly shows that last year auditor should have given modified opinion. Did you get the point or not what I'm saying? Last year auditor gave a which opinion, everyone? Unmodified opinion. It means he completely said that everything is true and fair. Everything is clean. Are you getting the point or not? Everything is true and fair. And everything is what? Clean. Just give me 1 second. Sir. Yeah, tell me, sir.
Sir, can you share the photo, sir? I came to that showroom, sir. He's saying that he's not available. Send the photo, I will show you.
Sure, sir. Just give me 1 second. Okay, sir. I'll share it on your WhatsApp, sir, right now. Okay, sir. Okay, everyone, are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So last year auditor gave the which opinion, everyone? Unmodified opinion, means clean opinion. But this year auditor, while doing the audit, he obtained so many evidences which shows that in last year the auditor should have given which opinion? Modified opinion. Are you getting the point? It means, what is the problem? It means the last year auditor was an efficient one or inefficient one?
Inefficient.
Inefficient one. Now in that situation, what will happen? In that situation, what will happen? Now try to understand what will happen in that situation. Point number one. Now auditor, which auditor? Current year auditor will raise issue with whom? TCWG, and inform to tell previous year auditor to give revised audit report. Am I correct or not? Last year auditor should change his report or not? Yes.
No,
Why? Why no?
the opinion is different.
That's what
Depending on
he has to issue the revised audit report, na? He should have given the modified report, but he has given a which opinion?
modified.
So then that is what I am telling you, na? Current year auditor will go to the TCWG and he will inform to the TCWG, please inform your last year auditor to give the revised audit report. Revised audit report means what? He should have issued which report?
Modified.
Modified report. Are you getting the point or not?
So
Yes.
opinion will differ, no.
So opinion will differ, na? That's why it is known as a revised audit report, na? What's the problem? What's the problem if the opinion will differ?
Modified to unmodified.
Unmodified to modified, not modified to unmodified. Unmodified to modified. So again, this revised audit report will be sent to the users of financial statement ki last year there was a mistake. So this is the actual audit report. For that reason, it is my responsibility to raise the issue to the TCWG as a current year auditor ki please inform your previous year auditor to issue the revised audit report. Crystal clear or not? Yes. Now, if the previous year auditor is ready and financial statements are also amended, then what will I do? Then what will I do? I will issue an OMP paragraph. I will issue a which paragraph? I will issue an EMP paragraph. When do we issue the EMP paragraph, everyone? Please tell me. When do we issue the EMP paragraph? Please.
Sufficient and audit.
Which already the management has done. Management has already done the adjustments. But auditor would like to reframe it again or not?
Yes.
Yes. So management is ready to amend their financial statements? Yes. And the old auditor is ready to issue their revised audit report?
Yes.
Yes. But the auditor would like to tell it to the users also or not?
Yes.
Yes. So I will issue a which report? I will issue a which paragraph? EMP paragraph. But what if the financial statements cannot be amended? Means TCWG refused my opinion. And old auditor is not ready to issue revised report. That can also happen or not?
Yes.
Then in that case, which paragraph I'll give? OMP paragraph I'll give. I'll give a which paragraph? OMP paragraph. Are you getting the point or not? Why I'm giving OMP here? Because this is a matter other than disclosed by the management, where I would like to draw the attention of the users of financial statement. My responsibility is towards users. If the management is ready to revise, old auditor is ready to give the revised audit report, I will give that in the EMP ki please see that the management has also adjusted. Old auditor has also given the revised audit report. This is for the better understanding of yours. But if the financial statements are not amended by the management and the old auditor is not ready to issue the audit report, then though it is something other than disclosed by the management or not. So then I would like to draw the attention of users so that they can understand my responsibility. Clear or not?
Yes, sir.
Yes or no? But in both the cases, what will be the current year audit opinion? Tell me. EMP, OMP is a separate thing. But what is the current year auditor's opinion?
Modified opinion.
Yes. It will be which opinion? Modified. Now tell me why I am giving the modified opinion. Reason is very simple. If the company is a very efficient company, this kind of mistake they should have done or should not have done.
Not
So
have done.
definitely clean can't be the option. Definitely clean can't be the option. Am I correct or not? Now, what is the option? Modified opinion. Now tell me everyone, modified opinion means 3 opinions or not? Modified opinion means how many opinions? 3. What are the 3?
Qualified adverse disclaimer.
Qualified adverse only. I'm not writing disclaimer. Can anybody tell me why? Current year auditor cannot give the disclaimer opinion because
Has found SAA.
yes, current year auditor has obtained SAAE. That's the reason he's saying that ki last year auditor was a duffer fellow. Did you get the point or not?
Yes, sir.
He has an evidence, therefore he will give the modified opinion only. But his modified opinion will have only 2 options. What are the 2 options? Either qualified or what? Adverse. He cannot issue the disclaimer. But in the situation number 1, everyone, he could have issued any 3 of them. What are the 3 of them? Qualified, adverse, disclaimer. Because last year also it was modified and the last year modifications are still present in the current year. Did you get the point? I hope all of you understood the situation number 1 and situation number 2 separately.
Yes, sir.
Everyone, if anyone is having a doubt, please ask me because the third case is little bit complicated. In the first case and second case, anybody is having a problem or no problem?
Sir,
Yes.
sir, my question is, I am a previous auditor.
Mm,
My thoughts saying it is an unmodified opinion.
mm,
You are a current auditor.
mm.
Your thoughts saying modified opinion.
I have an evidence also. I have an evidence also कि you should have given which opinion?
Unmodified. I have also an evidence.
You have an evidence on the basis of which you should have given the unmodified opinion. Am I correct or not? But my evidence shows that कि you should have given a modified opinion. Are you getting the point or not? Now, in that case, your question is, sir, these are the 2 different chartered accountants. How the one chartered accountant's opinion is going to apply upon the another one? Is that your doubt?
Yes.
Yes. Now listen to this thing. When I am saying I have an evidence that you should have given the modified opinion, I will definitely say in that situation only when I'm 200% sure, because challenging the competency and the qualification of the another chartered accountant is generally not allowed in our CA Act. It is against our professional ethics. But if the things are completely out of control, and now obviously I will open up my mouth when I'm 200% sure. That's the reason I'm telling you, if you are also 200% sure, no, my unmodified opinion is correct only. That's the reason I gave you 2 options now. What is the first option I gave you? Tell me, read everyone in the front of you. What is the first option I gave you?
Ready and does not.
Now, why you are ready to give me the revised audit report now? Because you think now that you are wrong or not? Yes. And what is the option number 2?
Does not agree.
Yeah, you think that you are right. That is what you are saying now. Now, in both the situations, either I will give the EMP or I'll give the OMP, because at the end of the day, neither my opinion can force you to change, nor your opinion can force me to change, because we both are professionals. Am I correct or not? So my opinion is my opinion. I'll write EMP and OMP. EMP I'll write when you are ready to. OMP I'll write when you are not ready to. Did you get the answer for your query?
Yes.
Yes or no? So I'm not forcing at all to you to change your opinion. Who am I? I'm nobody. But at the end of the day, at least it is my moral responsibility, out of courtesy, I should inform to the TCWG कि please amend your financial statements. And at the same point of time, please inform your old auditor कि opinion has to be changed. If you are changing, I will write EMP paragraph. If you are not changing, I will write OMP paragraph, because in both the cases, I have to inform it to whom? Users. But at the end of the day, it does not affect my opinion. My opinion will be modified opinion only. Are you getting the point? But why I have not written the disclaimer? Because I already have an evidence. Because I already have an evidence that last year you should have given the which opinion? Modified. So disclaimer is not having any place in there. Everyone understood the logics, each and every logic behind the total concept?
Yes.
Yes. Anybody is having a doubt, please, please, please ask that out, because remember one thing, standards has to be done in the most important and understandable way. If you are not good in standards, you can't survive your auditing examination. That is 100% sure. Look at the last 3 examination papers, everyone. I can guarantee you none of you listening to my class can attempt 100 marks in that paper. Reason? Now, you know what? My way of teaching has completely changed in the last 1 year because of the change of the examination pattern now given by the ICAI. Earlier, you know, Teja and Komal, I think you are my old students, right?
Yes.
You might have seen that ki last to last attempt mein, when you took my classes, Teja, you are to taking for the second time again as well. Am I correct or not?
Yes, sir.
At that point of time, the way I used to teach you the standard used to be like only touching it and letting you know what is required for the purpose of intermediate. Am I correct or not? Why we are going so much deeper nowadays? Because ICA has started treating you as a CA final students in the intermediate level only. Gone were the days when ICA was lenient, and that is the only reason auditing is the only subject in the group 2, either it is old syllabus or new syllabus, which is a leg puller. Do you all agree with me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, ITSM may you may get the good marks. Advanced accounts maybe you may get the good marks. And if you are in new syllabus, in FM Eco also you may good marks. Swapnil Patni is one of the student got the 96 marks. But you dare to cross 80 marks in the auditing, I can guarantee you, you are the God gifted person. 80 matlab you are a God gifted fellow in auditing. 70 means you are superb. 60 means you are very efficient student, patient listener. Crossing 50 is very difficult. Are you getting the point or not? Everyone, you must be agreeing that in your your colleagues' results and everywhere, you'll find that 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. These are the only marks you get in auditing. You know, while listening to the class, you all will agree with me. Yes, sir, we understand. But retaining the concept till the time your examination is very important. Are you getting it? That's the reason I preferably give my handwritten notes to the students rather than giving the printed notes. Because in the handwritten notes, I write each and everything which I feel from my point of sight. And at the same point of time, when you will do the preparation on your own, when you will see my handwritten notes, don't you think that you all remember the classes at that point of time? Okay, sir was writing like this, sir has made this arrow like this because at that point of time, sir was telling about this kind of example. Can you correlate the class when you're revising my handwritten notes? Yes, so
Yes,
remember
sir.
one thing, auditing is not a Viva paper where you can orally, agar if could have been a Viva paper, everyone could have cleared. Unfortunately, it is a written examination. The most important thing matters is presentation. Are you getting the point? And understanding of the concept. So let's move to the last topic, everyone. Situation number 1, I told you. Situation number 2, I told you. Now situation number 3. So what is the situation number 3? Situation number 3 ki last year audit has not happened. Now, so this is the most difficult situation. Last year, what has happened? Audit has not taken place. Now, what you will do? In this situation, what you will do? Because when you're reporting for the current year, are you only reporting for the current year or as well as the last year?
Last year.
Corresponding figures के लिए you are responsible for the current year only. But for the comparative financial statement, you are responsible for the current year as well as last year or not? Now imagine that last year is audited or unaudited. Now what to do? This is the very critical situation. Now listen to this very carefully. If this kind of situation will come, auditor just has to include one paragraph called what? OMP paragraph. In this OMP paragraph, what he has to write? Point number 1. Last year audit has not taken place. Am I correct or not? So are you telling to the users that it is not my fault? It is whose fault? Management's fault. They have not conducted the last year audit. Am I correct or not? Yes. And in the point number 2, no place every. Okay, I'm continuing this situation number 3 below. Situation 3. What was our situation 3, everyone? Last year audit has not taken place. Last year audit in हुआ. So what is my responsibility? I will include which paragraph? OMP paragraph. So can you understand now how 706 is very important? Yes or no? So I will include one OMP paragraph, and in the OMP paragraph I'll give the 2 declarations. Declaration number 1, last year audit has not taken place. And at the same, Acha, tell me one thing. If the last year audit has not taken place, what is the biggest difficulty as a current year auditor you will face? Tell me, last year closing balances are the current year opening balances or not?
Yes.
But are they the audited one or unaudited one?
Unaudited.
Therefore, law says that I'm not forcing you to do the 2-year audit now. Law is simply saying that, standard is simply saying that I'm not forcing you to do the 2-year audit now. But at least do one thing. I have taken up a responsibility to audit at least which balances?
Opening balance.
Opening balances. And can assure that they are free from, tell me,
Material misstatement.
ROMUM. They are free from what? ROMUM. Risk of material misstatements. These are the 2 things which you have to add in the which paragraph, everyone? OMP paragraph. If the last year audit has not taken place. So that brings an end to your standard essay 710 as well. I hope all of you enjoyed today's session. Yes or no?
Sir,
So,
one doubt.
yeah, tell me.
Sir, auditing opening balances means is near to audit of last year, right?
It's not near. It's just that ki whatever the balances which are getting carried, because all things are not carried forward next year. Only some few balances on the balance sheet are those which are required to be carried out next year. So I will try my level best to at least assure to the users that ki, don't worry, I have taken up a responsibility to audit at least the opening balances, and I can assure that they are free from risk of material misstatement. So little bit audit of last year you have to do. You can say that. Are you getting the point or not? But 100, because obviously you are getting paid for 1 year only. So if you're getting paid for 1 year, definitely you will not take the burden of both the years. But law says that ki out of courtesy, at least do what? Little bit audit of which balances? Opening balances, so that your starting of audit can go smoothly. Because if the opening balances are unaudited, then in that case, current year may so many frauds and errors may come. Am I correct or not? So first do the audit of last year closing balances, which are opening balances of current year, and then start your audit. Did you understand the point?
The extent will depend on his professional judgment.
Yes. Again, yeah, completely. Our whole auditing profession is based upon professional judgments like assumptions and assertions what we take. Are you getting the point? Now, it all depends upon the what kind of training you had, what kind of expertise you have, what kind of knowledge you have. So, our profession is full of limitations also. But these are those kind of limitations which can be escaped or cannot be. Cannot be. These are some of the shadows of our profession which will always be there with you. Are you getting the point? So I hope every one of you sitting in the class understood today's concept. So with that, can I say that our 700 series is also what? Over. Except for you old syllabus students for whom 710 20 is also applicable. So definitely I will not take the class on 720 and those standards which are applicable to you, but I will try my level best to provide you the maximum possible videos for the same. Clear everyone? Yes. So I hope everyone enjoyed the today's session. Please write in the comment box if you have any kind of doubt. So with that, our sir, if you have time, I wanted to talk. Okay. Komal, you can call me tomorrow after 12:30 at any point of time. Okay.
Okay.
Me also, sir, regarding some
Strategic management. Okay.
I
No
need
issue.
a full video. Your how much I have to pay you?
No issues. I'll let you know. Don't worry. Okay. Please call me after 12:30 tomorrow because morning we have some little bit of puja and all. So I'll be free tomorrow after 12:30. And anyways, evening mein to we are going to meet at 7 to 9 as usual. Okay. Chalo. So I hope all of you understood the crystal clear all the 700 series. So with that, our audit report chapter is also over. Now I will try to start with the chapter called Audit Sampling and Analytical Procedures and Audit of Automated Environment. So in the next 3 sessions, I would like to complete all these 3 topics. So maybe by Wednesday or Thursday, these 3 chapters. Pooja, it will be automatically updated since last 2-3 days. It was not getting updated because my pad's Wi-Fi was not working properly. So now my iPad's Wi-Fi is working properly. It will get automatically updated in the next 1 hour. Okay. So Pooja, you will be able to get current notes also. I hope this file is also already shared with you in the beginning only. Yes or no? So far, I sent you my 2 types of written notes. One is for the company audit separately, and one is for this file I already sent you in the beginning. So let me see whether you can see that now backing up option is coming. So by the time it will be backed up, these notes will be automatically updated in the thing. So make sure that you're opening it after 1 or 2 hours. All the notes will be updated, Pooja. Okay. Hello. Thank you so much, everyone, for attending today's session. I'll see you guys tomorrow in the evening, and you can call me after 12:30 any point of time. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Be safe, sir.
Yeah. Sorry.
Be safe.
Acha, be safe. Yeah, I am safe only because I have gone through COVID-19 already. So I am safe, but I'm worried about my family. Maybe that might be in trouble. So no issues. Don't worry. Things happen, and we have to take it more profound manner. So see you guys, everyone. Thank you so much. Bye bye. Take care.
Thank you,
Good
sir.
night to all of you. Bye. Good night. Good night. everyone. Thank you. Thank you so much. Bye. Gotham in out, sir. Okay. I don't know. I'm unable to see anyone. Share the screen. Okay, please let me know, everyone, if you are able to see the screen. Are you able to see me now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Someone is texting me. Same thing, sir. Okay, sir. Yeah, Teja, it is 6 is not there in the password. Password is wrong. Don't put the 6 in the. Yeah, don't put the 6 in the password. Okay.
Yeah, even then it's showing us incorrect password only, sir. I mean, even if I type CHE at the rate 12345, showing
Try
as
to
incorrect
come back
password
again.
only.
Try to come back again. I'll try to let you in because I'm unable to see you in the participants. Everyone came up with the CHE at the rate 12345 only.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yeah.
sir.
Yeah, please try to come out and then let me know. Okay, Teja?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Then call me back again if any problem is there. Okay. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Okay. So let us start today's session. Let us continue. Okay. Divya Bharti. Okay. Divya came. Okay. And what is the meeting ID? Meeting info is 978-877. Okay. Chalo. Let us start and let us proceed with the new topic today. So everyone, till yesterday we have done the whole company's audit, right? Company's audit is over, right? Yes. Who is this co-host? Yeah. Okay. Are you from PR, the co-host? Actually, because of the wrong ID, some students are unable to. Yeah, some students are unable to join because of the wrong ID. I think you have sent me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the password. I think 5 is not there. That's the reason some of the students are unable to join it. I hope I made myself very clear. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Chalo, I'm starting everyone. Let's start and let's proceed with it. We give a new ID to all the students. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please send me that ID again once to me, if possible, so that I can share it with my students as well. Okay. So far we are done with the whole sections of company audit, everyone. Section number 138 to section number 177, 148, sorry, and then 177 separately we have done. So I hope so none of you is having any doubt in the company audit topic, right or not, everyone? I hope there's no doubt in the company audit topic. Yes? Okay, so assuming that there is no doubt, let us start with today a new session. What is the name of the session? The name of the session is known as Audit Report Chapter, everyone. The name of the chapter is known as Audit Report. So everyone try to understand this one thing very carefully. When we talk about the audit report, there is one thing you have to understand. In this chapter, there are total, in this particular series of audit report, there are total 6 standards on auditing. Now, all the 6 standards on auditing, they talk about reporting and conclusions only. They talk about what? Reporting and conclusions only. Are you getting the point? Same thing we have to understand here, everyone. What do you mean by conclusions and reporting? The whole series, the whole series will talk about the same thing, right? Conclusions and reporting only. Unfortunately, you don't have 720 in the new syllabus, but those who are from the old syllabus, you must be aware of the fact that 720 is applicable to you. So what this 700 standard is going to make us understand, 700 mein we are going to understand how the auditor forms an opinion. So forming an opinion and reporting on financial statements. Forming an opinion and reporting on financial statement. That is the name of this standard. So what is 701? 701 talks about communicating key audit matters. It is known as CAM. Communicating key audit matters in independent auditor's report. Clear? Now, what is 705, everyone? What is 705? Somebody came. Okay, everyone is there. So what is 705, everyone? 705 talks about modifications in the opinion of independent auditor's report. Modifications in the opinion of independent auditor's report. What is 710, everyone? 710 is all about corresponding figures. These are the names of the standard. Corresponding figures, comparative information, and comparative financial statements. Comparative financial statement. This is the name of essay 710. And what is 706, everyone? 706 talks about what? EMP and OMP. Sir, what is EMP and OMP? Emphasis of matters paragraph and others matters paragraph. This is what do you mean by EMP and OMP? Emphasis of matters paragraph and others matters paragraph. Clear, everyone? So please mute yourself. Okay. So EMP and OMP. This is what do you mean by emphasis? Who is this? Hello? Yes?
Sir, I'm still not able to connect, sir.
Is there anyone from the Peer Academy, please? Right now, available? Did you do it again? Did you try to come again?
Yes, sir. I tried various combinations of capital and small letters also, but
No, it's capital CHE at the rate of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yes, sir. I tried that, but I'm not able to get it.
Okay.
I tried small letters also. I tried spaces also, but none of the combinations are working.
Okay. Anybody from Peer Academy team? I think so many people are able to come and leave the meeting in between on their own only. Some technical issues are there, I think. But anyways, let's see. Do one thing. Just wait. Let me send you the meeting ID again. Manoranjana, are you there in the class?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please send me the meeting ID, please. Which they have sent you just recently. Are you able to do it, Teja, right now?
No, fine, sir. I think I got.
You came, huh?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I check it, sir. I'll check that.
Just check and call me back again, okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Why this kind of problem? Your student attendance will be taken away, so make sure that you are going to use your mobile app. Some technical issue in the Zoom, sir. Yeah, I think there is one student called Teja who is trying to come into the meeting. I think You are asking the roll number. He's from Hyderabad actually. He is my student. Please allow him to come in the meeting, please. हाँ बोलो तेजा.
Sir, it's still not working, sir. I mean,
Just trying to talk to those people also, like to allow you to come in between.
THE at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I use that password only, sir. Now only I use this login.
Try to. Did you use the same password? CHE
yes, sir.
@ 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Acha, there. I think there might be some issue with your thing. Try to log in now.
Yes, sir. CHE @ 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
No, sir. It's still showing incorrect password on.
Okay, I'll do the needful. Okay, just call me. Okay. Okay. Chalo. I think now things are sorted. So everyone, this is what the total audit report chapter is all about. So audit report is all about 700, 701, 705, 710 and 706. So in these 5 standards, in each and every standard, we are only going to talk about what? We are only going to talk about reportings and conclusions. So I will try my level best to make sure that each and every standard goes inside your head. Now, what is the first standard, everyone? The very first standard which we have to understand is known as SA 700. The name of the standard, what is the name of the standard? Forming an opinion. Forming an opinion and reporting on financial statements. Forming an opinion and reporting on financial statements. So what do you mean by forming an opinion and reporting on financial statement? Now try to understand this thing very clearly. See, forming an opinion and reporting on financial statement means how the auditor shall form an opinion and how the auditor shall report on the financial statement. So try to understand this thing very clearly, everyone. What is the objective of this standard? The objective of SA 700 is nothing but these 2 points only. It teaches you how an auditor, shall form an opinion. How an auditor shall form an opinion. And at the same point of time, it teaches you how the auditor shall report on financial statement. How the auditor shall report on financial statement. So 2 things, how an auditor shall form an opinion and how the auditor shall report on financial statements. Now question is, sir, what do you mean by audit report? Audit report can be of 2 types. You can issue the physical audit report also, and nowadays electronic audit report. Electronically also you can issue the audit report. So there is no problem if you are issuing the physical audit report or if you are issuing the electronic audit report. So either you are issuing the physical audit report or electronic audit report, there is no problem at all. This is what the major thing which is being talked in this standard. Now, when we talk about how to express an opinion, I already told you one thing in our chapter number 1 itself only, when we talk about the reports, there are two types of reports, everyone. How many types of reports? Two types of reports. One are known as modified reports and one are known as unmodified reports. What are the two types of reports? Modified reports and unmodified reports. Under the modified reports, there are three types of opinion, everyone. What are the three types of opinion? Tell me. What are the three types of opinion? Tell me, everyone. If you remember the chapter number 1, I told you there are total 4 types of opinion, but there are, out of those 4, there are 3 types of opinion. What are the 3 types of opinion, everyone? The 3 types of opinion are qualified. Yes. The 3 types of opinion are what? Qualified, adverse, and disclaimer. Qualified, adverse, and disclaimer. Are you getting the point? So what are the 3 types of opinion? Qualified opinion, adverse opinion, and disclaimer opinion. Now, what do you mean by qualified opinion, adverse opinion, and disclaimer opinion? That we are not going to understand here, because for that we have a separate standard called SF 705. So if I take you up, what is 705, everyone? You can see that 705 is talking about what? Modifications in the opinion of independent auditors report. So we are going to have a focus on qualified, adverse, and disclaimer in the which standard? SS 705. Sir, in the SS 700, what we are talking about, we are only going to understand what? We are only going to understand about clean opinion. We are only going to understand about clean opinion, because clean opinion is being talked in 700 revised. And 705 revised talks about what? Modified opinion. Clear, everyone? Now, what do you mean by clean opinion? What do you mean by clean opinion? Clean opinion is also known as unmodified opinion. There is another name called as unmodified opinion. There is another name, it is known as clear opinion. There is another name, it is known as unqualified opinion. Sir, when the auditor issues the clean opinion, if 2 conditions are satisfied. So what are the 2 conditions satisfied? AFRF. Are you getting the point? One is known as AFRF, and the condition number 2 is as compliance financial reporting framework, CFRF. One is known as AFRF and one is known as CFRF. Sir, what do you mean by AFRF? Applicable financial reporting framework. Applicable financial reporting framework. If the auditor thinks that the client's financial statements are prepared as per applicable financial reporting framework, and client is also doing the compliance reporting framework. CFRF stands for compliance financial reporting framework. Now, what do you mean by AFRF? I will ask you some simple questions and you just give me one idea whether it is AFRF or not. Everyone, please tell me whether the client's books of accounts must be prepared as per section number 128 or not. Say yes or no in the chat box. Yes. So client's books of accounts are as per section number 128. Point number 1. Financial statement should be in agreement with the books of accounts, or books of accounts should be in agreement with the financial statement?
Books of accounts.
Books of accounts should be in agreement with what? Financial statement should be in agreement with what? Books of accounts. So auditor saw that yes, books of accounts are prepared as per section number 128 and financial statements are in agreement with what? Books of accounts. Now when he saw that financial statements may accounting standards are consistently followed. Accounting standards are what followed? Consistently followed. Next point. Accounting estimates which are made by the management, like provision for taxation, provision for doubtful debt, all the accounting estimates made by the management are what? They are all what? They are reasonable. Right or not? They are reasonable. Next one. accounting policies are properly selected and properly implemented. It means whatever the accounting policies you have selected, you have properly implemented the same. Are you getting the point? The accounting policies are properly selected and properly what? Implemented. Clear? Next point. Schedule 3 requirements are also followed. Schedule 3 requirements are also followed while preparing the financial statement. So tell me everything, guys. Whatever the information and explanation you are asking, whatever the information and explanation you are asking, they are providing it. They are providing it. Their internal financial control system, is properly implemented. Now my question is, everyone, each and everything what the auditor is expecting from his client's financial statements, are they fulfilling the each and every requirement of the auditor or not? Yes or no? Now put together, all these things are known as AFRF. What is AFRF, everyone? Applicable Financial Reporting Framework. Means when I'm going to the client's place, I'm checking that whether the financial statements are properly prepared or not, properly disclosed or not, properly presented or not, books of accounts and financial statements are agreeing with each other or not. Now, all these things when I'm checking, so if I'm positive about each and everything, I will give a which opinion? I will give a AFRF. I will give a unmodified opinion. That is what do you mean by AFRF. What is the condition number 2, which will help you in giving the clean opinion, ki whether the whatever the statutes, whatever the acts, whatever the laws, and whatever the rules and regulations applicable to my client, whether he is following that rules and regulations or not. Now you all know that GST returns are required to be filed monthly or not? Yes. And 4 quarterly GST returns are also required to be filed? Yes. And 1 annual return is also required to be filed? Yes. If you are a SEBI, if you are a listed company, Companies Act definitely is applicable on you, as well as the SEBI Act is also applicable. Yes. So whether the client is complying with all the rules and regulations, statutes, acts and laws or not, then also auditor calls it as compliance financial reporting framework. Then also the auditor gives a which opinion? Unmodified clear opinion, or unqualified or clean opinion. Did you get the point? Sir, why we are not talking about the qualified, adverse and disclaimer? Because for that 705 may we are going to have a detailed discussion. Did you get the point? So this is how the auditor forms an opinion. Did you get the point or not? So out of 4 opinions, which opinion we are done with? We are done with the which opinion, everyone? Clean opinion we are done with. Clear? Now, next part of this standard, it talks about what? This standard also teaches you the another thing, how the auditor shall report, on his financial statements. How the auditor shall report on his what? Financial statement. Now, I will tell you one method. I will show you one format also. I will show you the original audit report of Reliance India Limited also. And there I will tell you whether our format and original format is matching or not. So everyone, please be careful now. There are in total 12 to 13 elements we have to understand. How many? 12 to 30 elements. Every chartered accountant's audit report, either it is mine today or my seniors yesterday, or you people are going to become chartered accountant in future. Whenever you will be also issuing the audit report, make sure that everyone's audit report should have the same format. So what is the format? Every audit report starts with the title. What is the first element? This is also known as basic elements of audit report. That is another question they may ask you. Basic elements of auditor's report. So remember one thing, every auditor's report starts with the title. Sir, what is the title? Title will always be known as independent auditor's report. What is the title? Independent auditor's report is always the title. Okay, sir. So imagine that you have a letterhead. In the letterhead, you are writing one title. What is that title? Independent auditor's report is your title. Clear, everyone? Okay, point number 2. So what after the title will come? After the title in your report, addressee should come. Who is going to come? Addressee is going to come. Sir, what do you mean by addressee? Our addressee is always the members of the company. Who is our addressee? It is always the members of the company, because we do not report it to the management. We always report it to the shareholders, and our addressee is always the members of the company. Sir, what if somebody else is also in the need of this audit report, or there can be other addresses? There can be what? Other addresses as per the requirement of statute. As per the requirement of statute. So say for example, if I'm sending my audit report to SEBI, so my addressee will be SEBI. So generally our addressees are always members. But if somebody else or somebody other user is requesting me my audit report, I can send the audit report to that person also. So title is the first basic element. What is the second basic element? Addressee. Are you getting the point? Now what is the third basic element in the audit report? The third basic element of audit report is the most important element, that is called opinion para. That is called which para, everyone? Opinion para. This is the major para on the basis of which our whole audit report is based upon. Don't worry, I'll show you the practical audit report also of the Reliance India Limited. Sir, opinion paragraph mein what should come? Remember one thing, obviously in the opinion paragraph your opinion will come कि either you are giving a clean opinion or qualified opinion, adverse opinion or disclaimer opinion. Along with that, what else is going to come in your opinion para? In the opinion paragraph, there are 5 things you have to mention. Sir, how many things we have to mention? 5 things should be mentioned, and each and everything which I am telling you right now, practically we are going to see in the next 10 minutes. Sir, in the opinion paragraph, what are the 5 things? Name of the entity whose audit you are doing shall be mentioned in the opinion paragraph. Year of audit shall be mentioned in the opinion paragraph. Then name of financial statements also shall be mentioned in the opinion paragraph. Name of the financial statement, name of the entity, year of audit, and next important thing is कि we have audited. This word also should be mentioned in your opinion paragraph, and most importantly you have to also mention, okay, name of the entity has been mentioned, period of audit has been mentioned, that is year of audit has been mentioned, name of the financial statement also has been mentioned, we have audited, that is also mentioned, and you have to also mention that you have attached some explanatory statements. You also have attached some explanatory statements, right or not? These are the 5 things which are required to be mentioned in your which paragraph? Opinion paragraph. Other than your opinion, these 5 things should be there in your paragraph. So this is what the lawmaker is telling you as per SA 700. Sir, okay, title is over, addressee is over, opinion paragraph is also over. So what is going to be my 4th paragraph in my auditor's report? Everyone, the 4th paragraph in your auditor's report is going to be basis for opinion para. Sir, what do you mean by basis for opinion para? Now listen to this very carefully. If you are giving a clean opinion, qualified opinion, adverse opinion or disclaimer opinion, what are the reasons you are giving this opinion? That reasons also are required to be mentioned in this paragraph. Are you getting the point? So what is this paragraph? It is also known as reasons paragraph. It means what I am giving the opinion in paragraph number 3, that is opinion paragraph, what are the reasons I am giving the opinion in para number 3? Those reasons are required to be mentioned in para number 4. Did you get the point? So it is known as basis of opinion paragraph. So sir, in the basis of opinion paragraph mein, auditor is going to mention 4 things. What are the 4 things he is going to mention? Point number 1. I obtained SAAE. Auditor is saying in this paragraph that I am giving the opinion in the paragraph number 3 on the basis of my sufficient and appropriate audit evidences which I have collected. Second thing mein, auditor is saying that I have followed standards on auditing. It means in this point, what is the relevance? The auditor is telling to the users of financial statement that my opinion is not just being declared just because I wanted to give. I have followed the proper standards on auditing while expressing my opinion. So, sir, what is the third thing the auditor is saying? In the third thing, the auditor is saying, I tried my level best to follow all the ethical requirements of ICAI. Can anybody tell me what are the ethical requirements of ICAI? Everyone? Integrity, objectivity, independence, confidentiality, skills and competence, all that we have understood in the chapter number 1 or not? Yes. So in this paragraph, the auditor is saying that yes, I have followed all the ethical requirements of ICAI. And point number 4 mein auditor is saying that if anybody is interested to know my responsibilities, if anybody wants to know my responsibilities, my auditor's responsibility para is given below. My auditor's responsibility para is given below. It means if you want to check out what are my responsibilities, don't look for my responsibilities in this para. My separate auditor's responsibility para is given below. All these 4 declarations must be given in your basis paragraph. So again repeating everyone, what are the elements of the audit report? How the audit report should look like? Point number 1. In the point number 1, we are writing the title, right or not? So point number 2, addressee. Point number 3, opinion para. Point number 4, basis paragraph. Now what is the 5th paragraph in my auditor's report? Remember everyone, 5th paragraph is known as going concern para. What is the 5th paragraph? Going concern para. Sir, what do you mean by going concern para? Going concern para basically is an optional paragraph. Sir, what do you mean by optional paragraph? If you have something bad to talk about the going concern, then only this paragraph will become the part of your auditor's report. If you have seen their going concern assumption is good and you have nothing to talk about the going concern, there is no point of including this paragraph. Are you getting the point? And remember, all the elements which I am telling you are in sequential manner. You have to mention them in a sequential manner. So going concern paragraph is an optional paragraph, so writing in the bracket. Sir, what is the 6th paragraph? 6th paragraph is known as CAM para. Sir, what do you mean by CAM? CAM stands for Key Audit Matters para. Key Audit Matters para. Sir, what is Key Audit Matters paragraph? I will not tell you now because we have a separate standard on that, SA 701. So we are going to discuss in 701. What do you understand by Key Audit Matters? Key, what do you mean by the word called key, everyone? Please tell me. What do you understand by the word called T? Key, which is something which is unimportant or important? Something which is important. So important audit paragraphs or important audit matters we are going to write in this particular paragraph. So everyone please tell me what are the 6 elements we have done. Sir, first one is title, second one is addressee, third one is opinion para, fourth one is basis para, fifth one is GC paragraph which is optional, and the last one is known as what? The last one is known as CAM para. Sir, what will come after the CAM para? After the CAM para, the next paragraph which is going to come is known as management responsibility para. It is known as which para, everyone? It is known as management responsibility para. Sir, what do you mean by management responsibility para? Management responsibility para is that para where we are going to tell to the users that these are not my responsibilities. So don't blame me for these responsibilities. These are the set of responsibilities which are applicable to management. Like say for example, if I have to give you some examples, like internal control system is management responsibility, detection of frauds and errors is management responsibility, financial statement is the management's responsibility, books of account is the management responsibility, accounting standards are management responsibility, schedule 3 is being followed while preparing the financial statement or not, that is also management's responsibility. Did you get the point or not? So management responsibility para means कि we are talking about the management's responsibility in this para, so that the user should not confuse my responsibilities with management responsibility. Therefore, sir, what is going to be the paragraph number 8? In the paragraph number 8, it is known as auditor's responsibility para. Sir, are we going to talk about our responsibility also? Yes. We are talking about the management responsibility. At the same point of time, we are talking about my responsibility also. Okay, what are my responsibilities if I'm an auditor? My responsibilities are what? My responsibility. Acha, say for example, audit sampling is my responsibility. Standards on auditing is my responsibility. Expression of opinion is my responsibility. Collection of sufficient and appropriate audit evidence is my responsibility. Are you getting the point or not? So my responsibilities and management responsibilities, that is what we are dividing between the two paragraphs. Earlier one is known as MRP and the next one is known as what? ARP. So what is MRP, ARP, everyone? MRP stands for management responsibility para. ARP stands for auditor's responsibility para. Crystal clear, everyone? Yes or no? Point number 9. Okay, everyone. So, did you understand up to the 8 paragraphs? If you have any issues, you can ask me. Then, sir, what is the paragraph number 9? What is the paragraph number 9? Paragraph number 9, listen to this very, very carefully. Paragraph number 9 is known as other statutory and legal requirements para. What is the name of the para? Other statutory and legal requirements para. Sir, what is the another name of this para? This paragraph is also known as other legal and regulatory requirements para. Sir, don't worry. This paragraph we have already done. This paragraph we have already done in our company audit chapter mein. If you remember, section number 143, subsection 3. Section number 143 subsection 3 mein, whatever the things we have discussed, that all things you have to copy paste in this paragraph number 9. So what are the things we have discussed? All the information and explanation I have received. Point number 2, books of accounts are as per the section number 128. Point number 3, financial statements are in agreement with the books of accounts. Point number 4, branch audit reports have been received. Point number 5, accounting standards have been consistently followed. Point number 6, none of the director is disqualified from being a director of the company. Point number 7, there is no adverse remark I am going to give on the financial position of the company. Point number 8, internal financial control systems of the company are true and fair. Point number 9, the impact of contingent liabilities have been shown properly. Point number 10, there is no delay made by the company in transferring the unpaid dividend account to Investors Education and Protection Fund. All these points we have already done under the company audit chapter under section number 143 subsection 3. That copy paste same paragraph you have to fix in our audit report. I will show you practically also. Then sir, what is paragraph number 10? Paragraph number 10 is basically again optional paragraph that is called EMP or OMP para. Sir, what is EMP and OMP? Again, I am writing word called optional. These paragraphs will only come when the need arises. EMP stands for emphasis matters paragraph. OMP stands for other matters paragraph. Sir, where we are going to learn it? 706 mein. So you just need to be little bit calm. I did not tell you anything about the CAM para because we are going to do it in 701. I did not tell you anything about what? I'm not telling you anything about the EMP, OMP also because we are going to do it in 706. So you just need to little bit calm for a second and try to understand there is a right time to do everything at the right place. Clear everyone? Now, sir, what is element number 11? element number 11 is known as date and place of signing the audit report. On which date you are signing the audit report and at which place you are signing the audit report, that we are going to mention in paragraph number 11, and paragraph number 12 is known as signature of auditor. Are you getting the point or not? So this is how your audit report looks like, everyone. In the signature of an auditor, there are 6 things you have to mention, everyone. How many things you have to mention? 6 things you have to mention. So what are the 6 things to be mentioned? Firm name is to be mentioned. Then firm registration number is to be mentioned. Then name of partner who is signing. Name of partner who is signing the report has to be mentioned. Then signature of the partner who is signing should be there. Then what is the designation of that partner? Is he a managing partner or is he a normal partner? And last but not the least, the membership number of signing partner. Are you getting the point? All these 6 things should be appearing in the last paragraph called signature of an auditor, everyone. Everyone understood the concept or not? Please unmute yourself and please let me know if any kind of doubt is there. Everyone, please tell me, did you understand each and everything, or write in the comment box, please?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So in total, how many elements should be there in our auditor's report, everyone? 12 elements are there. Now remember, you all have to remember them in a sequence manner. Point number 1. What is the point number 1? Title, addressee, opinion, basis, GC, which is optional, then CAM, then management responsibility para, auditor's responsibility para, other legal and regulatory requirements para, then EMP, OMP paragraph, then date and place, and last but not the least, signature. Everyone ready to see the original audit report? Yes. So now let us understand the original audit report of Reliance India Limited so that you can all understand how the audit report looks like. This is not the recent audit report, but yes, the idea is not to tell you what are the recent financials of the Reliance. Idea is to tell you how the audit report looks like, right? So that is the major idea. Okay, now let me show you the independent auditors report. This is the consolidated. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Now everyone, are you able to see that independent auditors report? Yes. So you can unmute yourself, but don't say anything in the thing so that we can discuss this practically also. No problem. So place should be office address or place of signing. Office address only. Yeah. Place may we do not give the address actually, Komal. In the place may we just write the name of the city. Are you getting the point? Place is nothing but called the name of the city, Komal. Okay. Now everyone, independent auditors report. Are you now? This is the audit report of Reliance India Limited for 18-19 financial year. Are you able to see the title, everyone? What is the title? Independent auditors report is the title. Immediately after the title, did I tell you that addressee comes? Yes. Can you see that who is our addressee? Everyone, can you see that who is our addressee?
The member.
Yes. So our addressee is the members of the. So this is called title. Am I correct or not? And this is called what? Addressee. Can we change the addressee as per the requirement of the law? Yes. To whomsoever you are sending the report, that will become your addressee. So everyone, what was our third element? Third element was which paragraph? Opinion paragraph. Are you getting the point or not? And did I tell you the 5 things in the opinion paragraph? Let me just show you. Did I tell you that? Let me do it in a comparative mode so that you can understand each and everything. Okay, I hope now you all are able to see the half of our sheet and half of our report, right or not? Are you able to see the sheet on the right side? Yes.
sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now you can see that in the opinion paragraph, are you able to see that I told you 5 things should be present? Yes. What are the 5 things should be present? Name of the entity. So what are the 5 things should be present, everyone? Name of the entity. Are you able to see the name of the entity? What is the name of the entity? Reliance Industries Limited. So name of the entity is here. What is the second thing, everyone? Year of the audit. For which year we are doing the audit? 31st March 2019. Are you able to see the year of the audit also? Yes or no? Yes. Did we see the name of the financial statement? Tell me. Are you able to see the word called balance sheet? Yes. Are we able to see the word called P&L statement? Yes. Are we able to see the word called cash flow statement? Yes. Are we able to see the statement of changes in equity? Yes. So are you able to see each and every financial statement name is given in the paragraph? Yes. What is the fourth thing we have audited? Are you able to see it in the beginning only? How the paragraph is starting? We have audited. Are you getting the point? And last but not the least, explanatory statement. This is where it goes. These are the 5 things which should be present in your auditor's report, everyone. In the which paragraph, everyone? Opinion paragraph. Then, sir, what is this paragraph? What is this paragraph? This is actually your opinion paragraph. So everyone please read it so that you will get an idea in the future how you are going to draft it. You can see that in our opinion and to the best of our information. So Reliance auditors are saying in our opinion and to the best of our information according to the explanations given to us. The aforesaid financial statement give required by the Companies Act in the manner so required and give what, everyone? Are you able to see? It gives which view? True and fair view. It means on the Reliance financial statement, the auditors are giving the unmodified opinion or modified opinion? Unmodified. So can I say that it is a clear-cut example of a clean opinion? Yes. So our opinion paragraph is also over. Now, what is the next paragraph you are able to see, everyone? Are you able to see the next paragraph? What is our next paragraph? Basis for opinion paragraph. So do we have the same basis for opinion paragraph as a element number 4? I'm telling you everything in a comparative mode so that you can understand it. Okay, what are the 4 things you expect in our paragraph? Ki auditor is saying that he has obtained SAAE, he has followed SS, he has followed ethical requirements of ICAI, and auditor's responsibility paragraph is given below. Now, are you guys all able to see that auditor's responsibility paragraph is given below is already given here? Are you getting the point? And here he is saying that I have followed ethical requirements of ICAI also. He has followed the ethical requirements of ICAI also. He has also seen that I have obtained audit evidence which is sufficient and appropriate. And he is also saying that he has followed the ethical requirements. Wala point ho gaya? Yes, he has followed the standards on auditing. Where it is written, let me show you where it is written. He has also followed the here. He has also followed the standards on auditing. So whatever is written on the other side, are you able to see it on our original audit report also? Yes, everyone. Yes. So after that, now do you think that Reliance India Limited is having any problem in relation to its going concern or no problem? No problem. So obviously there is no problem for the Reliance. It's a very strong company. So are you able to see any GC paragraph or directly you are able to see CAM paragraph? You directly are able to see which paragraph? CAM paragraph. So according to us also, GC paragraph is optional and CAM paragraph is going to come. Clear, everyone? Right or not? Next one. Management representation paragraph, everyone. So after the CAM, you are expecting that MRP paragraph should come. So this is all CAM only, everyone. While doing the 701, I'll again come back to here so that I can show you how the CAM paragraph looks like. Now, are you able to see this paragraph, everyone? Responsibility of management. So I wrote it as management responsibility paragraph. It is called responsibilities of the management. One of the same thing. Acha, after the management responsibility paragraph, which paragraph we are expecting? Auditor's responsibility paragraph. So here comes the auditor's responsibility paragraph. After the auditor's responsibility paragraph, what we are expecting? Other statutory and other legal and legal requirements paragraph. So let me show you what is coming. Yeah, are you able to see this paragraph, everyone? Report on other legal and regulatory requirements paragraph. And I told you in this paragraph, nothing but we mention the section number 143, subsection 3 ke sare points. You are able to see that section also. After that, EMP OMP paragraph will come. You can see that EMP OMP paragraph is also coming. Are you getting the point? EMP OMP paragraph, actually it is not having any specific place. It can come anywhere. So either EMP paragraph is going to come or OMP paragraph is going to come. Sir, what is EMP OMP paragraph? You just need to wait for 706 to come. Are you getting the point? And after EMP and OMP, I told you date and place of signature. Now finally, are you guys able to see the date and place, everyone? Yes, Mumbai is the place. Date is April 18, 2019. Now, then I told you the last paragraph is known as signature of auditor. Guys, I hope you all are able to see the auditors here. How many auditors have done the audit of Reliance? Everyone, are you able to see? There are two auditors. DTS and Associates is one auditor. SRBC and Co LLP is the another auditor. Sir, two auditors for the same company? Yes, because the entity is very large, and for the larger entities, mostly more than one auditors will be there, and this is also known as our SA 299. It is known as which audit, everyone? It is known as joint audit, everyone. Clear or not? Now, in the signature of auditor, I told you 6 things should be there. I hope now I will be able to show you all those 6 things. Now, everyone, please look at that. Are you able to see the name of the firm? Yes, the name of the firm. Are you able to see firm registration number? Yes, you are able to see firm registration. So at this place, this empty place may is nothing but signature of the auditor will be there, as it is a downloaded from Google, so no signature is visible. After that, I told you the name of the partner will be there. So which partner has signed on the behalf of SRBC and Co? Vikas Kumar Pansari. Are you able to see the designation? Yes, sir, he is a partner. And are you able to see the membership number of the partner? Yes. So this is how our audit report practically should look like. I hope everyone is crystal clear with the concept. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
So tell me, everyone, is there any doubt in the auditor's report? If there is no doubt, then I can say that our SA 700 is over. So in the auditor's report chapter, SA 700 is over, everyone. Clear, everyone? So if you have any doubt, I will wait. Yes.
Joint audit also, the term of 2 consecutive years, 10 years is applicable.
Sorry,
for both companies. Joint audit.
Joint auditors maybe. Yeah, joint auditors maybe it is applicable.
10 years only.
Yeah, 10 years only, because they are the partnership firms and LLPs, na. If they are the sole proprietors, then they cannot continue for more than 5 years. Clear or not? Yes. So this is how our audit report looks like. So anybody who is having a doubt, I'm waiting for any kind of doubt. If there is no doubt, then I will directly move to the 701, everyone. Any doubt or no doubt? No doubt. Okay. Chalo, let us proceed with 701, everyone. What is 701? Very simple standard, very small standard. Actually, the whole 700 series is very small. Sir, what is 701? 701 is a newly incorporated standard, actually. SA 701. What is the name of the standard? It is known as Communicating Key Audit Matters in Independent Auditor's Report. Now, everyone, please tell me, first of all, a very simple question to all of you. What is the placement of this paragraph? Where is the placement of this paragraph? Is it before GC or after GC?
After GC.
Yeah, after GC. So can I say that it is immediately coming after basis paragraph if there is no GC?
Yes.
Yes. So remember one thing, guys. What is the relevance of this particular paragraph called 701? Very important standard, very small standard, very crisp standard. If you are able to find the thin line of understanding, which I am going to tell you, I can guarantee you, you will never lose a grip over the 701. Let me tell you one thing, how the story works. Say for example, first of all, let me tell you one thing, it is a newly inserted standard. From 1st April 2018 onwards, this standard has come into our portion as well as in our practice. So sir, what is the meaning of this standard? Everyone just concentrate very clearly. Communicating key audit matters means what? Say for example, there is one person called auditor, right or not? And just creating an imaginary example to make you understand, okay? And suppose there are 4 article assistants, 1 article assistant, 2 article assistant, 3 and article assistant 4. Now this is the total engagement team. This is his total engagement team. Now what happened while doing the audit? They got so many doubts. And obviously what the doubts they got, they are not going to get it clarified on their own. So they thought that let's meet TCWG. Let's meet whom? TCWG. Everyone please tell me, what is TCWG?
Those
charged with the governance. So they thought of meeting the TCWG. They went to the TCWG. Now TCWG told them, please come to the office and we'll have a word. So these 5 people went to the office. Now understand the whole example very carefully. In the office of TCWG, auditor entered, but they did not allow the article assistants 1, 2, 3, 4 to enter. They did not allow the article assistants to enter. So article assistants are sitting outside the room and auditor is inside the room. So auditor is having a list of all the doubts which he wants to clarify. Are you getting the point? Now, when the auditor went inside, he was very much furious. He was very much angry. He was very much in a different kind of mood, saying that what is happening in this company? So many doubts are there. But when he came out, he was having a happy face. This auditor came out with a which face? Happy face. So tell me, you all are article assistants right now. What kind of impression you are having on me right now if I am that auditor? What are you thinking right now? Why I am coming out with a happy face? Tell me everyone. Just unmute yourself and participate. When I went inside this boardroom 2 hours back, I was very much disturbed. I was having so many doubts. When I came back, I was so much in a joyful manner. I'm completely relaxed. Now, can I say that all of you might be thinking from inside, sir might have got bribed? Are you getting the point? That can be the intention or not. You might be thinking, his sir went inside alone. He might have got bribed. They might have given him the blank check and now sir is coming out with a happy face. That kind of impression every article assistant will get, because our criminal mind who is there inside will not allow us to go in a positive track. It always thinks of the negative things which are not happening in front of you. Are you getting the point or not? But answer is not that. Answer is what? I went inside, my all doubts got clarified. That's why I coming outside. But when I'm coming outside with a happy face, I'm trying to tell my article assistants, yes, this is what has happened. This is what how doubts were clarified. Every article assistant is seeing me with a doubtful face only. Sir, you make the stories, whatever the stories you want to make, but ultimately we know that what has happened inside. So what the lawmaker did, whatever was discussed inside this meeting, copy paste the same discussion in your auditor's report also. Now tell me, if I'll copy paste the each and every discussion which held inside in my auditor's report, am I giving more transparency towards my users or not?
Yes.
Tell me everyone. Yes. So my now my report is having less communicative value, or it is speaking more? Yeah, my report is speaking more. That's the reason, to prevent or to protect the character of a chartered accountant, CAM paragraph was introduced. Are you getting the point or not? Because so many people started doubting the chartered accountant. He went inside and coming out with a clarification, coming out with a happy face, then something fishy is there. So that people should not doubt my integrity, objectivity, and independence, I say thought in the year 2018, it's better to create one standard on that. That is the basic background behind introduction of this standard. So that people should not doubt my character. People should not doubt my honesty. People should not doubt my sincerity. So it's not that they bribed me, that's why I'm coming with a happy face. It's just that they clarified my doubts. And nothing but I'm copy pasting the 100% same discussion which I had inside this room in my auditor's report. Now, I would like to show you the practical thing also for that. Now, I'm going to take you back to the same auditor's report. Everyone, please try to understand very carefully whatever the things I'm going to show you. Now, everyone, can you see that key audit matter paragraph started here or not? Yes, key audit matter paragraph started here. You can see that it is the biggest paragraph of our report. Now see, it is started from here. Now this page also key audit matters. Now tell me, everything whatever the auditor is asking the question. Now you can see that on the left side, these are the questions of the auditor. And on the right side, these are the answers given by the TCWG. So left side questions, right side answers. 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 Still, up to this level, it was CAM only. Tell me, in the total auditor's report, which one is the biggest paragraph? Key audit matters only. And am I displaying each and every discussion which I have taken place with the TCWG or not? Yes, each and everything which I discuss with them is copy pasted. Now tell me, with that kind of report, whether the user's confidence in my auditor's report will increase or will decrease?
Increase.
Will increase. Users will have a more belief on me. Users will have a more confidence on my report. That's the reason for the betterment of CA profession only SA 701 was introduced. That is why it is known as key audit matters. What are the important audit matters you discuss with the TCWG? From that, it is being displayed. Now, this one was called the background. This one was called what? It was known as the background. Now, I'm going to take you to now actual standard. First of all, we have to understand, sir, what is the meaning of CAM? Everyone, please understand the definition which I'm going to write. The same definition word to word should be there inside you, right or not? Guys, give me just 5 minutes. I got some medical emergency. Just give me 5 minutes. I'll be back to you. Give me 5 minutes, okay?